Born a magic prodigy but afflicted with a disorder from birth, what does Mana feel like to him? When one door closes, another must open. Watch the journey of Lewin Ardal, the young man who fell into such a fate. When he was first born, he was regarded as a light illuminating the world. Lewin was also quite strange. It all began the day the butler and his father had a conversation. The butler was preparing to depart on a voyage to gather marine resources. Young Lewin earnestly warned him not to take the road near the southern mountain range because he felt the mana flow there was very strange. On the day Beggins set out, the sky was covered in dark clouds and lightning. He hurried back only late that night. It turned out Beggins had listened to Lin and taken a detour. But because of that, he himself avoided a disaster. For according to what Begin had learned, that place had been attacked by monsters. No one could return safely by that route. From that moment, Lewin's innate talent began to draw attention. Bane believed he could sense mana in the air. Though no one understood how, his father sensed Lewin was the Ardal family's future. Indeed, when Lewin was 6, he sensed mana and within a year summoned it. By the time he was 10, Lewin became the top entrant at Ignite Magic Academy, the Kingdom of Radiant's premier magic school. He was also given the title of Prodigy. At that time, Lewin was somewhat arrogant. He was certain he would elevate the family to new heights, but in the end, he only made it this far. On the first day of class, Lewin realized he was nothing. While the teacher repeatedly urged him to cast magic, Lewin struggled greatly with it. He himself couldn't understand what was wrong with him. For the first time, Lewin, like everyone else, realized he had a mana disorder. At that moment, everything inside Lewin seemed to collapse. His body lacked the ability to cast magic even from a meter away. For a mage, such a body was truly pathetic. Then everyone realized he came from a mediocre family and had no talent. From then on, their attitudes turned 180 degrees. A mere accidental brush of shoulders in the hall, and 2 male students immediately showed contempt. With all the students who resented him at Zainao, Lewin was just someone without magical ability. A useless person who couldn't perform magic at a magic academy. Of course, he became their favorite target for amusement. At such times, Lewin could only sob helplessly, wondering if he could ever become a mage. Lewin Ardal, the name that entered the academy with the highest score, the one expected more than anyone else. The name that had been more diligent and industrious than anyone. Had become, because of that mana disorder curse, a magic-disabled cripple. Was that the end of everything? No, Lewin thought everything had ended then, not realizing that there was still a miracle. The story of the forgotten genius was about to continue. A new, testing journey began to be woven at the very depths of despair. That light of hope in the system message flashed dazzlingly. The treasure has been activated. A system screen began to form, while Lewin felt as if he were falling into the edge of the universe. Dazed as he woke, he didn't even know where he was. All he knew was that his body felt like it was sinking deep underwater. A mysterious line of text appeared before his eyes. The being said he was the incarnation of Araka, the world's destroyer. This giant god was the one who had brought Lewin here. His appearance was unlike a human's, and unlike the heroes Lewin had seen. He had no time at all to steady himself. The creature's lips trembled as if trying to speak. Then Lewin's pupils dilated in utter astonishment. A few hours earlier, at the training grounds of the Ignite Academy, it was Lewin's turn to practice. Professor Heidel kindly told him to do exactly as instructed. Form a fireball and strike the dummy. Under the scrutinizing gazes of his classmates, Lewin knew a fireball was a basic spell any student could easily cast. But for him, it was different. This time, Lewin wasn't even sure he could do it. At the professor's cue, Lewin steeled himself to succeed. An orange flame gradually formed beneath his hands. It grew larger and larger, like Lewin's fierce determination. Forming under his hands, it swelled like Lewin's intense resolve. The male students were a little surprised he could muster that much mana. Lewin thought he might finally do it this time. But the familiar thing struck again. His hand began to tremble uncontrollably. Despite his forced, desperate pleas within, the thing called mana disorder defeated Lewin once more. He could no longer bear it and announced his surrender. Yet Windmaster Heidel still wanted him to try to project it. Lewin wanted to too, but feared it was impossible. According to Heidel, he's now a senior student. If he can't even cast a basic spell like a fireball, how could he pass the graduation exam? Even Lewin felt like a useless wreck. This training round focused on targeting. Lewin couldn't even utter the incantation, let alone hit the target. At this rate, becoming a third-class mage was hopeless. Derisive laughter erupted. They branded him the Academy's shame. Lewin was so used to this kind of bullying that he paid it little mind. What crushed him was that there had been no hope from the start. It was all due to the curse that had plagued him for 6 years, mana disorder. Although Lewin had forced himself for years, he now began to wonder how much longer he could endure. After that training session, Lewin lurked alone behind the crowd into the main hall. The tree wished for silence, but the wind would not cease. 2 male students deliberately approached him and taunted him with cutting jibes. One repeatedly called him Lewin the Fool with smug delight. Their words grew worse, shifting from mocking his achievements to insulting his family and calling his territory a god-forsaken place. They deliberately said the Ale family was obscure, neither wealthy nor renowned. The more they spoke, the closer Lewin came to his limit. You can insult me, but you must never touch my family. The male student was immediately silenced by a powerful punch from Liuan. It was so strong it sent him flying several meters. Liuan was truly furious at his loose tongue. Bruised and stunned, the male student still shouted defiantly. Liuan no longer held back. He knew the boy was Ben Folt and had no right to provoke his father or family. Another student accompanying Ben Folt, fearless, lunged forward. As expected, he was overwhelmed by Lin's punch and momentarily couldn't stand, collapsing to his knees like a dog. What surprised Liuan was that Ben dared use combat magic inside the academy. He showed no fear of being expelled and unleashed a large mana burst toward him. Although Liuan was good at fighting physically, he was completely outmatched in mana power. His whole body couldn't move. Professor Heidel appeared to intervene, but he was a second too late. Liuan was struck by Ben's enormous mana. He thought he would just sleep like that forever. Now Liuan stood before the giant god and the system text. Faced with this, he still couldn't fathom what on earth was happening. Lost in a strange space and meeting a mysterious man left him puzzled about what was going on. Though he tried to listen closely, he could only catch the last word, Liuan Ardal Deo. A deep voice sounded again. This time it was clearer, definitely his name, Liuan Ardal Deo. Then from the void came a faint sound, as if calling his name, Liuan Ardal. Liuan Ardal. He slowly opened his eyes to reveal a woman with blonde hair. It turned out to be senior healing mage Helen. Her face was full of worry. Are you awake? Startled as the haze lifted, he jolted. He slowly sat up. Where am I? Seeing this, she hurriedly supported his body and gently said, the recovery room. You're okay, don't try to sit up yet. He rubbed his head tiredly. I'm fine, a bit dizzy, but I can sit. As he spoke, he wondered inwardly whether he had just fainted. Fragmented images flashed through his mind. A mysterious cloaked man, the strange space, the system voice. What was that? It was so vivid. Thinking this, he asked Helen, how long was I out? She replied, almost a day. She continued, fortunately it wasn't worse. God helped you. He fell silent for a moment, then softly asked, am I fully recovered now? Her face showed a hint of worry. Her words were somewhat hesitant. We still need to monitor you, but you look very well for someone struck directly by lightning. No burns, no scorch marks, and no internal injuries. I've never seen a case like yours. And in all my years, I've never witnessed anything like this, so I'm astonished. What is this? Is it even possible? He stared at his palm, sinking into thought. Lightning is terrifying magic that can incinerate the body instantly, and he was struck directly, so how was his body unscathed? Suddenly, Professor Heidel entered, cutting off his train of thought. May we have a moment? Hearing that, Helen leaned down to remind him, the professor has arrived. I'll go check the results now. If there's any problem, let me know immediately. At that, he unconsciously raised his head. He stepped up to stand before his bed, arms crossed, calmly inquired, how do you feel? He answered, I'm fine. The stern expression on the professor's face softened slightly. That's fortunate. Then he informed him of what had happened after he fainted and that the faculty were holding a meeting about the accident. He looked straight at him while he remained silent with his head bowed, listening. First, Ben Folt will be expelled for intentionally using strong offensive magic, spreading false rumors about the Ale family and treating and bullying students unfairly. These matters have all been decided by the teachers. His face darkened as he muttered in regret, but I did hit Ben Folt back. The professor replied, of course the student will also face punishment after review of the events. He will be required to participate in academy volunteer work for 1 month. He nodded slightly. Yes. It seemed the professor still had some reservations. Also, I want to ask this. Are you in possession of a relic? His question made him lift his head. What? One must know that such a weapon is a legendary artifact left by ancient mages with endless mana. He waved his hand to deny it. A relic? Certainly I don't have one. If I did, I wouldn't be bullied. The professor narrowed his eyes, placed a hand on his chin, and his voice grew low. Considering its value and rarity, the Ale clan's chieftain likely used it for the family's benefit. Unable to hide his curiosity, he spoke up, but why are you asking me? The professor focused his gaze on him, eyes deep and sharp as if piercing through layers of thought, saying nothing. After a moment of silence, recalling the earlier scene, he recounted that a red light had certainly enveloped his body just before the purple lightning struck. It looked as if a high-grade relic had protected him, repelling Ben's spell. Hearing this, his face went blank. What is the professor talking about? He thought. What relic is he referring to? Suddenly he seemed to realize something. Wait, don't tell me it's connected to that dream earlier. He immediately denied it to himself. No, I'm imagining things. The professor sighed softly. Even without understanding what happened, he was sure you don't have a relic, all right. He turned his back and left beneath Liuan's gaze. Rest now. He watched the professor's retreating back. He had told the professor he didn't know what had happened, but the professor said no more. What is the professor thinking? Alone in the room, he sat in deep thought for a long time. What he had experienced felt no different from a dream. And that strange voice, the relic Draka, the world's destroyer and the player. He kept tapping his forehead with his fingers, muttering, I think there was one more line. What was it? Lewin said suspiciously, status window, and immediately a blue panel appeared in midair, making his eyes widen in astonishment. As if seeing a ghost, he instinctively stepped back and shouted, "Ah, what is that?" Hearing the noise, Helen ran in. Seeing his stunned face, she asked Lewin, "Are you okay? Do you feel unwell?" He pointed at the blue panel floating in the air, stammering, "No, it's not that. Do you see it, the blue panel in front of me?" She looked puzzled. "What nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing there, Lewin. Are you sure you're all right?" Then an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Impossible. If she truly can't see it, then this can only be seen by me. On the status window appeared your information. Lewin Ardal, the incarnation of Draka, the world's destroyer, born from the pursuit of infinite power. Mage Draka perished along with his world. For Draka, who was born mana-starved, power was the source of his authority. The relic player of Draka can open a status window and gain limitless power by completing missions. Strength 150, Agility 100, Wisdom 1550. To avoid being mistaken for a madman, he quickly thought of a cover story. "It's nothing, I'm a bit out of it." She forced a helpless smile. Don't dwell on it. She held the test results in her hand and happily announced that everything was completely normal. He could return to the dormitory. He smiled, feeling somewhat relieved. "Yes, thank you." Lewin reviewed all the strange events. Today he survived being struck by lightning. The red-eyed man he met in another space, and the status window could only be seen by him. Then he remembered the first status window he saw in the dream. It said he was the incarnation of Draka. Perhaps the relic of the mage Draka was transferred into me. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen over the training ground. A strange window appeared before his eyes again. He flinched slightly, but curiosity quickly overcame everything and he tapped it. It displayed his first mission. The mission can repeat because you have become a player linked with Draka, the world's destroyer. You must train your body to prepare for power advancement. Perform 100 repetitions of each punching, kicking, and spinning action. Reward +10 strength and unlock a new skill. After reading it, he rolled up his sleeves to begin. His face still showed some doubt and confusion. Punching and kicking relate to strength, but how could that help him become a mage? But this wasn't the time for questions. He had to try. Thinking that, he took a deep breath. He swung his right hand, the punch count rose to 1. Then he swung his left, the punch count rose to 2. He let out a small laugh, a smug grin as if victory were already in hand. Great, it's increasing. At this rate, I'll finish quickly. Riding that momentum, he launched the next punch. He shouted in rhythm with the strikes, but the punch count remained stuck at 2. He scrutinized the mission again, frowning. This time it didn't register. He thought it wouldn't count if the motion was wrong. That thought made him much more serious. Okay, how to punch correctly? Stars rose high, perched in the still sky. While everyone at home had fallen into deep sleep, he was panting as if chased by dogs for a full hour. He wearily propped himself on his knees, and finally, there he smiled in satisfaction. It's finished. The status window appeared, mission completed, awarding +10 strength and unlocking a skill. Wiping the sweat from his face, he glanced up and asked, "What's the reward?" Suddenly, he felt a fresh current of energy gradually flowing into his body. He marveled, "What is this feeling? It's flowing gently through my veins, something more fundamental than mana." He clenched his hand, his fingers tightening, his arm trembling slightly with excitement. "I've truly gotten stronger." If it's something new, he had to test it immediately. He inhaled deeply, raised his hand, and swung it hard forward. Let's see. With just one punch, the air before him was instantly torn apart. Feeling invincible, he smiled in satisfaction. His strength infused into his magic had truly increased. Speed, air resistance, and impact power had all genuinely improved. While continuously marveling at his new power, he suddenly remembered. What about the skill unlock reward? At his soft call, the status window immediately appeared in midair. The inner power circle is replaced by strength. The mana circle has been replaced by the power circle. From now on, all magic and movements are affected by the player's strength. You wonder about replacing the mana circle with a power circle. Then you place your hand on your chest, feeling the heartbeat. So that means my mana will be replaced by strength. Anyone who senses or studies mana has a circle surrounding their heart. The mana circle plays a major role in releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. You close your eyes and slowly feel a vague movement in your chest. I have 4 mana circles, more than kids my age, but because of my defect they're useless. Suddenly you open your eyes wide as if sensing something. Your mana circle has truly disappeared, so the wildly spinning powerful circle replacing it must be the power circle. Thinking this, you can't help but be startled and lean back in surprise. Done, that shock is quickly replaced by confusion. A power circle replacing the mana circle. You can't be a mage without a mana circle. If this new circle can't do what mana circles do, what will happen to you? A trace of sadness appears on your face. Will your life as a mage end like this? But now pessimism is pointless, so you quickly regain your confidence. No, it's far too early to despair. Try it first. You reach your hand forward, focusing all your will into a familiar incantation, Fireball. Immediately, a surge of power bursts from your palm, and in the blink of an eye, a fierce fireball forms. Looking at the flame before you, you exclaim, "So fast, how is this possible?" Staring at the flame, you exclaim, "So fast, how is this possible?" You can't take your eyes off it and feel even more amazed. The moment you see the size of the fireball, you realize. Lewin laughs with delight. This must surely be the power of the artifact. Lewin holds the flame in his hand, thinking inwardly that because magic has a basic activation mechanism, before releasing this power, there is usually a 10-second recharge. He calculates silently, but I can completely bypass that 10-second mechanic and create a fireball with the power in my body. Of course, the protagonist is always the strongest. He clenches his hand into a fist. This is the power of an artifact. Suddenly, something strange appears before Lewin. He's curious. What is that? Turns out to be a system notification. You, Draka the Mad Mage, cannot release energy in the usual way and have created this ability. Focus mana into your body and on the enemy. You are not affected by your own magic. When casting spells, an enhancement effect will be added. Magical attacks will deal additional psychological damage. He reads the information the system provides and ponders. Focus mana into the body to attack. How does that work? He keeps asking himself. Thinking seriously now, Lewin realizes that Draka fellow also suffered the same mana disorder curse as him, and he focuses mana into his fists and feet. The more he reads, the more he understands, and the less he believes it. Why would he devise such a method? Just then, a quest notification appears. The protagonist regains his spirit and exclaims, "A quest?" The quest requires practicing the Mad Mage method, using the power circle and mana to attack targets. For each target hit, the reward points increase by 10. The protagonist seems a bit skeptical. Attack a target. He narrows his eyes. He'd never considered this method. If I could become a mage if I follow this method. Lewin reaches out and grips the fireball. I have to try it. The fireball in his hand blazes with brilliant sparks, as if wanting to burn everything. Finished, Lin's satisfied smile blooms on his face. The system immediately announced, "Mission completed, plus 10 strength reward." At last, Lewin collapsed onto the ground. He looked up at the star-filled sky with satisfaction. Finally, I've completed the mission. Remembering how I'd always failed to release magic before, he couldn't believe he'd now succeeded using a punch. Curiously, he wondered how Draka had existed after all. He wanted to investigate, but his body felt leaden. Suddenly, strange voices rang out. "Oh, what's that? He slept out here. Seems like he trained himself to exhaustion, but he actually fell asleep here. Should we wake him?" Voices echoed in Lin's head. "What's going on? Have I gone to heaven? How could I be dead? He was struck by lightning, and yet he's fine. Creepy." The murmurs continued. Lewin opened his eyes groggily. "What's all the noise about?" Everyone panicked. "Oh my god, you're awake. Lewin, you scared us to death." Lewin calmly stretched. "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Is this the first time you've seen someone sleeping out here or what?" They nodded. Exactly what noble would forego warm, soft blankets to sleep out here? They were suspicious. "Hey Lewin, did you drink or get drunk?" He paid them little mind and waved them off. "Drink what? I'm tired, so I'm going to sleep." Bye. They helplessly stood frozen. They whispered among themselves. Lewin seemed like a different person. One doubtful voice asked, "How's that?" Suddenly, a noble student turned and saw something. His voice held some curiosity. But the scarecrow was beaten to pieces, leaving only that stake. Did Lewin do that? But they dismissed it immediately. Nah, probably not. At the noble dormitory, Lewin approached a blonde friend who asked, "Hey, what's up, Lewin?" He asked, "You stayed out all night." "This is Jason Damon, a 6th-year student at Ignite Academy." He kept asking what happened. "You don't usually leave the academy this long, do you?" The protagonist brushed it off. "You don't need to worry about such things." That blonde guy was actually the heir of the Damon clan, a well-known mining family, but at least he treated someone considered trash like me well. Jason kept teasing, "Don't tell me you went to see some girl, just getting back now." His flaw was that he was both an alcoholic and a womanizer who often snuck out of the academy. He talked nonstop. Did that guy finally learn to enjoy life after being struck by lightning? "Come on, tell me what you did last night." Lewin threw something at him and said, "Cut it out, I need to take a shower." In the bath, Lewin relaxed and sprawled out. I'm alive." Suddenly he remembered, right, the mission, let's check. Lewin called out mission. The notification appeared, repeatable training mission. Because you have become linked to Draka, the world's destroyer, you must train to increase your strength. Each time you complete the punching, kicking, or spinning task, you are awarded plus 10 strength. The protagonist sighed. The reward stays the same, but the mission doubles in difficulty. He sank into thought, wondering if missions would keep doubling like that. No doubt this won't be easy. But on the other hand, if I can become a mage using this method. A month later, Lewin was still training. The mission can be repeated at most once per day. The reward remains the same while the requirements increase. If I don't complete the mission that day, all progress resets to 0 the next day. What if I never miss a single day's mission? Lewin panted. The mission requirement won't exceed 3,000 times in one day. If he trains anymore, he'll probably die from doing too many missions. He twisted his heel lightly. Finally, the training mission board updated. All counts like punches, kicks, and spins were completed 3,000 times in total, yet the bonus remained a mere 10 points. That's how the protagonist trained for the whole past month. And he also gained a new passive skill, body art, which increases bodily capability, his body becoming more agile through training. In the dormitory, during meals everyone buzzed. Lewin's acting strange these days. Did he ever even blink before? Now he's just collapsing and sleeping like that. Someone immediately retorted, do you only see that? Lately he practically eats and sleeps at the training yard and only practices kicks. Someone chimed in, hey, leave him alone, this is the first time he's been odd like this. They murmured that he was probably doing it to cope with his mana disorder. Anyway, it apparently had no effect at first. As for Lewin, a month passed. I'd completed the missions and gained a few clues about Draka, but I couldn't find the name Draka in any record. Everywhere was the same. Moreover, things like the World Destroyer player, mission board, system, and status window left no trace. He couldn't stop wondering, Draka, who exactly is he? At that moment, the status board also appeared. Lewin Ardal, incarnation of Draka, the world's destroyer. A question constantly lingered in Lewin's mind, who was the one actually granting him power? Suddenly a loud voice called Lewin, come here. It was Jason. The protagonist was curious. What's up? Jason asked. No, anything yet. He looked puzzled. Jason's face showed some embarrassment. So you don't know something, which is why you can leisurely read like that. Lewin asked back, is it something serious? Jason glanced at the Ardal patriarch present. The protagonist's eyes suddenly brightened. What? Jason repeated, Lewin, your father. Heavy footsteps sounded. Lewin pushed the door open and entered, panting non-stop. Father. Everyone immediately looked back. His father cried out, Lewin, my son, you're here. They chose to sit apart. The protagonist spoke first. It's been 6 years, hasn't it? Since I left and entered this academy, have you been well, father? His father nodded. Yes, I'm fine. He didn't forget to ask after family. What about Lewina? The man proudly said, your sister? She's grown up. These days she's even training in swordsmanship. She says she'll protect her weak older brother. Lewin laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, how embarrassing. The man waved it off. She's always been bold, hasn't she? Lewin suddenly changed expression. Father, I assure you I'm doing very well right now. His father looked puzzled. What do you mean? Lewin reiterated, I'm really fine. No physical or mental harm at all. Patriarch Ardal took a sip of tea. His voice was oddly calm. Listen, actually I came to the academy to ask your opinion about leaving the academy. He reassured him, if it's too difficult, you can return to your territory anytime. I know you've faced many hardships you haven't spoken about, right? He understood. I had already guessed why father came. But father, I think I've found a way, haven't I? Lewin pleaded, so please promise me one thing. He was surprised. Promise what? The protagonist firmly declared that he would score well on the upcoming practical exams. In return, if I fail, from now on I will no longer act on my own, but will obey you. He knew that after promising to score high on the practical exams, his father saw his determination clearly and returned to the manor after their talk. And then the exam the protagonist had long awaited finally arrived. The proctor called out, all right, attention. Standing on the podium, the teacher began to explain the rules. Today is the introductory magic exam. Note that any cheating will result in immediate failure. Voices rose as the students began the test. The protagonist tightened his grip on the brush pen. The school exam consisted of 2 parts, theory and practical. The practical test had 4 sections: target identification, magic measurement, real combat, and one-on-one duels. As someone with mana disorder, our protagonist had scored full marks in theory for the past 6 years. In practical exams, Michael of the Gaj Hil family always ranked first. Lewin's hand clenched. However, this time would be different. Things would change. He emphasized that this time would be different. Lewin bet he would definitely take first place in the practical exam this time. After the written tests were finished, suddenly a voice called out, Lewin, it was Jason. He stepped over and said, you've seemed a bit off lately. Do you have a plan for the practical exam today? Lewin nodded. Yes, I'll do it in a new way. Jason was surprised. Huh, really? What method have you found? A disdainful voice rang out. Lewin, what are you doing here? It turned out to be Mikkel. He sneered with folded arms. Don't tell me you're going to use that body for the practical exam. With your mana disorder, it'll be useless. Lewin stroked his chin. So what? Yes, I'm here to compete. Mikkel had no intention of letting it go. HMPH, Lewin, as an exemplary student, if I were to give advice to someone who's failed the practical exam 6 times like you. His tone full of mockery. What should I say? Come here to be humiliated? Why don't you just give up right now? Lewin retorted, who knows? I don't think your advice is helpful. Mikkel patted his shoulder. I think you're misunderstanding. You really think someone with mana disorder can pass the test? He was noticeably annoyed and wondered what was wrong with that bastard. Mikkel ground his teeth. He used to be lowly, so why is he suddenly so confident now? How annoying. He challenged, I'll show you in the one-on-one, just wait. Finally, the exam began. The first portion was target identification. Its official name was the multi-target shooting test. The format was simple. The test measured how many targets could be shot down in a single cast. However, this year's test differed from last year's because the difficulty had increased. Targets moved continuously, contestants kept competing, and the organizers announced the number of targets hit. First, Herc hit 1 target. Next, Angelina, no targets. The best anyone managed was only 4 targets. Because of that, this year's average score was terribly low. Next, the following person got 3 targets. The teachers in the back frowned. HMPH, just a slight increase in difficulty and scores have plummeted. This year's student quality is poor. But suddenly a reminder chimed. Professor, it's a bit early to be disappointed now. Professor Elric, head of the Magical Pharmaceutics Department and Mikkel Garihill's uncle, appeared very proud. Next is Mikkel's turn. Watch this. Professor Elric seemed very eager for his nephew's performance. The boy is up now. He was preparing to strike, an idea still flickering in the arena. Watch closely, Lewin. He's very confident. I don't know what you plan to do. Professor Elric shouted. Mikkel boasted confidently, this is the difference between you and me. Then he launched the attack. A series of scarecrows were struck and fell after that decisive blow. Everyone watching marveled. Wow, that's Elric. 1 cast hit so many targets, he'll probably take first place again. Teacher Elric edged closer. How was it? The boy lives up to the Garihill lineage, doesn't he? He kept bragging. At this rate, Mikkel is truly the pride of our academy. He'll surely be the representative student this year. Suddenly a voice cut in. All right, Professor Elric. We think we don't need to watch the talents of this year's class any further. The speaker was Professor Tyrion Ignit, the Academy headmaster and a level 7 grandmaster. Professor Heidel still objected. Why don't we stay a bit longer? It's almost Lewin's turn. Professor T asked Lewin, is that Lewin Ardle? Professor Hello, that kid is still at the academy. He agreed, well, for the boy's sake, let's stay and watch a bit. It's fine to sit and observe. Lewin rubbed his wrist. All right, this is a good chance to test my strength. The instructor spoke. Lewin began. Lewin, holding a fireball ready in his hand, acknowledged, yes, sir. A brilliant flame flared around him, shimmering like scorched gold. Everyone watched in astonishment. What is that? What's happening with the casting speed? The students buzzed. Wow, how many targets? Nobody knew. Impossible. Mikkel ground his teeth in fury. He sneered and reminded them, don't you know Lewin has mana disorder? Even if he casts 1,000 times, who knows if he'll hit any targets? That useless trash can't do anything right. But while no one noticed, a power buff system activated. Time refraction activated, warping time refraction for 30 seconds. Speed increased by 200%. Power, movement speed became faster. You moved beyond the time warp. Cooldown is 5 minutes. Lewin recalled the skill he had obtained recently, time refraction, which lets him move unusually fast to anywhere he wants. In other words, he became virtually instantaneous. The energy radiating from the protagonist was so great it overwhelmed everything around him. The brilliant flames encircled and protected him. The professors watched intently. The students' eyes went wide. Finished, Lewin smiled smugly. It's done. Wooden fragments flew everywhere through the air. Lewin hit 27 targets. The supervising teacher turned pale, sweating profusely. Lewin stood panting, staring at the pile of targets. Whispers began. What was that? Did he cast magic in his hand and then strike the targets with his fist? 27 targets. He set a record for targets hit in this test. How could he move that fast? Did he really use magic to hit the targets by hand? So many surprises. Then everything fell silent. Then a single clap broke the silence. The Academy principal Tyrion Ignit. He was the first to stand and give Lewin a round of applause and praise. Lewin was outstanding. Everyone was still stunned by his surpassing pick-serve performance. Even the headmaster acknowledged him. People began to cheer. Yes, amazing, Lewin, congratulations. But amid the cheers there were those who refused to recognize others' abilities. Some were angry, some silent, some puzzled. What could they do? Things remain as they are. Of course there had to be that arrogant one. Judging by his angry face, he clearly couldn't accept it, but could only monologue inwardly. Lewin, that brat, how could this be? He clenched his jaw and brows as if ready to explode, but could do nothing. The cheers of congratulations echoed everywhere. He stood silently but was secretly delighted, praised and recognized by others. It was something he hadn't experienced in 6 years. He hadn't once received praise all those years. His chest felt warm. Lewin lifted his head and smiled faintly. Sunlight fell on his youthful face. His eyes showed pride in himself and the feeling of being acknowledged. Yes, this was the feeling he'd always wanted. In the meeting room, Elric spoke irritably, casting magic in your hand and then striking the target. How can you call that magic? I've never heard of any magic like that. Just look at his scrunched-up face. Of course he won't accept it. Heidel immediately retorted, but you know magic has no limits. This is a field where anything can happen. He set his face sternly. If everything only followed rules, it wouldn't be magic, but mathematics. Exact. If you stick to the rules forever, how do you advance? Advances by whom and judged by whom? Elric still wanted to argue with Heidel, but before he finished speaking, Tyrion signaled for him to shut his mouth. He spoke gently. Today I witnessed a student create a miracle. Joy showed plainly on his face. It was a miracle of magic that felt almost unreal to meet. However, it seemed the professors disagreed on the matter. All fell silent, tacitly agreeing with the headmaster. Elric, furious, refused to accept the truth. Damn it, that Lewin's causing chaos. Who would have expected this to happen? Jason slapped Lewin on the shoulder and shouted, "Hey, the Supreme Mage is here. You're about to knock the whole place over," with Jason's shoulder pat, then whispered, "All right, cut it out." Hearing that, a few people approached them. "Oh, it's Lewin." Everyone greeted him. "Lewin, hi, how did you do it in yesterday's practical test?" He returned greetings but couldn't say anything. Questions from classmates kept piling on. "Lewin, you know my name, right? We've been in the same class for 6 years." He hurriedly escaped the crowd, thinking that until yesterday he had been an anonymous nobody at this school. Lewin turned his back on everyone and hurriedly told Jason, "Jason, I'm heading back now." Even today, he still couldn't believe how quickly everything had changed. Overnight, everything was different and he couldn't adapt yet. Honestly, being alone felt more comfortable. Still, he knew one thing clearly: many people still disliked him. He slowly opened his room door. Some blonde-haired guy was standing in his room. Hearing the door, he spoke, "There you are. Oh, you barged into someone's room and talk like that. What are you doing in someone else's dorm room?" Mikkel asked, frowning, his gaze as if ready to set him on a pedestal and admire like a rooster. Mikkel stepped closer, lifting his contemptuous tone. "You're puffed up over that thing that's not even magic. Your arrogance makes me sick, so I'm here to remind you not to be conceited." He spoke words that made one want to scratch a monkey's butt immediately. But you retorted right away, "Aren't you embarrassed that your score was lower than the one you've looked down on for 6 years?" He thought the other was something, but it turned out to be just that. Just saying that was enough to make him boil with rage. He lunged forward and grabbed Lewin's collar. "What did you say, you bastard?" Lewin's face remained cold and expressionless in the face of his outburst. He calmly held the hand grabbing his shirt. He loosened it gently with little effort. That calm, gentle motion made the other tremble even more in surprise. Mikkel was somewhat startled, his brows knitting. "What the hell? Is this useless brat this strong?" He could hardly believe his eyes. "Mikkel, we both need to graduate." Lewin leaned close, his gaze more intense. "If you really want to bully me, wait until the one-on-one combat test and we can have a fair match." He spoke with a low growl, making Mikkel break into a sweat. Mikkel shoved his hand away. Mikkel glared angrily. "You think you're qualified to fight me? A failure like you." Lewin immediately shot back, "Just wait and you'll see whether I'm qualified or not." Qualified by whom? Judged by whom? His eyes fixed firmly on Mikkel's dog-like face. Mikkel walked off, not forgetting to cast a sharp glare at him. "Get through the next test, then talk." As he left, his mind kept returning to his sworn rival. The arrogant bastard, there's no way he'd pass today's practical test. Let alone the combat exam. Just look at Mikkel's angry face, makes you want to punch him, heh heh. Then suddenly, he pulled his hand out of his pocket. But his hand was still trembling. Is he really a mage, he wondered. No matter how many times I look at this statue, it never fails to impress. A hulking ancient golem stands in the testing area. Practical Test 2, Mana Performance Measurement. A prized relic of the Academy and a rare treasure, only a few exist on the continent. Kingram, the ancient golem. 500 years ago, Archmage Freud turned the Kingram golem into a relic while still alive. Kingram is sealed within this relic, absorbing mana and acting like a magical punching bag. This mana performance test requires students to cast magic onto Kingram to earn points. Lewin asked Jason, "So we just cast the spell we're most confident in at that statue?" Jason answered him, "Yeah, hey, short and simple. But that golem is notorious for harsh grading. Scoring above 20 is already very good." In front stood a student with hair swept across more than half his head and a faint violet power, looking confident. He channeled a violent wind spell and cast it toward the golem. The golem spoke, "Study again, 1-point mage. It's not too late to drop out now." The student froze solid. People started murmuring, "I thought he did well, but it's clearly not easy." Everyone marveled at the golem's strict grading. "Next up, who's in front of me now?" That student slunk back, gloomy and inconsolable. A female student stepped forward. "Haha, it's my turn now, ha." She lifted her hand to inspect carefully, very confident. An ice orb, she cast her spell. The golem spoke, I certainly won't forget you." "Impressive?" she asked excitedly. "Really?" Kingram replied, "Yes," but not allowing her joy to last, it slapped her with a cold rebuke. "This is the worst trash spell I've seen. Pathetic." It bluntly gave her 2 points. Hearing that, she burst into tears, unable to accept the result. "No way, I did my best." Others continued to step up, but their scores were no better, vanished from my sight. Hearing the scores, people naturally shouted, "What the hell?" It kept criticizing. "What bland magic is this, mixed with water or what? It's 100% mana." The miserable golem swore in anger. The supervising teacher intervened. "Jackson, stop yelling. Students, return to your places." He timely prevented a riot from assaulting the ears of the students. "No, it's not like that." Jackson scratched his head, feigning innocence, and hurried back to his seat. Next, Mikkel Gary Hill. The supervising teacher called his name. His face looked like he'd been through 50 marriages, 49 court trials, 33 caught in the act scandals, sullen and black as if soaked in shame. But it turned out that was just his pre-spell expression. Waves of mana struck the golem statue. Kingram spoke, "Gary Hill, I'm a bit disappointed. Are you the son of Jorge Gary Hill?" Asked that, he proudly answered, "Yes, I'm the third son of George Gary Hill." like Han Michael Gary Hill. Proud are you? Ha ha, it sneered. Your father begged me for extra points, Mike Gary Hill, you're far worse than your foolish father. 27 points. Hearing that, he angrily shouted at it, you're just a common golem, how dare you talk like that. The supervising teacher intervened to restrain Mikkel. Quiet, stop it. He then called the next student, Lewin Ardle. Lewin answered immediately, here. Lewin stepped up, his face showing no emotion outwardly, but inside he felt like he was on fire. Phew, suddenly he felt nervous. Just try it, I've got this. A flame appeared in his hand. He looked up and introduced himself. I am Lewin Ardle. It's an honor to meet you. His eyes were resolute, his expression unchanged, very strong. Ho, it's the first time I've seen your face, the golem said, somewhat surprised. Well then, perform your test. It wasn't overly concerned while Lewin and his magic were ready. The flame burned bright like his eyes. What that meant, no one knew. One student recognized Lewin's spell. Is that a rampage fire skill? His face showed astonished disbelief. Some other students also immediately identified it as a level 4 spell. Others were stunned and couldn't believe it. What? He can do that? Kingram asked for clarification. What's with your stance? You changed your posture to cast. Come up here. Lewin jumped up off the ground. The mana that had been in his hands was now in his feet. Maybe Lewin intended to pull a Son Goku move. There's that spinning head balance trick. At first everyone thought he was using his hands, but he surprised them again and again. He shifted the mana to his legs and with a 3-meter-long kick smashed straight into the Kingram statue. The supervising teacher was amazed at his display. How could the boy transmit mana from his hands to his feet and make it detonate in an instant? He was baffled. The students were all stunned. Someone asked, didn't you just say that's a level 4 spell? Another answered immediately, no, the energy in that attack must be at least level 5. So Lewin landed after that divine kick with 3-meter legs. Do you mean Lewin is at least a level 5 mage? He panted as if this might be his last breath while a jumble of thoughts raced through his mind. What's wrong? I cast Rampage Fire correctly. Lewin was still a bit worried. But why did Kingram react so strangely? Did I mess up a step? Only then did it speak. Who are you? He was puzzled. What? I already introduced myself. I'm Lewin Ardle. Before Lewin finished, Kingram cut in. Are you Draka? The question made his face go pale instantly. Draka. I've been waiting for you, it said. Even with only those blood-red eyes, one could imagine its expression. Despairing and yearning, Kingram's voice echoed. I've always been waiting for you, Draka. That whisper cut through the silence, sowing bewilderment. The crowd immediately stirred, their scrutinizing gazes raising countless questions. Draka, who is that? Did it mistake Lewin for someone else? Curiosity mixed with doubt spread through the room, furrowing many brows. Lewin's mind, fragments of memory from 2 months of tireless searching through every related document, surged back. He had turned every yellow page and delved into every ancient record, but found nothing. Min had ransacked the related materials for 2 months and still found no trace of Draka. Yet unexpectedly, Kingram knew. Lewin's face darkened at once, a gloom settling over him as he truly understood, truly grasped the deep meaning behind the golem's cryptic words. You know Draka? Lewin asked, his voice carrying astonishment and a faint glimmer of hope. In response to that probing question, Kingram uttered a single word, brief but heavy with certainty, yes. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lewin decided to press his advantage. He hurriedly asked a few more questions, hoping to pry out even the smallest scrap of information about the mysterious figure. Could you tell me more about him? A mysterious smile flickered across Kingram's stern face. He murmured, how intriguing. I didn't expect to encounter his incarnation at this academy. His deep voice rose again, his words oddly disjointed and strangely enigmatic. Lewin blinked, trying to grasp the meaning of each phrase. What did he mean by incarnation? Suddenly, a question rang out from Kingram, cutting through Lewin's thoughts. What is your name? Startled, Lewin quickly replied, Lewin Ardle. He answered the abrupt question. Very well, Lewin, I will remember you, Kingram said. Each word seemed carved into Lewin's mind as the golem stood firm. Kingram's massive form loomed like a mountain, tall enough to block the sun from Lewin's perspective, casting a gigantic shadow over him. As Kingram began to turn away, a voice suddenly sounded, immediately halting that intention. Excuse me, before you go, could you tell me how many points? The question echoed. There are too many people here, I'll tell you later. The evaluation ends here. This magic is not something I can score. Kingram's cold, decisive pronouncement struck like a thunderclap, causing the interlocutor to cry out in astonishment. What do you mean? He couldn't believe what he'd heard, indignation plain on his face. By school rules, you are required to issue evaluations to the academy. This step must be followed for 500 years after Archmage Frone Zignit's death. The other tried to cite regulations, his voice tense. Enough. Kingram cut him off with a terrifying roar that echoed all around, carrying an immense threat. You dare mention rules in front of me? For years I've been the one grading these kids who hardly resemble mages at all. His face tensed to the extreme, his blood-red eyes flared with fury, causing the man to falter and stammer, I'm sorry, but I don't care about that useless brat. Kingram growled, contempt clear in every word, though an agreement remained an agreement. I will give you the points. He fell silent. His gaze, sharp as a dagger, made the man gulp and sweat coldly, revealing extreme anxiety. 1 is 0, 2 is 100. What do you want? The small destroyer said in a low voice, directing the question straight at Liyuan, prompting an immediate reaction. A radiant smile spread across Liyuan's face. Without hesitation or doubt, his eyes firm, he answered, of course, 100 points. The news spread like wildfire, causing a commotion throughout the academy halls. Did you hear? Kingram gave him 100 points on his test. Whispers and discussions followed instantly. Kingram gave who 100 points? Someone asked, surprise audible in every word. Word as he awarded the legendary low-ranked Liyuan Ardal. People around began to chatter, their faces showing utter astonishment at such shocking news. At that moment, a stern voice rose, cutting through the noisy atmosphere. It was Professor Heidel. He walked over to Liyuan, eyes assessing. Causing trouble again, huh? Liyuan started, immediately turning toward the voice. Professor Heidel, why are you here? Liyuan asked, a little surprised. Heidel folded his arms sternly and took measured steps closer to Liyuan. News of Kingram giving Liyuan 100 points had reached the principal. Upon learning this, the principal decided to reward you because this had never happened before. Professor Heidel's words carried a special solemnity, underscoring the significance of the matter. Here, take this first. Saying that, he handed Liyuan a scroll he was holding. Liyuan read aloud the words on the scroll, his face full of confusion and doubt. Treasure vault room, what is this? Without further explanation, Heidel waved toward himself, turned his back and began walking, signaling for him to follow. After a long walk, crossing silent corridors and mysterious doors, Heidel stopped before a room with a tightly shut door. The door looked ancient and imposing, as if it had weathered centuries. When he opened it, a cold gust spilled out. Professor Heidel motioned for Liyuan to enter, and they went further inside. Well, I didn't know a place like this existed, Liyuan said as he followed, eyes curious, exploring this unfamiliar place for the first time. Everything here was completely different from what he'd seen in the academy. Of course, Heidel explained, this is the only place in the academy that's forbidden. Hearing that, a vague question formed in Liyuan's mind. The one place forbidden in the academy, so why was the teacher bringing me here? Curiosity mixed with a bit of unease began to creep into his thoughts. Finally, they stopped at another door more securely closed than any other. Heidel halted, turned to Liyuan with a stern look. This leads to the treasure vault. I'm only allowed to come this far. He looked at Heidel, anxiety and unease rising. So I have to go in alone? Yes, go in. I'll wait right here for you, Heidel reassured him. At last he stepped forward to open the door before him, still full of unanswered questions. He didn't know what would happen, but the teacher said it was a reward, so he might as well see. With a bit of courage and curiosity, he pushed the door open. He stepped inside. Before Liyuan lay an empty yet overwhelmingly vast chamber, its atmosphere grim and eerie. Dim light filtered in from somewhere, barely revealing the room's scale, so this was the treasure vault. He glanced around. Though no items were on display, he could feel the presence of countless valuables. Many of the treasures here he had only heard of by name. This must be Archmage Nit's treasure storeroom. While Liyuan was engrossed in looking around, overwhelmed by the vast, shadowy vault, a low voice sounded directly behind him, making him start and tense up as he spun around. You look lost. Who was that behind me? Liyuan wondered, his eyes scanning warily for the voice's owner. The man continued in a tone of penetrating depth, as if reading Liyuan's innermost thoughts, as if you don't recognize your true worth. Only then did Liyuan realize the voice was strangely familiar. It was Kingram seated firmly on a chair placed in the center of the room. Kingram, how was he here? What struck Liyuan even more and utterly astonished him was that the figure was no longer an inert statue. Instead, Kingram appeared in human form, vivid and imposing. He was no longer a stone statue. As if easily reading Liyuan's mind, Kingram explained in a warm yet mysterious voice, surprised I'm not a stone statue anymore. This is the only place I am allowed to use this body. Thanks to the ancient mana that fills this room, I can exist in my original form instead of being a mere relic. Hearing that, Liyuan replied softly, I see. He looked up at him, eyes full of skepticism toward Kingram's earlier words. What do you mean I don't know my true worth? Kingram's sharp teeth seemed more pronounced, exuding menace as he spoke. Plainly put, you truly don't know your own value. Even the magical relic you're using resembles Draka's. Kingram's next words struck Liyuan like a blade to the heart, leaving him stunned as he realized a shocking truth. He knows about the relic, Liyuan thought, overwhelmed with amazement. He looked down at him, eyes piercing as if penetrating every thought. That relic is rare in the world. How did you obtain it? And what is your connection to Draka? Kingram paused, waiting for Liyuan's answer. Liyuan met him with a serious look, his voice filled with curiosity and a touch of helplessness. I'm wondering that too. Who is Draka? He watched Liyuan for a moment in silence before beginning to explain, his tone tinged with nostalgia and reverence. He was an entity that sought to become a god. One day he came to the Celestial Peak clan where I lived. At that time he was small and short, looking quite unsightly. Yet his power was so extraordinary that no one in the Celestial Peak clan could resist him. Moreover, he grew stronger day by day, so even if we elves attacked him all at once, we could not defeat him. We revered him, he lived among us as if he were one of our own. He taught the language of magic to the future clan chief, me, for nearly 100 years. What? 100 years? How could a human possibly live that long? Lewin looked up at Kingram again, utterly stunned. The rest of him felt the same. His mind could hardly believe what he had just heard. Kingram let out a fierce laugh, his sharp teeth gleaming in the room's dim light. Perhaps because he is not human. The assertion landed like a heavy blow, revealing an astounding truth about Draka and raising countless new questions in Lewin's mind. His true identity is the Black Dragon Drakagania, Kingram declared, delivering a severe shock to Lewin. Unbelievable, Lewin blurted, his voice caught by surprise. So dragons really do exist. He quickly absorbed the information before him and asked again, seeking confirmation. Is that really true? Yes, don't you know dragons are the source of magic? Kingram answered swiftly, without hesitation. Indeed, Lewin recalled having heard this before, but only as idle claim. He had assumed it was mere legend. His old certainties crumbled in the face of this horrifying truth. He cut across Lewin's thoughts with another piece of information. Draka could not use magic. He interrupted him with that fact. That's why he developed a fighting style like yours by applying magic to his limbs. Do you understand what that means? Kingram paused, posing the loaded question. Gradually it dawned on him, a light went off in his mind, connecting the scattered pieces. So Draka must have been treated as I was in the past. He answered immediately, picturing someone wrapped in mysterious coverings. I think I understand a little now. Kingram continued, his tone darker. Draka created an ability that only he could use. A way to turn magic into raw power like what you do. By mastering that power, Draka became the strongest being in the world. Yet he was not satisfied and continued to expand his power to the extreme. In the end, he destroyed everything, including himself. Lewin was once again surprised by the new information. He had raised everything. No wonder he was called the world's destroyer. He couldn't imagine the extent of power needed to annihilate the world, all mixed with fear as Lewin envisioned that terrible strength. Suddenly, a familiar system panel appeared before Lewin with fresh content. You have achieved the Trace Draka discovery. Reward, title Fiend Ally of the Elf Skill Raging Sprite, an avatar of elemental power. Upon receiving the Fiend Ally title, the title's effect increases elves' friendliness percentage. The title's effect helps the holder communicate with elves. Reading each line, he rubbed his chin and thought, suddenly rewarded with communication. Well, better than nothing. Although still bewildered, he accepted the unexpected gifts. The system panel reappeared, displaying details of the new skill. Raging Sprite, actively borrow power from an elf's fury to instantly amplify one's strength. Power reaches 300 for 30 seconds. The effect will gradually increase under the influence of the body's skill. Cooldown, 3 minutes. With a serious look as he finished reading the reward information, Lewin murmured, "This seems like a level skill." The moment he reached out, a glossy blue orb instantly appeared, fitting neatly in his palm. But the orb already bore a few cracks, as if it had existed for a long time and endured much damage. Strang, an embodiment of power. What is that? Why is it suddenly in my hand? Lewin wondered, curiosity tinged with worry. Kingram rose from the stone throne, his massive form blocking part of the room's light. It seems you've just received a quest reward. Draka used to stare into space and speak like that too. Kingram's words confirmed what Lewin was experiencing. Still holding the blue orb, he looked up at him with questioning eyes. Do you know what this is? Kingram replied confidently, all right, bring it here for me to see. He leaned in to stare at the glowing orb in Lewin's hand for a moment. He examined it carefully and then stated, it's a strang. Eager for more information, Lewin asked further. Kingram answered in a deep voice, an item? It's not an item, it's an embodiment. He looked at the orb in his hand skeptically, barely able to believe his ears. What? This is an embodiment. Kingram began to persuade him, his tone certain as if he'd seen it all. He had always been beside Draka. Why wouldn't I know? From its current state, I suspect Draka sealed it in the spirit stone before he died. He continued explaining Strang's nature. It is an embodiment of power, though called a spirit, it is unlike ordinary spirits. Its temperament is hot-headed. It begged Draka daily for boundless power, but if its desire is met, it will grant you limitless strength. Kingram concluded, revealing a potent but risky force. You mean that embodiment will revive from this stone? Lewin frowned, raising the orb higher. The orb now looked slightly more cracked than before. Tiny fissures were beginning to appear. Don't worry too much, the old man reassured him. As Kingram finished speaking, something unexpected happened. The orb suddenly sprouted more cracks, the fissures widening. When it was about to burst, Lewin held it and watched it slowly fracture. His heart pounded, it's breaking. He silently cried out in surprise. But contrary to what he'd imagined, an object no larger than his palm emerged as the smoke and shards of the orb dissipated into the air. Lewin stared at it, astonishment clear on his face. This is a bear. It rubbed its eyes and cursed hoarsely, its voice shrill but annoyed. You brat, how dare you call me a bear? This bear could talk, a bear that can speak. His curious, surprised questions kept coming, and the bear bared its teeth in anger. Don't you dare look at me as a bear anymore, you brat. It snarled sharply, its irritable voice echoing through the vast treasure chamber. Feeling that Lewin's words had crossed a line, the bear snapped and pointed a paw at his face. Don't call me a bear anymore, you powerless one, though you are a bear. His face showed shock and confusion, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. How could a bear talk? It reddened with anger. Hey, are you deaf? It stood with its hands on its hips, steam practically coming from its head, words tumbling out without pause. How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear, he asked, so what am I then? It folded its arms and chuckled confidently. I am an embodiment. I can become whatever I like. I want to show you. It struck a proud, determined pose. Look, I'll show you my power. Hearing that, he on the other side waited expectantly. But nothing impressive appeared. Its face turned pale as if drained of blood. What an embarrassment for Strang. After a pause, it panicked as if it couldn't believe the ridiculous scene before it. What though? Where's my power? What's wrong with your face? What did you do to me? Suddenly spoke up, probably because I was reborn with an empty stomach. Give me food. You saw and assessed. Why is this bear so rude? You broke the bad news to it. There's no food here. I don't even know what you can eat. Like a thunderclap, it screamed in despair. What? There's no food either. Why is my master so weak this time? You were baffled. Master me. Bored and annoyed said it gave up on the world, curled into a ball like cotton candy and fell asleep. Whatever, I'm sleepy now. When it's mealtime, remember to call me. You felt 30% powerless, 70% amused. What do you mean? Call me master, then say I'm weak. You gently hoisted the sleeping Strang onto your shoulder. The naive sight made Kingram chuckle. Ha, giant Jason truly is hard to change his nature. Seeing it again stirred a bit of nostalgia in him. Seeing you with Strang reminds me of the old days. He seemed lost in memories of the past, recalling the days facing Strang and Draka in the old place back at the Celestial Peak clan. When the reverie ended in the vast treasure chamber, he sat regally in his seat, his gaze fixed on you. Lewin Ardulal, the little destroyer bearing Draka's will, what do you intend to do? You asked back. About what? He hurriedly replied, the power you hold will make you stronger. It may lead you to greatness, or it may consume you. I ask again, once you grow stronger, what will you do? Hearing that, you fell into deep thought for a long while. The reason you want this power is to protect your loved ones from monsters, to restore the family's name, to prove yourself to those who dared to look down on you. You smiled with satisfaction. That should be enough. You have too much to protect. You can't let this opportunity slip away. After thinking it through, you looked straight ahead with more determination than ever. I will live as I wish for my loved ones, my family, and myself. Seeing the kid before him was promising, he nodded with approval. Not bad, I will look forward to that future of yours. You learned more about Draka from Kingram, and each day still began with quests. The only change was the training ground. Now Lewin was practicing diligently. He wiped the sweat streaming from exhaustion and reminded, Strang, get up, are you skipping a meal? At the mention of food, it immediately woke up, its eyes sparkled and its mouth drooled. Food. As if a single second delay would lose the food, it quickly leapt onto you. While you prepared to cast the spell, it had already opened its small mouth wide. You glanced at its voracious look and felt helpless. This brat goes crazy for food and eats a lot. It focused on scooping the 3 flames burning on your hands. The streams of red fire rolled into its mouth. After eating, it patted its chest in satisfaction and let out a loud, I feel better now. You thought to yourself, the food I meant is the power gained from quests. Strang will consume my power. Strang, the 1-star spirit embodiment, responds to the primal nature of power. Power is proportional to its vessel. The larger the vessel, the greater the power. It once challenged 7 kings in the Black Dragon Dracagania and was defeated. After it ate its fill, thanks to its special companion skill, your power points increased. You praised, you're useful too. It proudly puffed out its chest. Of course you confirmed, each time you grow stronger, I will receive up to 100 power points. Oh, it explained, if I reach 2 stars it's 200, 3 stars 300. It increases like that. Before being sealed, I had over 31 stars. Hearing that made your head tingle. 31 stars, 100 power points. I haven't even reached 1,000 points and I'm already strong. It seemed the revelation made you jealous, eager to become as powerful as in those days. How did Draka achieve that? Besides quests, is there any other way to increase power? Sensing your thoughts, it grinned wickedly. Hey, now you see my value, do you? Want to know? Then give me a glass of water. You threatened it silently, go hungry if you want, don't blame me. Seeing that, the creature trembled and almost crumpled. It answered shyly, all right, I'll tell you. It explained in detail that there are many ways to increase strength. For example, doing high-difficulty quests to receive better rewards. Forging items can increase power, or you can search for relics. Or you can even cook fiend tendons to craft instruments. Then it splashed a ladle of cold water on your face. But those methods aren't suitable for you. You wondered why there were so many ways. It plopped down on your shoulder, arms folded, sneering. You need at least 1,000 power points to do those. Your growth rate is too slow, your body's still at the toddler stage. What stage? Who rates stages? Your lips tightened and you fell into thoughtful silence. So I thought I had already gotten stronger. Turns out I'm still at the very beginning. Now the goal is 1,000 power points. So you had to keep training as before. You trained every day to increase your strength until your power reached around 930. The third exam, the live combat, officially began. Just upon reaching the arena, Gang asked, "Are you dueling today?" You were brimming with confidence. "Yes, I've waited for this day for a long time." This test assesses mages' risk management skills. It may be the most important part. At that moment, Yasun was performing his trial. He used all his strength to cast a fireball spell. But ironically, instead of hitting the monster, it flew straight toward the knights and terrified them. "Ugh, what are you doing? Don't aim at them." The monster beside them was also bewildered, not understanding what happened. The proctor watching nearby could only shake his head and sigh. Jason Damon, you're eliminated." He left dejected and lifeless, hunched over amid his classmates' jeers. "Sir, the Foreign Knight Squad is here to assist the exam to ensure student safety and to evaluate team coordination. The exam lasts 10 days based on scores. Each person will face different monsters. On the final day, there are 13 students in the top ranks. Because it was the last day, everyone was very curious about which monster would appear. Suddenly, the stands shook violently like an earthquake and everyone's faces filled with terror. A brown-haired boy called out, "What is that sound?" A gigantic creature appeared, tall and hulking, its fierce face revealing razor teeth with a roar. Its arrival made people scream in fright. Is that a sea monster? Sea monsters live in packs across different continents. They're many times larger than humans and just as intelligent. Their violent nature often leads to conflicts between sea monsters and humans. Students around widened their eyes, sweating nervously. "Are you sure this is okay? What if someone gets killed by a sea monster?" Professor Heidel calmly explained, "You are all mages, so you must remain rational. Treat this as real and do your best." Though fear still gripped them, they responded loudly and clearly, "Yes, sir." A moment later, the official test began. Once released, the creature charged forward, roaring wildly. It lunged with its powerful arm toward the knights, forcing them to hastily raise their shields for protection. While they held the giant sea monster in place, Ko in the back seized the chance to cast his ice magic. Arrows of ice flew out in succession from the direction of his hands, ordinary ice bolts. Unfortunately, those arrows only struck the ground. It executed an ambush from above. By the time everyone reacted, it was already overhead. Someone shouted from above. The professor watching nearby also shouted anxiously, "Mickle dot." But his whole body froze, trembling uncontrollably. Though he muttered about getting revenge for the other day, fear left him unable to move. Sensing things were wrong, the professor had to step in to help. "Stop." Before the monster could attack Mickle, thousands of vines sprouted from the ground and entangled it, leaving it stunned. Furious at being sabotaged by these people, it screamed and thrashed wildly. Although blinded, it still fought fiercely, reaching toward him and letting out a roar. Seeing that, he panicked and hurriedly backed away. His face went pale, blood drained from him, and the result of his pathetic performance was Heidel's cold voice, "Mickle Gary Hill, you are eliminated." His uncle Elric slammed his hand on the table in anger. He ground his teeth. Damn it, failed again. He intended to meddle in Lin's trial, so he turned to speak with Headmaster Tyrion Ignit. "Headmaster, do you plan to continue the exam?" Hearing that, the headmaster asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Elric then revealed his purpose. "It's almost Lewin's turn, right?" He replied with a face full of sarcasm. "Lewin is the only one Kingram gave a perfect score to. If we judge other trials the same way as Jiuin, it would be somewhat unfair, wouldn't it, Professor?" He stroked his beard slowly. "I understand your point, but we have no other monsters left." He revealed his true nature with a sly smile. "No, we do have one." When the four knights brought the sea monster over, they also brought a goblin along. The headmaster pondered for a moment. Using a goblin in the exam was extremely risky, but with Professor Heidel and the line of knights at the front, he was truly curious about Lewin's abilities. Along the corridor winding through the magnificent castle, torchlight flickered everywhere. Heidel leaned wearily against the wall with his arms crossed, his gaze on the young man slowly stepping out from behind the long door. He softly called Lin. Hearing it, the boy looked up in surprise and replied, "Professor Heidel." He stepped forward, one hand in his pocket, and gently reminded him, "I must tell you this before the exam. Your trial today will be harder than the others." Lewin still didn't understand. "What do you mean, Professor?" Heidel was very concerned for him. The academy had high expectations since King Graham's perfect score. Many said it wouldn't be fair to pit you against the same monster as everyone else, so your trial will be tougher. Lewin frowned. "Tougher means," the professor answered, "your target won't be the sea monster, you'll fight a goblin." His words made both the boy and the bear widen their eyes in surprise at the goblin. Strang blinked his round eyes and replied nimbly, "Aha, your first true enemy is a goblin. This will be fun to watch." The scene shifted to a pair of large, muscular hands straining to pull a thick chain. It was a sturdy, hulking, goblin-sized figure wrapped in brown-orange skin, roaring terrifyingly. The two guards on duty watched it fearfully. The blonde asked the man beside him, Elric, is this the sea monster's leader? The dark-haired one snapped, you're stupid, that's a goblin. He grimaced in disbelief. A goblin? No way. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking, indeed I'd hinted at that. It's a bit confusing and dismissive, but there's no way students should be made to fight a goblin in an exam like this. How strong can the students be? Goblins resemble monsters in appearance, but they're many times stronger. They can smash a skull and break a spine with a single twist. Elric ground his teeth and glanced at the person standing behind. He snapped, are you sure? Even knights have trouble catching them. Heidel, with a serious face, I'm certain this is the headmaster's directive. Elric snorted. He changed his tone. So you've wagered your life on this exam, have you? From afar, black leather shoes clacked as someone approached them, voice magnetic, yes, I stake my life. Elric looked over at the newcomer, surprised. You are. The two faced each other, you stared at him. I'm Lewin, the candidate, he asked again, you. Elric sized the boy up and couldn't help but feel contemptuous. This kid will fight a goblin, how could he possibly take on that goblin? Elric still focused on Lin, thinking he and the professors would protect him, but the boy walked past him coldly. Elric startled, where is he going? He scolded sternly, you're in the wrong place, what are you doing? Lewin replied matter-of-factly, I'm preparing for the exam, I'm in the wrong position, I should be at the back. He snapped in annoyance. You reiterated to Elric, I'll stand here. He frowned in puzzlement. Lewin's jade-green eyes turned icy as he explained seriously, my incantation is a little different. Elric raised his voice, if you stand in front, we can't shield you. It's not as easy to deal with as a sea monster. You reaffirmed your stance. Yes, I know, but he still acts like that. Why would I gamble my life like this? Lewin shrugged off his cloak, looking no different from a modern CEO. You're lazy, no more explanations. With nothing left to say, he stepped toward the goblin. Elric, seeing his recklessness, couldn't help but worry. You've been frowning so long you look ready to marry the frown. I don't see any fear in him. He must be different somehow. Professor Heidel, watching from behind, finally spoke up. Lewin is ready to go. Then he shouted, your trial officially begins. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. A click sounded. The shackle on the large goblin's hand popped open in an instant and fell to the ground. Its freedom officially began. The goblin erupted, roaring in all directions, charging straight at a few sword-bearing, shield-wielding soldiers and Lewin. You assumed a combat stance. A flare of fire magic burst from your hand, launched forward, sweeping past the astonished soldiers. Aaron shouted to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? He dares face the goblin head-on. Stop, what is he doing? They couldn't intervene in time. The goblin and Lewin clashed as his burst of magic met it. The goblin growled deeply, raising its hand to draw in summoning power. Crash, the sound of shattering echoed from the ground. Lin stepped forward and shouted, hurling a fireball straight at the goblin. A thunderous clash, the fiery collisions of two magical forces flared violently, lighting up the area. Even onlookers couldn't withstand the explosive combat energy. Everyone was swept up in the searing clash between Lin and the goblin. Elric kept his eyes on the battle, and his expression couldn't help but turn aghast. He actually dared to use a close-range spell in this situation. Professor Heidel waved away the dust before him. He must have anticipated this moment. Lewin truly hadn't disappointed his teacher at all. Of course, he was the only one. The onlookers had long since gaped, eyes wide and stunned. Even those seated in the stands were the same. The arena was now full of smoke and dust. The soldiers stood motionless, uncertain of the combat. A student daring to fight a goblin in melee, let's hope he survives. Before anyone could recover, the familiar silhouette in a black shirt emerged from the smoke. Even Elric flinched. He's still alive. The sight of his face shocked him even more. Still standing firm, Lewin ready to press the attack. Heidel's face was as before, but now it bore a plainly smug, proud expression. Suddenly a hand slapped Lewin's shoulder, and a voice called out loudly. It was Elric. His face showed no pleasure as he angrily warned the boy, you almost got yourself killed. Lewin calmly looked up and met his gaze, still composed but polite, replying, I'm sorry. But if I had warned you beforehand, would you have let me rush in? Elric, at a loss how to refute, could only ask, what? He shifted his gaze toward the enraged goblin. We don't have time to talk now, finish this exam quickly. The goblin was now clearly angrier than ever. Elric brushed past Lin, waving his hand to warn, step back. I know you're strong, but this one is very dangerous. Not satisfied, he warned again, his voice much louder than before. Stand still and let me handle it. Lewin ignored Elric's words and quickly moved forward, stopping right in front of him. He turned, face stern, this is my exam. Elric, like a deaf man, kept asking what. Lewin's expression remained resolute. Let me complete my trial. A gigantic, ferocious monster appeared. Its body was enormous, 5 times larger than normal. Lewin studied the beast seriously with iron determination. Behind him, Gutter also looked tense at the threat of a sudden attack. He concentrated fully, unshaken. There were 2 reasons he could be so brave. First, he remembered the goblin's possession skill. The title granted by Kingram would help him communicate with the goblin. The ferocious creature hissed, stay away, free me. He was not frightened because he understood what it was screaming. To others it was a savage monster, but to him the goblin was terrified of being surrounded by mages and knights. The second reason was the urgent quest he had been assigned, to strike first and defeat the enemy, with a reward of plus 30 strength and unlocking the spectator's eye skill. He smiled confidently and charged without hesitation, indeed a reward worthy of him. People who repeat dull daily tasks would gain in one mission as many points as 3 days combined. In a flash he lunged, leaving a cloud of dust behind. He summoned a fireball in his hand, blowing it forward like a gust of wind to Gutter's astonishment. In an instant his punch collided head-on with the giant monster's downward strike, creating a huge shockwave and showering sparks everywhere. It took one of his blows and roared in fury. With a bang, the swirling fire knocked it flying far away. Very quickly, the objective of attacking the enemy in front of him was accomplished. He sneered, "It's not over yet." It roared, eyes blazing red and bulging, sharp teeth snapping with murderous intent. "I'll kill you." The monster leapt high into the air and poured all its strength into this surprise strike. It shouted, "I'll smash your head." Its blow made the ground shake violently. Fortunately, his long legs nimbly dodged. He carefully watched every movement of the beast, needing to find its weakness. After landing safely, he used time refracting to advance. The captain marveled at his lightning speed. How is he so fast? While moving he cast fire arts, he had to get closer. In an instant, he closed the distance to the creature. He aimed for its weak spot. Before the monster could react, his punch drove straight into its belly. It cried out in pain. Among the knights, some gaped in amazement. It didn't flinch before the goblin. What on earth is this guy? Some hid behind shields to avoid flying sparks. The students were equally stirred. What's happening? Hey, look. The goblin counterattacked. It swung a powerful punch at him, but he blocked it with his bare hand. Not giving up, it used its other hand, but he still stopped it. He lifted his leg and delivered a kick to its arm. Suddenly, the monster caught his leg, and without mercy hurled him away like a sack of sand. His body spun through the air, like a leaf tossed in a storm. He clung to the wall like Spider-Man. Before he could recover, he suddenly widened his eyes. It hurled a blazing fist at him. Luckily, he dodged in time. A large section of the wall crumbled. He landed lightly as the monster turned its head to look at him. It ground its teeth, showing obvious hostility toward inferior humans. He dashed forward like a squirrel, spinning to prepare a kick that would stun it. He delivered a spinning kick, one he had trained for a long time, straight to its head. The goblin fell, shaking the ground, sending gravel flying everywhere. He leapt straight onto its chest. Wanting to finish quickly, he activated the goblin's rage skill. A red aura surged wildly around his hand. It broke into a cold sweat, trembling as it asked, "Are you really human?" He replied, "You probably don't need an answer, do you?" It blinked in astonishment, unable to believe its ears. It wondered, "You understand what I'm saying?" He didn't care much and lazily began casting a move. "You understand me too, right?" Before it could finish speaking, a violent fire strike, fierier than brimstone, slammed into its face. The accumulated effect of the goblin's rage shifted into a berserk state. This made controlling the energy more difficult. His pupils constricted, jaw clenched in apparent pain, as flames shot up, engulfing the giant body of the monster. He stopped. The monster was charred all over and completely defeated. "Are you done being cautious?" Strang watched from afar, marveling in admiration. "Not bad, huh? Even beyond expectations." He stepped away from the creature, perhaps exhausted from the fight. He breathed heavily. Everyone around was astonished. He actually defeated the goblin, it seemed so. Everyone cheered excitedly, relentlessly praising him. "Turn it up, Lewin is so cool." Elric showed visible displeasure that he had won. In contrast, Headmaster Tyon Ignit smiled with satisfaction. The murmurs didn't stop. Some still found it hard to believe what had happened. He really defeated the goblin by himself. How could that be? The guard team quickly moved in to inspect the creature's body. Gutter approached him and asked, "Lewin Ardle, who taught you those spells and combat skills?" He replied, "No one." Doubt lingered on his face. "You learned them by yourself." He looked every bit the serious young man. "Yes." He turned to the professor standing pensively nearby. "Professor, how did I do on the exam?" The professor fell silent, thinking for a long moment. After a while he spoke, "I thought you couldn't handle it, but I didn't even have the chance to stop you." He looked directly at him. "You always exceed my expectations. Do you want me to confirm?" "That you passed." Just that line sent the hall into an uproar amid the wreckage and lingering dust. Lewin, handsome and radiant, smiled confidently. A status window popped up confirming mission completion and issued an emergency quest identical to the last one. The reward was the spectator's eye skill and plus 10 strength. He was quite surprised. Spectator's eye. Looking into it, the skill lets you perceive the essence of things, collect and digitize all information, and it unlocks invisibility detection and the ability to see others while they're invisible. Strang perched on Lewin's shoulder, looking excited. Spectator's eye, now you're a real player. You turned to him. "Do you know about this skill?" He chuckled slyly. "Of course, it's something only players possess." He stood with hands on his hips and explained enthusiastically, "You can see enemies using invisibility. They'll have a faint outline around them. Handy, right? Suddenly the status window appeared again, unlocking the minimap. He asked Minnie. It grinned with delight. The feature lets you observe everything within a 500 m radius around you. Additionally, the skill allows viewing a target's status at will, with the amount of accessible information depending on the target's level. He crossed his arms, barring a smug, toothy grin. There are plenty more surprises. New gear had to be tried immediately. He suggested checking the unconscious goblin's name and activating the spectator's eye. He glanced at the huge body. Look at that goblin. He focused intensely, channeling energy to use the skill. The status window gradually appeared. Sure enough, it provided information on the creature, from name and origin to traits and target evaluation. He was so amazed he exclaimed, "Awesome. Do you want to test it on other subjects?" The next target was Professor Heidel, but only his level appeared. Suddenly he realized, there are things I can't read. The information is limited. Trang replied, "Of course, you can't read the info of those above your rank. You can't read so much information about someone higher than you." He raised a finger seriously, as if lecturing. "Once you become stronger, the amount of information you can access will increase. Listen carefully." He smiled faintly, touching his chin with one hand, his lips curling into a half-smile of calculation. "I understand." After the combat test ended, rumors that Liuan had defeated the goblins spread throughout the academy. On the campus, he and Jia-sun sat chatting on a stone bench. Jia-sun teased Liuan, "Have you seen how people are talking about you?" He was puzzled. "I don't know, it's my first time experiencing this." Suddenly a brown-haired girl approached him and asked. The girl shyly spoke, her eyes sparkling as if hiding affection. "Aren't you Senior Liuan?" Not only her, but two others came forward offering lunch bags. "You were so cool in the third test. If you get hungry, take one to eat." The moment he took the bags, they awkwardly withdrew, leaving him flustered because it all happened so fast. He awkwardly handed a bag to Jae-sun. "Do you want this?" he shouted in panic. "What?" He flew into a rage. "You acting like that is disrespecting the ladies who embarrassed themselves to make lunch for you. I don't get why you're making such a fuss." Watching his friend sulk with jealousy, he thought, this Jia-sun. When I used Spectator's Eye, the status window said he has great potential. He teleported beside him and patted his shoulder. "In the past few days, I checked everyone's status and only M shows high potential." He put on a serious face, though his eyes were full of trust and resolve. "Jia-sun, try a bit harder. I'm sure you'll do well on the next test." He was embarrassed. "What, you're sympathizing with me now?" He denied it. "Sympathize? What do you mean?" "I mean you have a lot of potential. Your skills are fine. Regain your confidence and work harder." He was astonished. "Really?" He advised, don't play around so much." He chuckled lightly. "All right, fine. My goal for the next test is to make the top 10. He was helpless. "That's a bit tough." One moment joking, the next he put on a heavy expression. "Are you serious? Sometimes I can hardly believe it myself." He was puzzled. He confided, "I wonder if you're really the Liuan I've known for 6 years. A look of surprise crossed his face. "Oh." Liuan looked up at the high blue sky. Sometimes even I find it hard to believe, so I understand how he feels." He suddenly remembered. "Oh right, there are some rumors about you lately." "What rumors?" he asked. "People say you'll surpass Mikkel Gary Hill, not only become valedictorian but also the Academy's representative." He paid it no mind, stood up decisively. "I don't care about that. Let's go inside." Fearing being left behind, he hurriedly trailed after. "What do you mean you don't care? This is the year of the Grand Festival. Every May, representatives from renowned academies gather, and a magic festival is held to select the outstanding participant. And every 8 years, all mages attend the Olympiad to choose the strongest. The Grand Festival occurs in years when both events coincide. The Grand Festival is a nationwide competition where the brightest students from academies showcase their abilities. The winner brings home a large sum of money for themselves and their academy and can receive numerous privileges. That's why the number of students participating in the Grand Festival is limited: 1 solo competitor and 30 team members. The top 31 from each academy will enter this major competition. The solo contestant will be the Academy's student representative. At an academy, everyone was enthusiastically discussing the upcoming festival, with many speculations. "I wonder if this year's student representative La Ai Ha will be Mike again." At his dining table, people were talking about it too. Jia-sun spoke first. "Of course Liuan will be the representative." The orange-haired boy next to him agreed. "Right, he's the only one who got 100 points from Kingram." He chewed messily as he recalled. "And from what I remember, every time Mo participated in the Magic Festival, do you guys remember how he performed?" The brown-haired student at the same table hurriedly answered. "Teams are a given, but in the solo round he ranked 4th out of 5. The orange-haired student sneered. "That's why we're called a low-tier academy." "Low-tier academy? We can't even do team contests properly and our solo results are nothing." Lunch ended and everyone cleared the dishes, but the topic wasn't finished. The only way to shake that nickname is Liuan. You agree? Totally. Liuan, what do you think? His expression turned serious. The tests aren't over yet, he told himself. It's not time to boast or get excited. After all, the person chosen for the grand festival will be the top scorer in the exams and must receive nomination from the professors. And the fourth test, the 11 combat between him and Mo, is coming up. He stared straight ahead with determined eyes. That's why I must focus on the next test, he told himself. At first I only thought about utterly beating him. 4 days later, a live combat test was taking place on the training field. Liuan sprang up and unleashed a spinning kick, sweat-soaked to show he'd been practicing for a long time. Status windows kept popping up. You have gained 1,000 strength points. You have received the title. End of apprenticeship. Strang stretched his joints. Finally, the day I've waited for. I'll level up right away. He crouched down, focused all his energy inward, and the air around him condensed toward his body. Feeling ready, he shot upward and landed lightly on his shoulder as a fierce flame flared around him. The task difficulty had doubled and rewards tripled. He concentrated intensely, channeling the fire into his hands. He swallowed hard. His small body stood straight, head thrown back, trying to use inner strength to release the power outward. Moments later, a blaze like the sun erupted midair, spreading wide enough to scorch everything it touched. He turned to look at him. The searing heat made him instinctively shield his face. What is this? This fire seemed to register something. His eyes widened, and Dong too shrank back to look toward it. Elsewhere, Elric stood silently by the window with his arms crossed. He recalled the scene of Liuan fighting a goblin, his face creased in disgust. Damn it, I have to give him marks. He pictured the moment he might challenge Mikkel. He wondered if, with Liuan Ardal's current strength, he could defeat Mikkel. Thinking of him losing to that boy, he swept the thought away. That was unlikely to happen. Gritting his teeth, he calculated even more. If he beat Mikkel at the Grand Festival, Mikkel's position and the top scholar title would be shaken. The Garrahill family must lead this academy. His facial muscles tensed, as if trying to suppress an eruption of rage at any cost. Back on the training field, Trang had reached level 2. He looked exhausted. The ring of fire around him had weakened considerably, but in return he received 200 strength points. In his hand burned a glowing orange flame. He stared at it in awe. Trang looked at him. He seems much stronger now. At the same time, he showed gratitude. Oh man, thanks to you I reached 1,200 strength points so fast. He crossed his arms and puffed out his chest, proud with a hint of vanity. Hey there. He chuckled, the corners of his mouth lifting to reveal his teeth as he scratched lightly under his chin. This is just the beginning. The task's difficulty and rewards have increased. They both watched the status window closely. The routine physical training task 2, complete all the following. Punching, kicking, spinning kicks, 5,000 of each per task, run 15 km and train in live combat to receive 30 strength points. Liuan looked it over and thought that since he'd increased his training intensity, it wouldn't be too hard. He turned to ask him, so what's this live combat training? Suddenly his face darkened into a villainous grin. Remember our first meeting? I said I could become anything. He replied, yeah, I remember, you were smug. From now on I can shapeshift, but there are limits. So can you turn into a person? Yes, but only at level 5. Turning into a person is difficult now. He asked curiously, then what can you turn into? His face grew sly. Wanna see? A small whirlwind suddenly appeared, swirling around his body. Gradually the whirlwind grew larger. The whirlwind dissipated and a tattered, mysterious scarecrow appeared, making him burst out laughing. Is this a straw scarecrow? Seeing that he wasn't as surprised as expected, it got angry. What's with that expression? He snorted. Nothing. It's not quite what I imagined. It was vain. Don't underestimate this straw scarecrow. When Draka first started sparring, I was his support. He wondered, sparring means I'm the target, right? It confirmed emphatically. Exactly. I'm useful for the task. From now on you must train in live combat with me every day. It spun the vortex around itself, looking mysterious. My power is still weak now, only on par with a level 3 mage. Deep within the scarecrow, it grinned slyly. Once I regain my power, I can play with anything. By then, whether dragon or demon, I'll take them all. Feeling amused, he wanted to try immediately. Then show me now, what do you want me to turn into? He boldly suggested, a mage. As if that hit the right spot, it switched to challenge mode. Oh ho, fine. Trang concentrated, forming a magic orb that transformed into a staff with a blazing red gem. Holding the staff, his arm instantly bulged with coils of muscle. Even if I hit you, it'll only stun, not deal damage. Liuan remained calm. What about you? Hearing that it felt no effect, he raised an eyebrow and said, I see, truly an ideal sparring partner. It didn't waste a moment and cast a fireball. Alright, take this. Saying that, it launched the large spell directly at him, not aiming at Liuan at all. He nimbly dodged, springing straight to the side. He was extremely excited, thinking Mikkel must be training now. He couldn't wait to challenge him. Completely contrary to his thoughts, at this moment he was in Elk's room admiring a leaf. That bastard is so irritating, what now? He was furious. My name, and you dare say that in front of me? If you were any stronger then. I wouldn't hear another word. He cut in, brushing his hand. Stop talking. I hear Lewin got boosted thanks to you. Does that make you uneasy? He didn't hold back his sarcasm. Of course, you're the one who orchestrated that goblin incident. His face looked like he wanted to devour him as he slowly stepped forward. If my house finds out he got perfect marks because of you, I think you won't live long. He couldn't believe his grandson would be so insolent. He was bitter but could do nothing. How dare that brat speak to me like that? He urged impatiently, so stop whining and think of how to fix this. If he becomes the Academy's representative then. A firm answer escaped his mouth. No, that's not acceptable. I have an idea. A small jade-green vial sat snugly in his hand. He picked it up. At a glance, he recognized it. The Enhirn flower, a type of awakening herb. The Enhirn flower grows in the northern illusion zone. It's a rare medicinal herb used by some to craft special spirit elixirs. He instructed him to take it and he'd reach an awakened state. Mana casting time would be greatly reduced. He hesitated, nodding at dulls pain but also makes it hard to distinguish friend from foe. He fixed his gaze on him. Yes, put another way, you won't see anything. At least you'll pay attention in class. Mikkel completely didn't understand what his uncle was saying. But why does he want you to drink this? Yes, he snapped angrily. Are you crazy? Standing before him, he seemed to lose his civic rights. You have no right to speak here. You already lost to that kid, and now you want to bring disgrace on the family. However, he knew Professor Heidel's sharp eyes well, and this was too risky. He knows your true ability. If he discovers it, you're finished. He snorted, slapped his chest. Have you forgotten who I am? Drug testing is my business. Truly foul players, he had planned carefully. Take it, this will help erase the traces. The remaining purple vial was placed in his hand. After taking the Enhirn flower, then this. He reassured his frightened grandson, don't be afraid, for the Garahil lineage, this is the only way to advance. So, will you take it or not? Unexpectedly asked to do something like this, he hesitated constantly, undergoing deep internal struggle. Finally, the one-on-one exam arrived. At this moment, warm sunlight bathed the arena, the mana-shielded plaza. Everyone excitedly looked down, conversations and laughter ringing out, always like this. Whenever the sparring test occurs, the venue is packed. And this was the final match. Lewin and Mikkel stood facing each other, staring intently. The atmosphere grew tense. With a few rustling sounds, footsteps moved quickly forward. Lewin's expression turned serious. This was finally the final test, a direct confrontation with Mikkel. He braced himself as Trang reminded him. The opponent already knows you'll focus on close combat. If he prepares, it'll be tough. Lewin scoffed, but what if I can get close to him? It nodded briefly. Then just one Lewin punch and he's down. The man standing between them spoke. This test simulates real combat as closely as possible. Terrain elements have been prepared and arranged diversely in the arena. He asked, are you ready? Professor Heidel replied in turn. Lewin glanced at Mikkel, feeling that something was off. He frowned, pondering, but that bastard Mikkel had a strange look on his face, his whole body tensing. Lewin made a preliminary assessment. His condition looked very abnormal. He watched Mikkel grit his teeth and stare at him without making any move to attack. He wasn't arrogant as usual. Something was wrong. He needed to use the connoisseur's eye to check. Then Lewin used the connoisseur's eye skill. A circular blue light appeared before his eyes. An info panel appeared above him. Mikkel Garahil, level 3 mage, high potential, dual spellcasting ability, special status, hidden frenzy. Lewin felt puzzled. Hidden frenzy, he'd never seen that status before. Moreover, the system window said it was hidden. Had he done something to conceal illegal drug use? He remembered Elk. Before the test began, students were checked for banned substances. Wait, Professor Elric was responsible for that check. Could he be Mikkel's uncle? Did Professor Elric let Mikkel use something and cover it up? The man announced the match rules. Listen carefully. This battle bans only one thing, dark magic. You may use any magic from the 4 elements, and scoring will be based on the tier of the magic you use. He added that you needn't worry about harming your opponent. In this mana-shielded arena, magic power is reduced by 99%. Any more questions? Seeing Lewin raise his hand, he asked, what's the matter? To Lewin Ardel. Mikkel's face went stiff when he heard Lewin ask, if one of the two is using banned substances and gets caught, what happens? He replied sternly, they will be disqualified and fail this exam. It could also lead to expulsion depending on the severity. But why do you ask? Lewin glanced at Mikkel and answered indifferently, nothing, sir. He gestured for them to stand apart, then called out, ready, take your positions. He stood in place, clenching his fists. This was all he could conclude for now. And since only he could see the status window, no one would believe him. Lewin's gaze hardened. I have to find proof. The two faced each other, an intense, sword-like tension filling the air. He took a deep breath and shouted to begin. At the word, Lewin and Mikkel charged forward to attack. He condensed a glowing blue orb and shouted loudly, Lewin, go to hell. Immediately, blue vines sprouted from the ground, coiling tightly around Lewin's legs. He shifted his foot, and the vines were soon severed. The crowd in the stands gasped in surprise. What? How did he break free so quickly? Could Mikkel's spell be ineffective against Lin? Lewin thought to himself. The mana-shielded arena reduces contestants' magic power, but not my own. He then rushed toward Mikkel. He used another move, a pink light and a skull with an open maw spewed fire at Lewin. Mikkel growled, "You think that's all I have?" As his fire attack launched, a blazing red flame shot straight at Lewin. He used Blink, nimbly evading the erupting flames. Then Lewin quickly spun and ran, the fire closely chasing behind. The fire seemed possessed, tailing him relentlessly. Lewin leaped to avoid it. He hid behind a boulder, the heat spreading around him. Lewin shifted slightly and looked back. Nodding reduced cast times and increased mana. That was the effect of the potion Mikkel had taken. Mikkel laughed maniacally, "Don't hide. Come face me, you rabbit." He focused, recalling what he'd learned. It was clear Mikkel was more hyped than usual. Definitely that potion was. An image flashed in Lin's mind. The Manhwa flower. He listed Mikkel's symptoms: trembling hands, extreme excitement, dulled pain perception, and impaired friend or foe recognition. Mikkel still laughed provocatively. "Come out, show yourself, face me." Lewin squinted. The only effect not yet shown was pain suppression. He stood and faced Mikkel, speaking pointedly, "So that's why you're so confident." Because of that, Mikkel startled and blurted out, "What?" Lewin calmly watched Mikkel, flustered as he uttered a name. Manhwa. Mikkel's face went stunned at Lin's words. "Whatever, I don't need that stuff to take you down." He raised his hand, voice dripping with mockery. "I'm coming up, Mikkel." Lewin dashed forward like an arrow, while activating time refraction. Mikkel summoned ice and snow while cursing inwardly. Damn, how is he so fast? An ice barrier he created materialized in front of Lewin. He didn't flinch and shouted, "Useless." Lewin's foot swept forward, a flash of golden light gleaming to Mikkel's astonishment. Murmurs rose around the crowd of Tyrian Ignite. What kind of magic is that? Is that the spell? Is that even magic? On the field, Mikkel cast a level 3 spell, the fire projectile, crying out loudly. Took the hit. Lewin countered tightly, his fist launching a blow, earthquake. The punch landed, and Mikkel's fire projectile was knocked away. It staggered back repeatedly, his large body seeming to writhe in pain. The spectators in the stands gasped. He used earth to block the fire. Mikkel was knocked backwards and collapsed to the ground, shrieking in pain. Suddenly his pupils contracted in terror, his face going rigid. Mikkel looked up at Lewin above him, his voice faltering. "Don't come near me." Lewin snapped his fingers with a cold smile. "Don't be so cowardly, take this." Mikkel watched Lewin's thumb and middle finger touch, his voice becoming shaky. As Lewin's hand drew closer, the golden light began to flare. With a boom, the scene inside and outside the mana-shielded plaza returned to normal. When Lewin's fingertips separated, the shaft of golden light expanded and shot toward Mikkel. The crowd in the stands all leapt to their feet. On the arena, dust and smoke billowed, obscuring their view. Mikkel's eyelids drooped slightly. The sight before him left him somewhat surprised. Because at that moment, Mikkel's C-letter-1ED5 was frowning with a deranged smile. "Lewin, how dare you look down on me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lewin charged and butt-headed him in the ribs. Not giving him a chance to counter, he launched a flurry of continuous punches. With a thud, Mikkel slammed into a rock and lay sprawled on the ground. His body trembled in waves, yet laughter echoed. "So weak and still thinks he can beat me, not a scratch." Lewin thought after taking that many blows and staying conscious, Mikkel could die from shock. He grabbed Mikkel by the shoulder, intending to pull him up. Continuing would be dangerous. Then Mikkel's whole body was hoisted up by writhing green trunks called prison trees. Lewin raised his hand and spoke, "Sir, did Mikkel use banned substances?" He approached suspiciously and asked, "What do you mean? Why would M use banned substances? Are you sure? If you speak falsely, you could be disqualified." Lewin replied firmly, "Yes, I'm certain, because it's possible the drug use was concealed." He continued, "Or someone discovered it and turned a blind eye." The man hesitated. "You mean?" Lewin spoke gravely, glancing nearby. "The person capable of using rare ingredients and responsible for pre-match checks." He also looked toward Elric. His voice rang out again. Only one person in this academy could do that. Lewin hesitated, remembering Professor Elric was apparently Mikkel's uncle. Wait, could Professor Elric have? Elric rushed over in panic. "Lewin, do you know what you're saying?" He snapped angrily, "You're saying Mikkel used banned substances and I turned a blind eye." Yet Lewin showed no fear and replied calmly, "Yes, I have evidence." Elric started and exclaimed, "What?" He laughed. "Very well, then check again." Lewin stepped aside. "No need, Professor, after all, you used a special elixir to hide his symptoms." Elric grew flustered. "So what do you want now? Where is this evidence you speak of?" Lewin touched the trunk and smiled. "I'll let you see for yourselves." Immediately, there was a loud explosion, and a golden flash gleamed in the middle of the trunk. His hand remained in the same position as before, his fingers still spread. Lewin looked at the trunk, which now had a large chunk missing. "This was my earlier snap." He argued that even if Mikkel's magic had improved through training, there was no way he could take so many consecutive hits and still be lucid and mocking. At this point, I think his skull was rattling violently and at least one of Tyrian Ignite's ribs was broken. Bloodshot eyes, he paid no mind and kept laughing. Lewin said, and yet he laughed as if he felt no pain at all. Elric's expression went rigid when he heard Lewin ask, "Do you still have any denials left, Professor Elia?" Above, Tyrion Ignit sprang to his feet and called out loudly, "Professor Elric." Seeing the guilty look on his face, he formed his own conclusion. Tyrion Ignit angrily shouted, "How dare you do such a thing in this sacred place? Professor Elric, come to my office immediately." Hearing his indignant tone, Elric hesitated and looked toward his nephew. He only saw that the boy didn't realize how serious the situation was, and Mikkel's careless laughter. Then Tyrion Ignit's exam quickly concluded. The decline of the Garyhill line was halted. People murmured in the halls. "I heard Professor Elric was fired and Mikkel was expelled too." "I have a new nickname." Someone clapped Lynn on the shoulder and chuckled. "Saint Exiler Lewin." Thud thud regular footsteps echoed through the quiet space. At that moment Lewin stood before a gigantic door. The space around him brightened, because Lewin had been summoned by the headmaster. He felt time stop, no sound reached his ears. Suddenly a faint sound rang out and he looked up. His eyes widened in astonishment. There was nothing but disbelief in them. For Lewin now stood in a large, grassy courtyard. Before him was a red throne. Lewin looked around in confusion. This was the Ardell domain. He murmured to himself, "It doesn't seem quite right." Then Lewin looked again at the object in front of him. He looked at the chair and realized the Thuron throne, the seat of the Supreme Mage. How was it here? Tyrion Ignit's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "What do you see?" Lewin turned and saluted. "Ah, good day, sir." He spoke as he walked. "This place was created by the Eyes of Manhwarecap. Have you heard of the Eyes of Manhwarecap?" Lewin followed and replied, "Yes, I've heard of them." As he understood, Manhwarecap was the leader who began the invasion of the Frelaya continent. He could make a person see what they most desired. After his death, his gaze was forged into a relic. Tyrion Ignit glanced back and continued, "The Eyes of Manhwarecap are a treasure that lets one see what they wish to see. What appeared before you just now mirrors your deepest desires." Lewin bowed his head slightly, a fleeting thought passing through his mind. His greatest desires were to restore House Ael's domain and become the most powerful mage. He suddenly asked, "May I ask what you see?" Lewin, curious, replied, "What do you see, sir?" Tyrion Ignit smiled softly, his gaze warm. "A world where everyone fulfills their duties. Students are students and mages are mages." Now the two stood before a door. He continued, "Of course it won't be easy." Lewin murmured, "Yes." With a creak, the thick, heavy door opened. As Lewin prepared to step inside, he glanced back over his shoulder. He saw himself holding the championship cup, carried high by male students as Lewin soared through the air amid roaring cheers. "Lewin won, Lewin won." Then the scene shifted to Lewin wearing a graduation cap as a voice announced, "Congratulations to valedictorian Lewin Ardell." The corner of Lewin's mouth lifted slightly, forming a barely noticeable curve unless you looked closely. The scene cut to another place. In the quiet space, a soft sound suddenly came. A cup of tea was set on the table with an invitation to drink. Lewin nodded and replied, "Yes, thank you, sir." Tyrion Ignit watched silently as Lewin lifted the cup and took a sip. After Lewin finished his tea, he asked, "I called you in because I have something to ask. Will you answer me? Among the many banned substances." Tyrion Ignit clasped his hands together, his voice turning serious. "How did you determine what Mikkel used, Enhir and Thearuhoa?" Lewin said nothing, seeming to arrange his answers in his head, then listed the characteristics. Mikkel's behavior wasn't normal. He was aggressive but restless. Moreover, the amplification and mana flow were abnormal, so I suspected he used Enhir and Thearuhoa. Tyrion Ignit pressed on, "But you seem certain now, not merely guessing. Why is that?" Lewin frowned in explanation. "The mana-shielded hall only reduces magical power, not physical strength. And what he used was physical strength, not magic." He mentally noted not to mention the eyes of the spectator. Lewin's tone dropped. I'm sure he was in extreme shock, yet he could still mock and showed no sign of pain. That can only prove he used Enhir and Thearuhoa. He privately praised the boy, only 16 yet perceptive enough to notice the smallest changes in an opponent. Moreover, he remained calm in that situation and displayed flawless spellcasting. Tyrion Ignit placed his hand on the table and spoke firmly. "As headmaster of the academy, I deeply regret this incident. My sincere apologies to you, Lewin. I will ensure the Garyhill family cannot harm you." He stroked his long white beard and said, "One more thing, I have a proposal." Lewin was stunned when Tyrion Ignit said, "Do you want to participate in the grand festival this July as the academy's representative?" Although mentally prepared, he couldn't hide his surprise. Representative of the academy, a coveted position he had vaguely hoped for when he came here. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to steady himself, seemingly weighing a very serious matter. Tyrion Ignit listened intently for his answer. "Thank you, sir. I am honored by this offer." But Lewin's voice grew hesitant. "You know, I still lack experience. I have never fought in an actual combat during my years here." He bowed his head slightly and his voice dropped. "During that time, I achieved nothing because of my mana disorder. The grand festival gathers the best. I'm not sure I have the strength to compete with them. Tyrion Ignit's voice made Lewin look up. That's not a problem. You will serve as a judge at the grand festival. He raised his index finger and said confidently, I think you deserve the title undefeated candidate. He hesitated and asked, Sir, why undefeated candidate? Tyrion Ignit stroked his long beard and said, I assert you are a very promising contestant, and what's even more frightening is. Lewin's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment at his words. You will be a secret weapon nobody expects. Tyrion exhaled a satisfied breath. To them, you are an enigma. They have no information about you, don't know what techniques or fighting style you'll use, and of course can't find a way to counter you. Hearing that, he was secretly pleased, so that's it. Since I'm always last, they won't be on guard. They don't have much intel on me like Miko does. It looks like this time I can pull off a surprise. Lewin clenched the hem of his trousers with both hands when asked whether he would participate or not. After putting on a thoughtful expression, he answered, I'll do my best not to let you down, sir. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door outside. Tyrion Ignit said, perfect timing, please come in. He looked at the newcomer, then said to Lewin, I think physical skills classes will benefit you more than magic classes. I've invited this professor to help you develop those skills. At the greeting, how have you been? The boy was at a loss. Lewin was momentarily stunned. Oh, this is the visitor Gutter Perante. He grinned teasingly. What's with that face? Aren't you happy to see me? Lewin recognized him. He was the captain of the cavalry in the foreign domain, one of the few elite-level knights in the kingdom of Jadi. He recalled that this was also the man he had met during the third exam. Seeing Gutter seated before him, Lewin couldn't help but exclaim. He hadn't expected to take physical skills lessons with him. Gutter then said, first I must confirm a few things. Gutter asked, I heard Professor Heidel say you're a special mage because you can only fight in close combat. Is that true? He nodded slightly and replied, yes, that's right. He commented on Lewin, from what I see, your movement is quite good, quick, efficient, no wasted motion. He froze when Gutter spoke, but honestly, at a glance it's clear you have never formally trained in martial arts. He spoke gravely, your moves might work on that goblin earlier, but against us you'll be completely red. No matter how strong you are, opponents with good physical skills can predict your attacks from your shoulder and hip movements. With his empty hands resting on his knees, Lewin thought, he's right, my techniques are just repetitive motions from tasks, so they're not very useful in real combat. Suddenly, Gutter stood up, but don't worry, if you learn from me, your movements will change from the very basics. He looked straight into Lewin's eyes. Shall we start now? They then moved their training to another location. Gutter's voice rang out. For a knight, the most important thing is the feet. Stable feet give stronger sword swings. Moreover, the feet help you anticipate an enemy's next move, so your first lesson will be proper footwork. He sat on the platform and said, only when you learn to walk correctly can you use physical skills properly. Lewin extended his hand, his expression serious as he followed Gutter's instruction. Thien Vo is a martial art commonly used to train knights. He threw a continuous series of punches. The swishing sounds filled the space. Gutter slowly rose, watching Lewin strike the air, and said, this discipline comprises a total of 36 forms, not including sword techniques. He continued to train tirelessly, his hands clenched into fists, Lewin poised to charge forward. One blow after another smashed into the air, each slicing through the wind with a sharp sound. Nearby, Gutter crossed his arms over his chest, silently observing each of Lewin's actions. His expression grew serious. He recalled Lewin's earlier remark, wondering about it. At that time, Lewin had asked why the teacher would bother teaching him martial arts and why he had to come to the academy every day. So why, sir? Gutter had replied then, think of it as an investment. Hearing that, Lewin asked doubtfully, an investment. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. I've met someone who could become a talented mage in the future, if I can help support that person. Lewin fell silent as Gutter continued. So it's worth the investment, isn't it? Then he bowed deeply. I will rely on you, sir, Professor Gutter. Suddenly Gutter cleared his throat awkwardly and said, calling me professor sounds pompous. Just call me Hyung, I'm not even 30. Hearing that, Lewin was startled in surprise. No way. Back in the present, he continued to train diligently. Lewin switched from striking on one side to throwing punches on the other. Gutter watched nearby at ease. He was somewhat pleased. The kid's decent. He's got guts. Gutter remembered earlier while checking the goblin's wound, he had heard whispers. Was the goblin's jaw really broken? Seeing Lewin kick high again, he inwardly admired. A close combat mage stronger than a goblin. What an interesting kid. And so, 3 weeks passed. Lewin saw a system notice. Body arts skill leveled up. Body arts reached level 10. Awarded title. The body is a weapon, a reward that increases the effect of the mage's frenzy skill. With Mage's Frenzy, you can channel magic throughout your body. He told Trang that mastering Thien Vo was useful, right? Trang laughed heartily. Of course, it's how I reached level 3. Lewin looked at the notification. Strength 2130. His hand curled into a fist. This power is enormous, I can feel it clearly. Chang exhaled. Lewin's rate of reaching this strength was even more astonishing. It took Draka over 1.5 years after meeting me to reach 2000 strength. Is it a difference in temporal perception between humans and dragons? Suddenly a voice called out from afar. Lewin saw Jason sprinting over. Curiously he asked, Jason, what's the matter? Jason leaned on his knees panting and asked, did you see it? Lewin asked back in confusion, see what? Jason answered, the contestant list. The grand festival has been posted at the academy gates. Lewin froze, thinking, the grand festival. Memories surfaced for Lewin, a voice announcing first place, Lewin Ardle. At the opening ceremony, I represented the new students on the podium. Because of that, I became the target of jealousy and suspicion. In response to that envy, I behaved miserably for the past 5 years. All I could do was stand at a distance and watch Mikkel receive everyone's congratulations. And now, Lewin and Jason hurried toward the academy gates. When they arrived, they saw a crowd gathered in front. Seeing the notice's contents, he couldn't help but shout, drawing the attention of those around him. Lewin could hardly believe his eyes. Had he truly become the academy's representative? The male students recognized him too. It's Lewin. They ran up to Lewin, shouting, congratulations on becoming the representative. Lewin will represent you at the grand festival. It took a long time, but I finally became the academy's representative once more. Lewin beamed at those around him. Jason was so happy he cried. I'm also listed at position 31 in the team competition. Cut to another scene. Heidel praised, I'm very surprised Gutter said you've mastered Thien Vo. His voice faltered, but a 16-year-old S-rank student, your prodigious talent sometimes frightens me. Heidel then changed tone to one of conviction. I believe you can do it, Lewin. And so preparations for the grand festival proceeded smoothly. Just as we arrived at Intan, the festival venue, everyone was standing waiting for the Mana train to arrive. Voices murmured, are we boarding? Is the Mana train here? This is my first time. I've heard it's extremely fast. Lewin stood among the crowd as chatter reached his ears. There are only 2 transfer hubs in the Kingdom of Jadi, but the Ja Imperial League has over 100. Well, they're an empire. We're the smallest nation among small nations. Lewin and Jason both frowned when someone clicked their tongue. You country bumpkins making such a fuss over a Mana train. A sneer sounded, don't be so rustic, quiet down. Jason snapped back sharply, what did you say? Then the boy angrily barked, you bastard, are you done talking? Lewin remained silent and didn't intervene. He recognized the name. That bastard was Hankus, Mikkel's henchman, the one who'd attended last year's magic festival with him. Hankus, unconcerned, continued, if you think Lewin will pull off some miracle at the grand festival, give it up. He's so arrogant just because he scored high in the first term. The male student beside Hankus chimed in, right, representatives from other academies are like ghosts. We'd have a better chance if Miko, who fought them before, were chosen as our representative. Jason trembled with anger at that declaration. In any case, I won't accept Lewin as the academy's representative. Mind your own business, he shouted. What? Lewin fell silent. Many scoundrels try to profit in small ways by clinging to the Garyhill family, but I must perform well in this competition. Even if I have to be on the same team as those bastards. Trang perched on his shoulder and smiled. Lewin, you're in a difficult spot, aren't you? Hankus glanced toward the source of the sound. He'll be pleased, no doubt. Lewin offered an icy smile. Dogs remain loyal to their masters, even when their masters are about to be driven away. Hankus stepped up to him and raised his voice. Did you just call us dogs? Lewin laughed. Lucky for you, I tried to be as clear as possible so someone of your intellect could understand. So you get what I meant. He continued, just because you're the academy representative. Before Hankus could finish, Lewin cut him off. Lewin's tone grew serious. This grand festival will be on a different level from the magic contests you've entered before. If you achieve good results, you'll gain opportunities the Garyhill family cannot offer you. Hankus laughed derisively. Of course, if we do well, everything will be fine. But is that realistic? The competitors are monsters. In the end, we'll be stuck in the Kingdom of Jadi working under the Garyhills. Stop dreaming. His voice remained calm. We can do it. Lewin turned and walked away. The Grand Festival is an event where unity matters most. It's best to remove elements that undermine team spirit. Hankus called after him, so you mean you'll compete without us? Lewin gave him a cryptic reply. On the way there, think again about who your current representative is. Hankus ground his teeth hearing Lewin, and there's no Garyhill here to reward your loyalty. He screamed in rage, you're ruining your first solo match. I won't follow any of your orders at the Grand Festival. With a steady chug, the train sped through the forest. Inside the carriage, everyone looked out and gasped, it's really fast. Trang, perched on his shoulder, laughed loudly. What's going on here? The world has become a better place. In my day, the fastest transport was... His face showed obvious embarrassment. Suddenly footsteps sounded near the door. Then a voice spoke into Lewin and Jason's ears. Ah, I think I can smell a loser somewhere. 3 male students stood there, the one in the middle sneering, well, who do we have here? The country bumpkins from that dumb academy. Lai looked at the emblem on the boy's chest. That emblem, it's the National Magic Academy of Yoda. From what he knew, the National Magic Academy of Yoda, the only academy in Yoda of the Sand Kingdom, is built on the desert. Renowned for its ancient history, they're especially known for hunting swordsmanship and bodies to the extreme. Lewin looked there in puzzlement. What were people from Yota's National Magic Academy doing here? Sita called out loudly, "Hey, you dumb academy lot, where's Mikkel Garyhill? He didn't run away because of some hardship, did he? I was planning to have him take care of us this year." He said this while laughing loudly, as if speaking of being served like a slave. Theta waved to his companions. "You're also responsible for the last place this year, right? Let's get along." Trang covered his mouth, chuckling. "Oh my, aren't you patient? Can Lewin just sit there hearing this?" Lewin looked at Theta's mockery and thought to himself that he'd never been here before, but it seemed their academy was being treated very poorly. His gaze shifted to another direction nearby. He saw Heidel staring at his notebook, feigning indifference. Lewin realized the professor had no intention of intervening. The grand festival is a competition among students, and now the teacher's role was simply an advisor. He bowed his head slightly, furrowing his brows. The authority and responsibility of the whole team now rested on him, the academy's representative. Theta walked over to Hankus, draped an arm over the seat back, and called, "Hey Hankus, where's your Garyhill representative? At least he's an interesting one." But Hankus remained silent. Suddenly a sound made Theta turn his head. Mikkel was probably bedridden, praying his broken ribs would heal right now. He saw Lewin standing tall, full of confidence, staring straight into Theta's eyes. Hankus spoke hesitantly. "That's our academy's representative." Seta said in disbelief, "The representative is that kid. It's my first time seeing him." Then he turned and walked toward Lewin. The footsteps sounded like drums pounding on everyone's hearts. No one dared breathe loudly. Sita stood before Lewin and introduced himself. "I am Yoda's representative, Sita Mankiri. What's your name?" Unfazed, he replied calmly, "Lewin Ardle." His voice grew low. "I think a simple greeting is enough for a first meeting. If you're done causing trouble, leave our carriage." Theta snapped. "What?" He curled a corner of his mouth. "And of course you'll apologize for calling us a dumb academy before you leave. Do it politely, that's what I mean." Lewin repeated, "Before you go, you should apologize for calling us a dumb academy." "Yes, apologize sincerely." A vein throbbed on Theta's forehead, his voice cold as ice. "What did you say?" He stepped up close to Lewin. "You told me to apologize, did you?" Then Theta spun around angrily and shouted, "Hey Hankus, didn't you tell him who he is?" Hankus's whole body trembled. Hearing that, Theta grew even more furious. "Something this simple and you couldn't handle it? I'll give me a lesson he'll never forget." Seeing him like that, Lewin realized what was going on. He looked at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces. This was why participants in the grand festival were terrified when they saw the Yoda Academy crowd. Lewin fixed his determined gaze because Theta had been bullying him. He felt an atmosphere of fear sweep through the carriage. They were doing it deliberately to demoralize people before the match. Lewin clenched his fist in anger. So the grand festival had started from this very moment. Suddenly he curled his lip provocatively. "Want to test yourself? Theta must think this is a joke. Has this bastard lost his mind?" With that, he prepared to throw a punch, still threatening. "You think I'm scared? If you get punched, don't complain." Before the blow could land, someone shouted, "Theta, stop." Zeta withdrew his strike and his voice faltered, "Professor." The man spoke sternly, "Can't you just sit still? What are you doing before the match, already trying to make enemies?" He looked sincerely at Heidel and apologized. "My student was rude. On their behalf, I sincerely apologize, teacher." Heidel nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then he shoved Theta forcefully and ordered him back to his seat. Theta still looked resentful, but said, "Yes, professor." Theta turned and cast a hostile glare at him. "Just you wait." Lewin watched the man walk away and fell into thought. Just as he'd suspected, it hadn't been easy from the start. In another carriage, an angry voice rang out, "Professor, why did you stop us?" Sita fumed, unable to understand. "You're the one who set this up, so why?" The man bowed his head and sighed, asking back, "Didn't you notice?" Seta blinked and replied, "No, sir. What do you mean?" Theta flinched and answered, "Yes, sir," when he heard the professor's question. "Didn't you see him smile?" The professor recalled what he'd seen earlier. Professor Heidel of the XN Academy had been smiling as he watched, as if waiting for someone to act. Theta cautiously voiced his thought. He just seemed confident. The professor exhaled, unsure himself. He wasn't entirely certain. He remembered the aura around Lewin. "I think that kid Lewin has something we don't know about. He's not like the Mikkel Garyhill who fought you before." Sita heard that tone and realized the matter was more complicated than he'd thought. The train continued on. After the Yota group left, the cabin's atmosphere changed strangely. Everyone gathered around Lewin to discuss. "Hey, what's the first match?" "The first round is a team match without representatives, so does that mean you won't be there?" "Lewin, I don't know if we can do this." Hankus spoke loudly and determinedly. "Of course we can. We must not lose." Others shouted in agreement, full of spirit. "We won't let those bastards win." Lewin looked at everyone with satisfaction. Just now they were full of pride and jealousy, but now they'd united like this. People worriedly asked him, "Are you okay? Lewin, why are you so tense? Those guys have been fighting since they were born." "Yeah, he's right if it comes to real fighting." Lewin's words made the group fall silent. "Don't you feel uncomfortable?" He emphasized each word. "They look down on you. They openly belittle our school's representative. As the representative, what would happen if I just sat still? Inside the carriage, Lewin's voice rang out again. They'll only become more amused and look down on us. Moreover, one person hesitated. That's true, but you cut him off. If you do nothing, we'll really be the stupid academy they say we are. Do you want that? The group hung their heads at Lewin's question. Do you want to be despised forever? Suddenly, he raised his voice. It's precisely because you give in that they've looked down on us throughout Elric these past years. Lewin continued, so what do you want to do now? This isn't the time to let pride break our unity. Someone shoved Hankus forward. Yeah, we're thinking of making Hankus the goalkeeper for the shuttle match. What do you think? He scratched his head awkwardly, me as goalkeeper. Lewin was somewhat pleased. It seemed M's tail would join in too, so by the time the tournament ended, a chime sounded on the train, followed by someone urging, we're here, everyone take your luggage down. And Tenachi is a state within the Royal Federation of Danak. It's also the only state recognized as the Empire's neutral territory. So when you step foot here, even centuries-old enemies must put aside their grudges. If bloodshed occurs within Tenachi's borders, the Empire, as continental overlord, will step in to adjudicate the matter. For that reason, major international competitions are held in Tenachi, such as the Grand Festival of Mages and the Great Sword Tournament of the Sword Guild. The boys stared at the crowd ahead and murmured, so this isn't the Danak Empire? Someone scoffed, no, it's not the Empire, it's just the Royal Federation under the Empire's administration. Another sneered as if it made no difference. Jason looked around. This place felt like another world. Lewin, our Daemon district seemed impressive, but this place. Lewin's eyes drooped slightly, so this isn't Tenachi. He glanced at two men chatting happily. It truly lived up to being the kingdom's capital. Then he looked toward two girls laughing with delight. Everything exuded antiquity, and people seemed at ease. Lewin thought to himself that this place made their hometown seem truly small. Suddenly a voice announced, we'll be arriving at the rest stop now. Everyone board the carriages. After that, people climbed into the horse-drawn carriages one by one. The carriages traveled along the road in a line. Seated opposite Lewin and Ji-sun, two teachers spoke up with a reminder. I'm only saying this as a precaution. Even unintentionally, don't go into the areas of other academies. His gaze flicked at Lewin. Now is not the time to cause trouble. He became flustered. Why did you say that while looking at me? Suddenly Chang looked in another direction and shouted, hey, look. Lewin looked at him in puzzlement and asked, what is it? Trang raised an eyebrow. He continued, I just smelled something extremely interesting. Lewin's eyes widened in astonishment. What smell? Suddenly something jumped down from above. It landed on Lewin's foot and spoke. Apparently Trang sensed it and said the ruins of Draka are here. Scene transition to the next day at the XN Academy's Inn. Jae-sun watched Lewin briskly pull on his coat, still half asleep, and asked, hey Lewin, going on a date? He didn't answer and darted off like a gust of wind. The system screen lit up before Lewin. While running, he asked Trang, are you sure? He nodded, I'm sure. You'll see it appear on the minimap in a moment. Even I can see it. When they arrived, a sign for a crafting workshop hung there. Memories stirred and Trang exclaimed, we're here. Lewin slowly opened the door and stepped inside. He looked at the interior and remarked, I thought Black Dragon stuff would be kept somewhere special. This place looks too ordinary. Lewin touched his chin thoughtfully. It should have been in black markets or wealthy people's basements. Trang put hands on hips and laughed. Draka's remnants mean nothing to ordinary mages, they're like weeds to them. When he activated the invulnerability marker, his eyes suddenly widened. Then a brilliant stream of light flashed. The light struck the man, leaving him astonished. A ring hovered in that light. System information appeared, the player's innate treasure and also Draka's first failure. The invulnerability ability resists physical impacts on the player's body, increasing resistance to physical damage. Lewin, puzzled, asked, a failure? Trang chuckled and explained, it's a bit unusual. She clarified that it not only negates attacks but also blocks normal touches. Even a lover's embrace wouldn't work. Trang forced a smile. It's useless when you need it and present when you don't. That's why it's called a failure. But you still need this. You can't refuse it. You can only nod. Reading the system message that equipping it grants plus 200 strength, Lewin nodded. Plus 200 strength, just that alone makes you want to wear it. He then tried the ring on his middle finger. Lewin admired his hand with great satisfaction. Perfect fits as if made for him. He asked the seller how much for this ring. The man laughed out loud and gestured, take it. It's been here a long time. I don't even know how to preserve it. Having no choice, Lewin offered, then let me buy another one. The man smiled again, be my guest. He walked down the aisle, glancing left and right. A connoisseur's eye, really convenient. Seeing the rarity levels of the books displayed, Lewin thought silently. They even assess an item's value. Suddenly his gaze stopped and fixed on a direction. A dazzling golden light radiated from a book with info, high rarity, quantum mechanics of magic and swordsmanship. Lewin flinched this. As he reached to touch the book, someone suddenly appeared and blocked his hand. He was stunned to see the white-haired girl before him. This was the info floating above the girl, Irene Prouse, S-rank mage with very high potential. Lai recognized her as Irene Prouse from Seiki Women's University. The King of Mages, the Supreme Mage Thuron Artemis, is one of the 11 successor mages personally chosen by him. Liyuan's expression grew solemn. Rumor said she was a genius on the verge of S-rank. He looked at Irene and recalled the earlier info. In truth, she was already S-rank. It seemed the rumors had been understating her power. She hissed, "Let go." Liyuan refused to back down. "I got here first." Irene's hand still pressed on his. "Judging by his uniform, you're from X-Knit Academy," she said. "I'm Irene Prouse of C Women's University. You found what you needed and are just looking for more, right? I came here only to buy this book." She suggested if it's not a big deal, would he yield it to her? Liyuan frowned, thinking she'd heard his earlier remark. Was she buying the book for the grand festival? He asked, "Why do you need this book? Usually few people buy volumes like this." Irene's voice grew hesitant. I. She withdrew her hand, her face flushing slightly as she looked away. "It's just for an assignment. I can't explain it. You know that." Liyuan guessed it probably wasn't a school assignment, but something related to the Infection King. He suddenly said, "Then take it. It's important to you. Take it. No need for words." And Irene, flustered, replied, "Oh, thanks." Liyuan resumed his search. "So, what should I buy now?" Irene watched his retreating figure, a look of mild puzzlement crossing her face. Back at the lodgings, after Liyuan recounted everything, questions came pouring in. "You met Irene Prouse. What did you say to each other? Is she as beautiful as they say?" Jason's son and Hankus' eyes lit up with excitement. "Where did you meet her? How did you meet her?" Liyuan was at a loss. "Can each of you ask just one question?" Jason looked up sadly, truly jealous. His dream was to touch Irene's hand just once. Hankus took the chance to brag, "So ordinary. I also met I at the grand festival. I even sat next to her for a bit." Jason cut in angrily. "That doesn't count as talking to her." Liyuan endured the two of them screaming like children. "What? Look at yourself. You haven't even been close to her, let alone more." As if remembering something, Hankus, waving a flag, spoke up. "He's strong, sure, but always second best. I heard he loses to top-ranked Doom Pram every year, actually to death." Jason sprang up yelling, "Nonsense. How dare you speak of my Irene like that?" Hankus sighed. "Irene, when did he become yours? I'm serious. He's top-ranked at the Danak Military Academy. In other words, on this continent, he's the most recognized among his peers." He added that he also possessed a light sword. Liyuan was surprised. A sword. He recalled that book, so that's why Irene needed it. He needed it to defeat Doom Pram. As Liyuan knew, being a swordsman wasn't all that great. Compared to other weapons, a magic sword doesn't grant much power, and mastering sword techniques isn't easy. Hankus added, "But Doom Bram is different. His light sword is an S-rank treasure, and his skill level is at least comparable to a typical knight." Jason sighed dramatically. Mastering swordsmanship, proficient in magic, and an S-rank treasure, what more could one want? Plus, he's from a prominent family, his father's influential, he's good-looking, and the girls are obsessed. Hearing him complain, Liyuan thought silently, are there really people like that in the world? He stayed quiet. He remembered Irene, an S-rank mage at only 16, and a swordsman who always took first place. Liyuan frowned, pensive. Could he possibly win when facing such prodigies? He recalled his encounter with Theta. Surely no one would pay attention to someone like him. But Liyuan closed his eyes and remembered Tyrion X-Knit's words. "You are a title contender, not an exaggeration," he told himself. He wanted to try and see. Suddenly someone from outside burst in, breathless. "Your debut lineup for the opening ceremony has been posted." Hearing that, a determined glint flashed in Lin's eyes. Good. He then stood up and walked toward the door. Liyuan walked straight toward the beams of light pouring in from outside, the grand festival. His cloak billowing in the wind, like a declaration that it was only just beginning. He thought to himself that finally the debut lineup had been announced. Liyuan's face grew very serious as he looked up and waited. Our opponent is. Staring at the bracket for a moment, he was quite surprised. Damn it, a match against those stupid academies. Suddenly a voice rose from behind. Then that's too easy. It turned out to be that Theta. He arrogantly stepped forward and taunted, "Fighting you lot just gives me more time to play." Immediately he turned and thought of the Yoda students. Lin's face showed no fear, but inwardly he thought facing them would be the trickiest. He scanned the whole group and considered them. They were notorious for dirty tactics, not to mention. Those behind the others looked frightened and whispered, "Damn, why did it have to be them? Yeah, they do look scary." Hearing that, he thought many at school had been psychologically traumatized by them. Theta sneered arrogantly and mocked them. "You're so weak you can't even excite us. Boring, boring as a fried snack." His subordinates laughed heartily at that. Ha ha ha. Watching the crowd whispering, he arrogantly and challengingly said it was lucky to face those stupid academies, like hitting the jackpot. "Aren't you worried they'll hear you? So what? What can they do to me? They can't do shit." Liyuan's mouth curved into a malicious smile as he thought, "Fine, I'll use this chance to show you." He clenched his fist, pride on his face, thinking, "We're not what we used to be." Then he spoke boldly, "I've been waiting for you." He immediately approached them and provoked, "Are there a lot of people participating in the grand festival here?" Hearing that, Theta bristled and asked, "What do you want?" He stepped closer and said quietly, "I want to make an introduction." Then he loudly announced, "Pleasure to meet you all. I'm Lewin Ardle, the representative of the so-called stupid academy group you're talking about. Lewin continued, I won't say much, just one small request. His face turned menacing and he added, never call us the stupid academy again. It sounds awful. Theta, furious, ground his teeth and snorted, HMPA. He bared his teeth threateningly. I'm sick of being at the bottom, no more of that from now on. Lin looked them squarely in the eye and declared, surprising them, I want to be number one. The others reacted violently, cursing. If not stupid academy, then what should we call you? Cut the act. Theta, annoyed, retorted, do you think this is some backyard contest? Number one, what a sore ear that is. Who do you think you are? Hearing that, he thought of the old silver-haired man and muttered to himself, ah, he is. Lewin's face was confident as he spoke clearly, keeping his trump card hidden. He resolved inwardly never to flinch again. Cut to the white building where the others were buzzing excitedly. Who is that? Lewin Ardle. The group complained in confusion. I've looked into him, heard he used to be at the bottom of the class. Bottom of the class and still the student representative. One of them, annoyed, replied, I'm not sure, but I heard at the start of the term he suddenly changed 180 degrees. His grades shot up. Theta, puzzled, asked back about the 180-degree change. The other continued, yeah, maybe that's why he's so confident. In his head, he recalled the old man's words. That kid, there's something about him we don't know. He then sighed and said, maybe I'm overthinking it. He immediately stood up, stretched his limbs, and declared, those arrogant brats, I'll teach them a lesson. His face was full of confidence and pride as he said, by following our school's tradition. Cut to the lodging area of Exnid Academy. Here, Lewin's group had gathered to discuss their plan. Tomorrow is the Mana grenade throw. The format is a team match, and apart from the student representative, all team members may participate. He then analyzed tactics for his teammates. The challenge requires participants to throw Mana grenades at a Midran golem. The team that defeats it faster wins. One team member asked him, if you're not here tomorrow, will we be okay? Lewin stood up and announced to everyone, indeed, our individual abilities aren't on par with Yoda's. But with fierce conviction, he encouraged the group, I believe you will win. Hearing that, his teammates, anxious, asked bewildered Win how. Seeing this, Lewin said to everyone, this is a team match. If we coordinate, we will definitely win. Then he laid out the plan, start by dividing into small squads. Henkis exclaimed in surprise, small squads. In his head, Lin devised a detailed plan for the divisions and told everyone, Squad 1 will prime the grenades, Squad 2 will handle transport, Squad 3 will attack the golem, and Squad 4 will hinder the opponents by healing their golem. Upon hearing this, the group buzzed excitedly. That would take a long time to take down the golem. Indeed, Yoda can attack with up to 30 people at once. If we have fewer and they're no slouches, it's risky. He looked at his teammates with genuine eyes and shouted loudly, what's wrong with you? Henkis, bewildered, muttered, huh. Lin spoke very seriously and clearly, do you remember what I said in front of them? I said we will be number one. He meant it. He then slammed his hand on the table and waved grandly. Whether I'm participating or not, I'll give you my all to help. He stood before them and persuaded, when Yoda makes one move, we make 2 or 3. Yoda members can use the traditional method because of their superior skills. If we do the same, it'll take us too long. Jason, resolute, declared, all right, I trust you. Lewin Kenko beside him agreed, me too. The others, fired up, also declared, us too, we trust you as well. Lewin looked at them and assigned tasks. All right, Henkis Ko will be commander, Zola Min. Mora Aik Freya, you will prime the grenades. He then turned to others with further orders. Once the grenades are primed, Zyman will handle transport. He stared at the plan, considering that he had divided teams based on each person's abilities, something only possible thanks to his innate skill. He immediately used his ultimate ability, the Eye of the Connoisseur. He examined his teammates to assess the opponents. The ability to see through others' powers would let him minimize disadvantages and focus on everyone's strengths. Everyone was filled with confidence and chatted excitedly. This should be okay this time, right? Yeah, hey, we might actually win. Seeing everyone so upbeat, he thought to himself that once in the right squads, people's confidence would grow. They happily talked. I'm not good at throwing, but I can prime in 5 seconds. What do you mean not good? I'm great at throwing. Lewin felt very satisfied and thought quietly, what a relief. Watching everyone laugh and talk, Lewin felt better. People were gaining confidence and their belief was strengthening. Suddenly someone burst in, out of breath, pushing the door open. His face was covered in injuries. He slumped down. Seeing this, everyone in the room panicked, shouting and glaring. His lips trembled as he managed to say, Lewin. Seeing him like that, Lewin rushed over in alarm and asked anxiously, what's wrong with your face? Are you okay? The wounded youth, using all his strength, stammered, Oda did this. After a long moment, Fun Lum finally managed to speak, surprising Lewin. Their representative had called his gang over and they dragged me away. Cut to the room of that other team. When Theta saw him enter, he exclaimed, oh wow. Looking at him, he sneered contemptuously, see, I told you he'd show up. What do you plan to do? Huh, you think you can take us on? His expression turned deadly serious as he fixed a killer stare on him and said, Seta Mankiri, come out here now. In that room, Lewin raised his voice and loudly called the name. Seta Mankiri, get out here now. Theta laughed with scorn and cursed, damn it, is this guy crazy? He then stood, stepped in front of him, ground his teeth and said, who do you think you are, always acting like you're something special? At that moment, Lewin fixed him with a murderous glare, placed his hand on the other's shoulder and said through gritted teeth, who do you think you are? Immediately after, he drove his hand into the man's arm with force. Instantly, he knocked him down, forcing him to his knees on the floor. Theta was horrified watching this and thought to himself, what is this power? He sprang up furious, clenching his fists, and yelled, you bastard. Lewin quickly dodged his punch. Then with a single move, he twisted the man's arm, causing Theta to scream in agony. His face looked dangerously threatening as he warned them, I'm warning you. If you ever lay a hand on my people again, this won't end here. Theta was left gravely injured, collapsing to the ground and wailing in pain. His subordinates, terrified, rushed over to ask, what's going on? Theta, are you okay? He was writhing in pain, clutching his shoulder and crying out miserably. Lewin stood over him and said threateningly, you want to bet on a match with me? Back at their turf, Lewin told his brothers what happened. They were shocked and shouted, no way. The whole group, stunned and delighted, exclaimed, if we beat Yoda's students, Seta Mankiri gets humiliated by you. Don't tell me it's the same humiliation Mikkel got. At that moment, he announced another piece of good news. They would also have to apologize to them publicly. Hearing this, everyone cheered and cried out, wow, we have to win this time. What motivation. Haha, our job now is to win. Just then someone ran in to announce it was time to head to the arena. Everyone prepare to leave. Soon after, the whole team arrived at the grand festival, the festival of mages and the entire continent. And among the mages present in history, everyone here looked confident, each becoming a pivotal factor in changing the fate of the continent. The audience cheered passionately, go small academies, go. Lewin felt confident and satisfied, thinking to himself that he never expected to be part of this place, a place that forges legends in history. Immediately after, the stage manager shouted to announce to everyone that the opening ceremony had ended and requested everyone return to their seats. At once the whole group returned to their seats. Suddenly he ran into someone. It turned out to be Theta. His face was furious. He ground his teeth and said, prepare yourself, this time I won't be careless. Immediately after, the man stomped off in anger. Lewin paid him no mind and thought to himself that his real rival wasn't Theta Maniri. Suddenly something caught his attention. It turned out he had noticed the guy over there, Doom Pram. Looking at his face, Lewin thought to himself that this was the winner of the Magic Festival and the top student of the Military Training Academy. He looked at him with determination. If he advanced deeper into the rounds, he'd have to face him. Suddenly a voice spoke up, you're the troublemaker here, aren't you? Lewin turned and recognized Irene Prouse. She stepped forward and said to him, you were causing a ruckus everywhere yesterday. She went on to ask, leaving Lewin surprised and dumbfounded. You even went to Yoda Academy to make trouble. He was shocked and asked back, how did you know? She walked on and replied, this place is small. I'm sure everyone here already knows. Hearing that, he felt embarrassed and answered, oh, really? I wasn't causing trouble, just venting a little. She turned back to him and said, anyway, you lent me a book last time, so here's a bit of advice. Don't make yourself too conspicuous. He replied, surprising her, like you're hiding your talent too, aren't you? Swift as the wind, Lewin ran off and waved goodbye. Well then, I have to go. We're participating in the first event. He was left astonished and surprised. He stood there dazed. Soon after, the competition began. In a few minutes, the mana grenade throw would start. The first two teams were Xnit Academy and Yoda Academy. He rallied the team and asked, ready? Everyone encouraged and boosted each other's morale. Show them our strength, prove we're not a bunch of useless academy students anymore. Immediately, the whole team strode in with confidence. The first event, the mana grenade throw, officially began. Everyone was puzzled. Even the audience turned to each other and wondered, what's going on? What are they doing? Seeing his team's formation left everyone confused. Until now, team victories relied on individual power. Arranging a formation like knights was strange to everyone. Even the outer mage teams were surprised. They split into two groups, primers and throwers. Oh well, whatever, Yoda will take the win anyway. He remained completely calm, ignoring the whispers. Those people were just posers, stupid academies, no wonder they're at the bottom. They probably don't know how many things lie beyond human comprehension. Even Irene's group held their breath in anticipation. She herself was no different, exclaiming in surprise, how is this possible? Then his team managed to break off one arm of that stone man to everyone's astonishment. Look at Xnit's golem, its arm fell off. Seeing that, he immediately ordered the group to charge in. Everyone continued to press the attack. Immediately, he shouted orders to everyone. Kenko, speed up the warming. Mora Ayek, you two handle transport. Jason, aim for the right arm. The members promptly received the orders and carried them out. In no time, they had destroyed the right arm. At this, Theta clenched his teeth in furious anger. Seeing the situation, he raged and cursed. What the hell are these idiots doing? How could they lose to those stupid academy kids? Immediately after, he pulled out the controller and shouted, these bastards are weird. they healed the golem so it didn't weaken at all. Seeing that, he was enraged and could do nothing but curse, "Damn it, Luan." As for Irene, she was full of admiration and exclaimed, "Impressive." Watching Luan's team fight so vigorously made her consider why X-Nit had overcome Yoda's individual superiority, because they used strategy. She admired him greatly, but noted that the tactic only works if you accurately understand each member's abilities. She then recalled that moment when he found the book he needed in an instant. Seeing his members execute the plan so smoothly impressed her. He could even divide the team based on each person's capability. Then her gaze turned to him as she wondered who he really was and why she'd never seen him at previous magic festivals. At that moment, he formed an enormous sphere of energy in his hand. Then Jason gathered all his strength and hurled the orb. "Finish him, you demon." Very quickly, that force shattered the stone man to pieces. Witnessing the scene, Theta went pale and stood frozen. He snorted coldly in anger. Immediately after, the giant stone man collapsed to the ground. Seeing that, the group cheered with joy. "Woohoo, we did it, we won." Then they dashed off quickly. At the Grand Festival's first event where everyone expected Yoda to win, his comrades happily ran back to embrace Luan and celebrate. Yet the victory went to the so-called stupid academy. After winning, they were elated and joked among themselves, so the dumb academy isn't last anymore. Yoda's last. What should we call them now? Oyotak? Sounds ridiculous. Immediately after, the referee announced the next event. The flag capture between academy representatives was about to begin. For this event, Luan would compete. His whole team cheered him on enthusiastically, boosting his confidence. Luan crushed them. The referee then announced the next match. The first bout would be between Luan Ardal representing X-Nit Magic Academy and Sita Mankiri of the Royal Yoda Magic Academy. Recall. He stepped close to Theta, who was seething with rage. Trang, seeing his tense expression, mocked him. "Why do you look so stressed, Luan?" But he seemed unconcerned and mumbled, "We're currently ranked top 20 out of 32 schools, right? That's perfect." Hearing this, Trang was puzzled and asked, "Why perfect?" His attention met the audience's surprise and analysis. After that match, people's focus began to shift to us, but that still wasn't enough to erase the stigma carried for years. Then he resolved strongly that they must achieve a spectacular victory. Luan stared straight at Theta, his voice heroic. "Only a spectacular win over Yoda will make people see us differently." Hearing that, Strong finally understood and exclaimed, "Oh, I see." Then his gaze shifted upward. "And look at that mage furnace." Resolutely, "We also need to prove ourselves to the Supreme Mages." Cut to that dark room. The Supreme Mages sit around, watching the match through the crystal orb. Inside the orb appears an image of the two standing side by side. King of the Underworld Thuron looks at them with deep thought. Then he turns to the man beside him. "Luan Ardal, this boy was once a candidate among the 11 ordinary children." The man next to him, surprised, asked, "You still remember?" Hearing this, he bowed his head and explained, "I have a habit of remembering talented people. That boy is a natural genius, which is why he learned to use mana on his own at such a young age." Immediately his face tightened with disappointment. "So I was very disappointed to learn he suffered from mana disorder." Hearing that, XNI responded in surprise and disappointment. "Weren't you the one who treated the boy as if he were worthless?" Thuron fell silent, lost in thought. Then he voiced his thoughts to everyone there. Yet now the master chose such a student as the academy's representative. I don't think the master did this for some intriguing reason as before. The two boys lifted the curse years ago. Hearing that, the man named Iknith remained silent for a long moment. Then he looked straight at Luan and with great confidence said, "Watch for yourself. The answer will reveal itself." At that moment, Strong turned and asked him, "What are you going to do now? Blinding or freezing requires getting close, or are you planning to summon a guardian?" He immediately denied it. "No, the guardian isn't very smart." Hearing that, Strong was puzzled and asked, "Then how will you fight this match?" At this, Luan relaxed his joints and said, his face full of vigor and confidence, "We fight head-on." Then the referee prepared to shout the start. The word begin rang out. Instantly he took Duffy and swift as lightning, launched straight at the invader. Seeing that, the opponent refused to yield and immediately used his power, shouting, "You will pay for what you did to me the other day." Right after, he unleashed a summoning guardian to fight toward him. Seeing that the giant senator was closing in on Luan showed no fear and immediately used the time refraction technique. Very quickly, he cleverly dodged the senator's attack with ease, then swiftly dashed forward. Immediately after, he was as fast as a blade behind Theta. Seeing this, Theta flew into a rage and struck out, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Damn it." But Luan remained unafraid and calmly used his bare hand to block the punch. His face wore a smug look as he taunted him, "Told you so." The other guy, seeing his arm immobilized, cursed in fury, "You planning to let it go or what?" Then Luan calmly replied, making Theta stare in confusion and blurt out, I don't think you should be saying that right now." It turned out the senator he summoned charged at the other man, screaming, HMPH. Seeing that, Theta went pale and screamed, "Stop, you stupid guardian." The guardian pressed closer and closer to him, frightening Theta. He fumed in anger, unable to move, thinking he couldn't move at all. Lewin wore a defiantly challenging expression and taunted, "Try running away then." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something. The other man recalled how a single strike had felled him and realized that feeling back then was real, not because he was careless. The spear tip, poised to thrust straight into Theta's face, helplessly dropped. "It's over." His eyes were squeezed shut as he awaited death. But nothing happened. This made him open his eyes to check the situation, and to his surprise, Lewin had darted out and taken the senator's blow. Seeing this, Theta couldn't believe his eyes. He stood frozen, thinking impossible. He watched as Lewin, barehanded, pounded the senator repeatedly, leaving him in awe as he struck the steel guardian with his fists. The senator was battered to pieces by his blows. Lewin had defeated the senator, much to everyone's astonishment. Immediately after, he took step after step toward him, causing Theta to panic. Theta looked at him, moved, stammering, "You just saved me." Lewin feigned ignorance, then coldly replied, "Why would I save someone who humiliated my friend?" Then he closed in with a dangerous look and slowly said, "I want to finish you myself." He then reminded him, "Remember the bet." Lewin flexed his wrist and casually said, "Just a boring little snap." His snap was so light it only sent him flying. He lay sprawled on the ground, dazed, thinking, the sky looks so blue. The audience was equally stunned and cried out, "Oh my." Seeing this, his academy cheered in delight, and the arena erupted. Everyone couldn't stop praising him. "Whoa, what kind of magic is that? No contest needed." And Lewin caught the attention of another person. He glanced over at him and thought to himself, here we go again. Thuron's face went blank, as if stunned. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. As a demigod-ranked being, the only mage at rank 8, dubbed the Supreme Mage, he had never seen magic like this. He couldn't believe his eyes. He stared at him in puzzlement and asked, "Who exactly are you?" Watching him joke around, he was furious, the name Lewin flashing through his mind. Theron was furious. He bared his teeth and glared as if about to devour him. "Tyrion Ignit, tell me everything you know about Lewin Ardle," he suddenly said in a mysterious tone. He fell silent, pondering something, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. That student always does his duty, someone everyone thought would give up but ultimately did not. He folded his hands on the chair and began to recount what he knew about him. A person who turns weaknesses into strengths and is more of a true mage than anyone else. This is what I know about Lewin. After listening, his lips tightened. He seemed angry. He suddenly pushed himself up, speaking with a mocking laugh. "Ho, are you trying to protect your pupil from my curiosity, Tyrion? What if I simply call Lewin here and ask him directly?" he declared arrogantly, a triumphant look on his face. "If you intend to force the boy to speak," he said enigmatically, making him even more curious, "then I'll have to stop you." Theron almost couldn't believe it. He glared at Tyrion in irritation. He exhaled and sneered contemptuously at Tyrion's words and actions. "You're invoking a mage's right to secrecy, are you? The oath of Miley." They stared at each other, ignoring those nearby. "All right then. But a little exchange shouldn't be a problem, He looked back at the orb, the corner of his mouth lifting as if he'd caught his prey. "The one who reached the magical limit must be me." Theron stared at the orb without blinking. "I must find out what that kind of magic is. Lewin Ardle. Somewhere in the dead of night. We only won one round." He placed his hand on his head, complaining, "Now he should rest if you keep partying like this. Other schools will come too, so why get so worked up?" A group of students drank loudly, laughing and joking. Opposite them, Lewin was utterly helpless. "I always thought if I ever came to Altine I had to visit this place." "Come on, Lewin, celebrate your victory. After all, it's a festival." Jia-sun stepped behind him. Lewin was 3 parts helpless, 7 parts resigned, sighing in exasperation. "They have Altine coconut juice here. There's also Dragon Kiss." 2 fancy drinks were laid out before them. Lewin was surprised when he heard the name Dragon Kiss. "Ha ha, you know I always love my homeland," he said as he thrust the bottle toward him. "So this is your specialty." "Of course, but I didn't order it because of that." From somewhere, footsteps approached. "Just a sip and you'll taste like you're kissing a dragon. It's top tier." Jason used every flattering word to market the bottle. "Come on, Lewin, don't make that face. Try it. 1 glass and you'll be there. No, 1 glass and you'll taste perfection." He chirped, urging Lewin to try the strange drink. Lewin nervously eyed the bottle in his hand. Behind them stood a tall figure. He looked up in surprise at the person behind him. The large young man was Sita, the one who lost to Lewin in the previous match. "Theta Malkiri," the group exclaimed his name in surprise. "I know your pride was hurt losing to Lewin, but you should leave. Don't spoil the fun." Jason frowned, glancing at him with annoyance. Theta Malkiri, he couldn't believe the name. Why was he here, looking for trouble? "I've come to apologize, to put my ego aside." He squinted, forcing out the apology. Their faces turned into question marks. They were extremely surprised to hear him speak. "I'm sorry for looking down on you guys all this time." He bowed his head slightly, trying to sound as sincere as possible. "After being beaten by Lewin in the arena, I realized it." He frowned and growled, "I shouldn't underestimate others just because they're weaker than me." Words he never expected to say came out. "There are many people in the world stronger than me, so to someone else I may be the weaker one." The group was still stunned by what he was saying. I truly feel what I've done to you all has been wrong. Wait, why all of a sudden? Jason asked, puzzled, sweat beading on his face. I know that even saying these things won't make you forgive me easily, but I'm saying them so you know. I sincerely apologize. He bowed to show his earnestness. Lewin looked at him, his expression softened a little, but he still said nothing. Awkward silence, the other guys shifted uncomfortably and scratched their heads. Yeah, that's right. Sorry for ruining the mood, I'm going now. After saying what was on his mind, he stood up straight and prepared to leave. A call of Theta made him turn back in surprise. Are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you truly sorry? Lewin asked sternly, half skeptical of the sudden apology. It's real, he looked at Lewin, his honest expression said it all. Upon hearing that, Lewin breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Thanks for the manly apology. Lewin stepped forward and extended his hand as a gesture of encouragement, which surprised him. Emotions welled up inside him, his eyes seemed to speak. He reached out and shook Lewin's hand, a handshake that was hard to describe. Tastes great, what's this? They resumed what they'd been doing earlier. My friends had accepted Theta's apology and we all gathered together. Then they clapped each other's shoulders, grabbed bottles of Dragon Kids and drank into the late night, tipsy in the air. Suddenly Lewin opened his eyes, his face showing clear panic. He fell silent. Jason and the others stared at him and then burst into bright smiles. Lewin, you're awake, huh? He propped himself up with one hand, rubbing his head with the other. So you lot watching around the bed, finally awake. Remember what happened last night? You really like Dragon Kiss, huh? Hankas's remark sent Jason and another into fits of laughter. Yesterday you cried and said thanks for believing in me, at least for now. Wow, school life is so hard. Lewin held the bottle and cried while Theta applauded. The others laughed until they cried. Recalling it, the group laughed even louder. Who knew perfect Lewin had this side? Ha 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 ha. From now on, Jason and the others would tease him. Lewin strode down the corridor muttering angrily, these newly awake devils are already causing trouble. It's insane. His face turned stiff as he remembered Jason coaxing him to try Dragon Kids. What kind of drink makes people so sensitive? From now on he must avoid it. As he was strolling along, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewin ran into Theta again. Did you sleep well last night? Theta ran up, smiling as he spoke. Last night you two even apologized for beating each other up, promising to be brothers from now on. They hugged and cried loudly. Blushing, Lewin hurried away while Theta stood in the corridor shouting, my friend, see you later. Lewin ran off, his face tomato red. His tired body continued walking. Trying to avoid one problem, he ran into another. He bumped into Professor Heidel. Wherever I go, trouble follows. The professor's words made Lewin uneasy. You knew about that already, teacher. But he didn't mention that. He announced someone wanted to see you. Who is it, teacher? The two stood facing each other. He said the person was dangerous despite a polite appearance, which only heightened Lewin's curiosity. Who is it? Lewin's face showed shock when he learned the visitor was the false god called King of Hell Terran. The professor earnestly warned him, be careful. Lewin, Terran is a mysterious man. He continued in a serious tone, people who hide their true nature like him are very dangerous. Lewin stood and listened intently. That's all I can tell you, he added, his face thoughtful for a moment. I'll keep that in mind, sir. Lewin seemed to soothe the professor's worries. All right, after the contest today, I'll let you know the time. After Lewin told them, the students were excited and a bit surprised. King of Hell Terran, the supreme mage is watching us. They all shouted, some thrilled, some fearful. He stood with his arms crossed, speaking decisively. Well, that's even more reason to win. I've already thought about a strategy. The strategy named, if possible, defend. Hearing that, everyone was confused. What do you mean? Lewin confidently pointed at himself like a pyramid scheme guy. I'll run to the goal. The next match is Shuttle Arrow. It's a game using movable arrows that continuously fly around. Each team has 9 members divided into attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper. The team that fires more arrows into the opponent's goal wins. The rules are simple, but the match demands high tactical skill. You must know when to use defensive spells, and when to use control spells. You must know how to catch the shuttle arrows and throw them into the opponent's goal. Normally you consider many factors, but with Lewin the rules are just words. Someone on the other team shouted in panic, watch out. He dashed like an arrow toward the opponent's goal. The match began, the others yelled, ice technique, ice arrows, as hands charged with ice magic attacked Lewin. Someone gathered mana in their hand and released a massive flame arrow of fire toward Lewin. With one hand he shattered the ice block and with the other he punched through the flames. They used every kind of magic, but all was useless. In the stands, Theta cheered for Lewin even louder than those from Ignite Academy. Go Lewin, go Ignite. People looked at him with disdain. What's wrong with him? He lost yesterday and is still making a fuss. Probably went crazy after Lewin beat him. Must be that. Hearing that, he roared in anger. Say something. Lose what? Don't you know you fight first and then your brothers? A student spoke up. What fight? Aren't you the one who got punched? Those cutting words reached his ears. What did you say, you jerk? His friend replied fearfully, nothing. Then no one dared speak in front of Theta anymore and instead whispered behind his back. What's up with these representatives? The tall, dark, sweaty guy folded his hands in his pockets and thought. Lewin Ardle, after fighting you, I'm certain of one thing. You will be the next generation mage. The image of him looked impressively grand in his eyes. Irene Prouse from the Women's University, then Dalian Malkin from Ferlia School of Sacred Arts, and finally Doom Pram from Jenk Military Training School. Theta had faced the best at the Grand Festival, yet Lewin was stronger than all of them. Not only strong, Lewin also has leadership skills and patience. His image replayed in his mind. Thinking that, he couldn't believe Lewin still accepted being friends after everything. Captain, we're up next, aren't we having a strategy meeting? Yeah, let's go. With that, Theta could no longer keep cheering for Lewin. One guy shouted at full force, block Lewin Ardle. They were desperately trying to stop Lewin with everything, ice, fire, earth, wood, whatever worked they pulled out. The whole group shouted in unison that they were giving it their all. Lewin, using his body, nimbly dodged all of the opponent's attacks. He grinned triumphantly, done right, now is my turn. They hurriedly raised thick ice barriers out of fear. With a word from him, he punched and shattered the ice into shards. Ice shards. They scrambled to flee and fell flat on the ground. Watch out. Have you forgotten about us now that Lewin's here? While Lewin was disrupting the enemy formation, Jason had already caught the shuttle arrow. He caught the shuttle arrow, stop him. But even if they wanted to stop it now, the defense line was already in tatters. They also ran into Jason, a master at throwing. Take this, he shouted. He raised the score to 2-0. From outside came the uproar, nice, another point. After that, all attention focused on Lewin. Jason and his teammates exploited the weakened defense to attack that gap. He lunged with wind-tearing speed. Lewin Ardle couldn't be stopped. Their defensive line collapsed. The whole stadium couldn't believe their eyes. It was unreal. On the field, everyone was panting from exhaustion. He's a monster. We can't beat him. It's over. A normal shuttle arrow match has 3 to 4 goals. But IGNIT Academy scored 11 goals, setting a record and not allowing the opponent a single goal. A surrender signal was raised. The commentator's voice echoed through the stands. The winner is Ignite Magic Academy. He and his teammates celebrated joyfully amid cheers across the arena. Our academy won decisively with an 11-goal margin. Looks like the guy wasn't bluffing. Yeah, maybe he's the top leader. The crowd began to gossip about Ignite Magic Academy. Back in the waiting room, the group celebrated the victory. Wow, we won again. At this rate, we'll be first for sure, someone asked. While enjoying the win, he suddenly heard someone call his name. Lewin Ardle. It was Professor Heidel. He opened the door as if he'd been waiting there since afternoon. He stepped in to meet Lewin. There was an appointment, tonight at 7. His hand resting on Lewin's shoulder evoked images from romance dramas. Switching to a crimson sky, the King of Hell was enjoying a glass of red wine. With the glass in hand, his gaze was distant. Remember not to eat before you come. Lewin imagined a grand tower dominated by black and red. On that very day, as arranged, Lewin strolled slowly down the corridor. You're here? Tyrion Ignite suddenly stepped out, startling him. He quickly realized the silver-haired man was his teacher. Good day, teacher. Lewin cleared his throat and greeted him. Tyrion Ignite watched him quietly for a while, then gave a slight smile. Let's go inside. The door opened, and Lewin and Tyrion Ignite stepped through together. Welcome, a deep, steady voice rang out. Lewin stopped, his eyes widening in surprise as he followed the voice and looked ahead. A person appeared before them. Trang reacted quickly. That magic, could he be a dragon too? Lewin frowned. He tried to remember, and a sudden thought flashed, making him realize the man was the supreme mage, nearly at the half-human, half-dragon threshold. It was the King of Hell, Terran. A lavish meal had been prepared on the table. You probably don't know we have met before. Terran remained calm. I saw you from afar back then, he said, and Lewin grew curious as he heard it. Terran spoke between bites. That was 5 years ago when I was searching for the truest self. You were on that list too. Hearing this, Tyrion Ignite turned to Lewin and nodded in confirmation. Lewin was surprised, but before he could react, Terran interrupted. It seemed things were very different now. I'll get straight to the point. Lewin looked up at him, bracing himself for what he was about to hear. Can you tell me what has happened recently? He thought to himself that in the man's eyes he was a mistake. The fleeting thought made his face more pensive, a sign that even the supreme mage had erred before. Terran wanted to hear it from his own mouth to prove he wasn't wrong. Lewin looked down into the dimness and guessed his intention. Forgive me, sir, right now I can only say one thing. Lewin's hoarse voice made him pause for a moment. He frowned, wary. Lewin continued, no matter how talented I am, my efforts won't be acknowledged. Effort? Terran propped his hand on his chin, his eyes mocking as if he'd heard an old joke. Are the two of you related somehow? Why do you always talk about effort? Tyrion Ignite seemed to chuckle warmly at Lewin. That's why I like this kid. Lewin smiled slightly at that. So what have you been striving for? Came a reply. Lately, I've been focusing on martial arts. You mean you've overcome your mana disorder through martial training and thus gained extraordinary power? His tone rose, cold and teasing, even claiming Lewin could cast spells without chanting. You expect me to believe that? Or did you simply use some treasure? He spoke in a way that made Lewin imagine hidden power items, implying Lewin was ordinary like others and not special. I haven't even heard of such a treasure. Tyrion Ignite hesitated. It's possible. Taeron said, "All right then, there will be more opportunities later." He affirmed, "I will continue to observe you. I wonder if your efforts have affected my kids in any way." Lewin did not flinch. "Please continue to watch me, sir." He stood up, surprising Taeron. "Now I'm a bit curious myself." Lewin smiled, wondering whether the person the Supreme Mage would choose would be any different from him. Taeron was somewhat astonished by that remark. At the grand arena, the crowd's cheers spiraled out of control into frenzied shouting. Everyone here was excessively hospitable. A maid approached. "Oh sir, are you afraid I'll devour your student?" "Of course not." The two veteran mages sat facing each other. Talented mages are always welcomed. Taeron smiled faintly, shrugged. He was just a little curious. The maid quietly poured tea. Tyrion Ignit glanced at the other man. "So, has your curiosity been satisfied?" Taeron was inscrutable. "I wonder if you were hiding something from me, but you surely have no secrets, right?" He closed his eyes and smirked meaningfully as he sipped his tea. "Now I'm curious about something else," he repeated. "You heard that too? That brat is subtly threatening me." Taeron shrugged. Tyrion could only force a smile. Look at him, just a sniveling kid. "That named fellow shows no fear at all, while many mages tremble before me." "How interesting," he chuckled softly, a hint of expectation in his tone. In the silent space, Taeron wore an impassive expression. Hoping the named brat he had his eye on would do something noteworthy. Outside, the cheering continued. The door swung open. The clatter of other mages' footsteps filled the corridor as Doom Prime strode forward like an alpha beast. He scowled in anger. "What good is all that cheering? To me it's just..." Bang! The door flew open and someone rushed in, nearly tripping. He whispered into Doom Prime's ear. Doom Prime asked if it's certain. "I'm sure, I saw it with my own eyes." The representative for Lewin Ardal had arrived at the tower. Doom Bram's wrath flared up inside him. "The King of Hell tests others instead of me." He trembled with anger. He began rifling through memories of matches he'd watched. He'd seen his matches several times. At this grand festival he'd caused quite a stir. Rumor said he was a tough opponent because his magic was unusual, but he didn't care. No matter how high he climbed or how he writhed, he wasn't a match for him. Doom Prime fell into thought. In his eyes, the other was simply a freak, nothing more. Reaching a peak, he seemed to lose control to his jealousy and anger. Others noticed his odd behavior and hurriedly watched him. "What's wrong with you, Doom? What's the matter?" Voices echoed with concern and some caution. "I will never forgive you, Lewin Ardal." The only one he should have acknowledged was me. On the other side, a mysterious gate slowly creaked open. Behind the gate stood Lewin, the young man everyone was talking about. He stepped through the doorway and stood there, staring at the hem of the black cloak before him. It was him. It was Doom Prime. He glared at him with a slightly annoyed expression. "What did you say to the King of Hell?" He glared, baring his teeth in a fierce challenge. "You waited for me just to ask that? Didn't you think there are more important things than nitpicking like that?" In the great hall, the man's shouting echoed. His eyes flashed with fury. "Answer me." Opposite his anger, Lewin replied indifferently. "HMPH." You do not flinch before his rage. A calm voice rang out. "Why should I answer?" Though soft, the words slapped him like 10 buckets of cold water. Doom Prime frowned and without hesitation drew his sword as a threat, for no particular reason. The hall's air seemed to thicken. His sword emitted a cold light. "But I want to hear," his voice rang out, yet Lewin remained composed and unshaken in the face of his fury. "This guy wants a fight." Lewin's face hardened, his gaze like a bullet flicking toward him. "You challenge me? This isn't an arena." He balled his fist as a provocation. The two stood opposed with completely different streams of power. "If you like, come on then," he said, eyes wide as he taunted Lewin. The moment the last words finished, the ground beneath their feet shook violently. A blinding beam of light exploded from ahead and hurtled toward him like a whirlwind. Before his reflexes could respond, the danger was already upon him. Their energy flooded throughout the great hall. "He's truly strong. I can't see any weakness." My initial arrogance died out in the face of his power. Could he really be trying to pick a fight here? This is outside the arena, he wondered as he saw him still pressing the attack. He silently drew his mirror blade, preparing for the next move. The two stopped out in the distance. A sudden shout made them both start. Irene Prouse, a girl with long white hair, stepped up to them. "Is today a reunion? Everyone's here," she said as she moved closer to them. "Reunion? No, it's just that I don't know whether we should greet those two properly." Irene stood beside him, arms crossed in helplessness, saying no need. He fell silent, saying nothing. HMPH. He glowered in anger, turned his back and walked off, ignoring the two watching him. "Always like that?" he asked, looking at her in puzzlement. "No, only on days like today. Normally he rarely speaks." "What does that mean?" Lewin still didn't understand her remark. "Doom Prime is provoked by matters related to the King of Hell." She recounted an image of him kneeling submissively before the domineering King of Hell. More than anyone, he desperately wants that man's recognition. "It's rare for the King of Hell to summon others like he did today." She continued, "He probably thinks the king is paying attention to me." He stood there pondering her words. Suddenly she turned to look at Lin and smiled, leaving him dumbstruck and speechless. "Were you really going to fight him earlier?" the girl asked curiously. Of course not, doing that would be like forfeiting the right to compete, he replied. He probably wasn't going to hit for real. He waved off her idea, sure it was just meant to intimidate him. So are you afraid? Irene teased playfully, catching him off guard. Doom Prime was like an impregnable fortress. Ordinary attacks would do nothing to him. She went on while he raised his hand and looked at it. I don't think I'll lose either. He clenched his fist, showing clear will and determination. No matter how strong the wall, continuous assault will eventually do it in. I'm strong too, right? He asked, prompting the girl to giggle. You really are odd, she replied. Still be careful, Doom Prime won't go easy. Quiet footsteps retreated somewhere. After today, he'll surely keep an eye on you. Elsewhere, his gaze remained resolutely fixed forward. At another place in the Ignite Academy dormitory, the morning sunlight gently streamed through each window pane. Disappointed, really disappointed. Jason lay there sighing listlessly. Oh come on, everyone tried their best. Seeing his fatigue, Lewin stood and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Yeah, getting fourth in the team without Lewin is already good. Good, it's extraordinary, another friend spoke up. It's a shame to break the streak, but at least it proves the Academy's strength. His face showed regret as he shrugged helplessly. So any plans coming up? The individual exam is next. As they chatted, a cheerful guy burst in carrying 2 overflowing bags. Anyone want vanilla Coke? Of course we have to win, he answered the earlier question as he took the can of drink. Thanks. I have to hold first place from now until the very end. He popped the can open, eyes full of determination as he stared at it. Right now I'm still tied for first in the individual rankings. Irene Prouse, Cherky, Dalian Malkin, Doom Prime. The names of the talented competitors appear. Me and these heavy-hitting rivals are all vying for the championship. If nothing changes, the next match will be crucial. It's a fight for survival. This is a survival battle among 32 representatives on an artificial island. First place gets 32 points, last place gets 1. Players earn points based on performance, so rankings can swing dramatically. I know you'll do fine, but aren't you going to prepare like everyone else? The friend asked curiously. Lewin replied, puzzled. Yeah, others are scrambling to find allies. Jason looked at him and said, oh, he answered hesitantly. In the survival match, contestants may form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing friend from foe and forming a strong alliance is considered an effective strategy. Everyone else will have alliances. How could you single-handedly take them all? They continued chatting animatedly. Or try teaming up with Thetan, the friend continued while Lewin stood dazed, planning. The first person he thought of was her, the image of the long, white-haired girl in his mind, but he didn't know if she'd join. Even if she did, they'd still be short a member. Hey Lewin, form a team, someone shouted as Theta burst in excitedly through the door. Lewin looked at him in surprise. Oh right, there's still that guy. Lewin's face lit up as if he'd caught a big fish. He looked at him triumphantly. Don't betray your brothers halfway through, that's what I should say. The two dashed out the door and hurried away. Theta is very sincere, he's someone you can trust. Lewin glanced at Theta with a glint of hope and full confidence. Hurry, we're missing one more. Saying that, he ran on ahead leaving his cart. Theta shouted from behind. Hey, who's left besides me? He asked as he chased after them. Who? Or try again, never mind, we can't reach her anyway. Could it be she turned down everyone, or doesn't want to team up with anyone? Amid the crowd, the two boys stood solemnly staring. Hey, don't tell me it's you. Theta jumped at the sight before him. A bright red scarf with a 5-petaled flower in the center fluttered. You want to team up with Irene Prouse, but she's a title contender. Are you close with her? He still couldn't believe it. After a moment, Lewin answered his abrupt question. Oh wow, how close are you two? Nice, so I'll be on a team with Irene Prouse? He probed excitedly. Cut it out, I haven't even asked yet. Lewin pleaded, turning back in exasperation. I heard everyone who goes to her gets rejected. What if we get turned down too? His face flushed with worry and embarrassment. He sounded like he was confessing. Stop talking nonsense, Lewin said as he shyly replied. He glanced at something beside him. Quit the babble, he mumbled awkwardly. Then he noticed something and glanced over. It was Irene, the girl with the distinctive white hair, standing there smiling at him. I've been waiting for you. Lewin suddenly beamed and spoke to him as if they were lifelong friends. In a small room they stood bent over a large wooden table spread with maps of the tournament. After studying them for a long while, they began discussing strategies to win. Lewin spoke first, so the largest team has 14 members. Irene answered promptly, yes, this team is led by Darian Malkin of Frella School of Holy Sorcery. He's a genius, always among the top 5 title contenders. His magic is mainly light and holy arts. Recognizing him as a tough opponent, everyone's faces looked very wary. Theta's eyes squeezed shut, brows slightly furrowed, one hand propping his chin and the other folded across his chest, making him look even more uneasy and anxious as he muttered nonstop. Numbers aren't the issue, and of course his team is the most formidable. Feeling that what he said wasn't entirely accurate, he spoke up to cut off that line of reasoning, causing the two to turn back in surprise. There's someone even more formidable. Just the name Doom Prime was enough to silence the room. It seemed this was a dangerous opponent everyone should be wary of. yet for some reason the two had forgotten that. He remained unmoved, keeping that serious expression. The content of the contest will change depending on each person's abilities. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. It was a clear, sunny day. Sunbeams hit the ship, making it glitter brilliantly. Whether that was an omen of a good start or fragile hope before a storm was unclear. The supervising teacher checked if everyone had put their armor on. Then, before the contestants who listened attentively, the teacher went over the rules once more. Note, when your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the contest area. Note, when your armor's durability reaches its limit, you will be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the contest area. Everyone boarded the ship in order through the opened gangway. Some wore tense expressions, worry evident in each heavy step. Others looked confident, ready to face whatever challenges awaited on the mysterious island ahead. Just after stepping down, Theta couldn't help but hug his trembling body. "I'm already shaking." Lewin, meanwhile, didn't blink and stared intently forward. He raised a hand to shield his eyes and observed the island, intermittently visible and covered by a layer of barrier. He asked, "We just need to stay there for 72 hours, right?" With a calm posture and cold gaze, he nodded slightly in confirmation. Everyone around paid attention to Doom Prime, beads of sweat forming on their brows. On guard against his overwhelming strength, the atmosphere on the island felt more oppressive than ever. As expected, Doom Prime really entered alone. Although this had been in Lewin's calculations, their eyes still showed caution. Irene tilted her head slightly, voice light but decisive. "That's true, but don't underestimate him." Everyone realized that being alone didn't mean weakness. Sometimes it signaled a beast waiting for the right moment to strike. "No more delays," he suggested. "Let's go. We must take a boat from here to the main island." The others agreed. Let's go." Their boat moved slowly over the green-blue water. Gradually it passed through a barrier. She reached out and touched it. "This is our safe zone," he replied. "Yes, it will shrink over time." Upon arrival, the three sprinted like chased spirits. "Hurry, we need to secure a good spot quickly." On the island, the trees grew thick. Sunlight filtered through leaves, shining down on the dense canopy, creating a faint halo like an aura amid the silent nature. Suddenly, a rumbling from someone's stomach shattered that tranquility. It turned out to be Theta. After the three settled in the tree like monkeys, his stomach protested loudly. He wondered, "Lewin, I'm not complaining, but why didn't we grab food at the entrance earlier?" Lewin's eyes showed bored sorrow, part resignation, part helplessness, as he gave a forced smile. She stood beside him and, seeing this, couldn't help but toss out a few teasing remarks. "Weren't you the one who insisted on ambushing first?" "Huh, Lord Theta Malkiri," he blushed, sweat prickling at his temples. "All right, fine, we're both of one heart after all. How long do you intend to keep drawing a line between us?" Suddenly, a loud noise from behind cut off their conversation. Everyone turned their heads to look. Far off, there was a massive explosion in the forest. A blinding flash forced everyone to instinctively shield their eyes, and the shockwave was strong enough to shake the whole area. He was flustered, already a fight. "You stood with your arms crossed, looking down like a wild animal that had found prey, your face clearly pleased." "It's our turn, Theta." He didn't understand your meaning and hurriedly asked, You reassure me. I've said there's no need to worry about food. Now you'll be eating your fill." "Our prey has arrived," you said calmly. Below, a group of 5 people were sneaking around, probing cautiously like weak prey that could be attacked at any moment. One person in the group couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up. "Why not wait a bit and get food later? I'm exhausted." The leader looked fatigued but didn't give up, urging everyone to cheer up. Those spots are easier to find food and water. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air from nowhere and shot straight forward. It struck one unlucky member directly. He toppled backward, crying out in pain, "Ugh." Meanwhile, the others around remained dazed, not understanding what had happened. Only then did they realize the seriousness of the situation. They braced into defensive stances, shouting, "Ambush, ambush." "Hello there, I've been standing here since afternoon." He stood with a cold smile, conjuring a magic orb in his hand. The kids had waited a long time for him to appear. Iron Spear, he unleashed a surge of power. Shafts of ice flew toward them like a storm. Beside him, Irene also clasped her hands. Her expression didn't change. Above her head, a massive blue power shone brilliantly, many times larger than Theta's Iron Spear, emitting blinding, spiraling streams of energy. Seeing that sight left you astonished. It was a level 5 ice magic, violent blizzard storm. A colossal energy burst forth with fierce force and overwhelming scale, erupting like a vortex of light. The energy beams shot out as long, razor-sharp streaks, as if tearing the fabric of space, and the booming sound underscored its tremendous destructive power. The force it unleashed left him gaping in awe. Indeed, Irene Prouse cast high-level magic without a flicker of expression. While continuing her spell, he stared in amazement because he sensed a large energy mass behind him. The group didn't bow to the stronger foe but counterattacked energetically. The commander shouted 3 in total, including Irene Prouse, attack and defend at once, the more the better. The relentless attacks painted the area in a pale blue hue. The aftershocks kept radiating, forcing those nearby to raise hands to shield their chests. The scene didn't surprise you much, it still wasn't spectacular enough. You never underestimated opponents, you thought inwardly that they were formidable magic users too, after all representatives of the academy. Sensing it was time to act, you sprang down from the tree. With keen ears, a brown-haired young man sensed something amiss and became alert. He muttered, as if he'd heard a sound. He looked at the bush before him and was certain there was someone else behind it. Wanting to live on as a legend, he immediately launched an attack straight at Lewin. There, the strike pierced through the foliage right beside you, but you remained unfazed and faced it head-on. Quickly, you activated time refraction. You rushed past each person in turn without trouble, and in no time reached the last young man. Your speed left everyone wide-eyed in astonishment. Your body leaned forward decisively, preparing to deliver an earth-shattering kick. A direct kick hit him, and he seemed to lose the ability to fight instantly. The others, unprepared for such an outcome, stared in shock with their mouths agape. To avenge a teammate, someone used the prison vine skill. Countless vines sprang from the ground and lunged at you. Having faced this move before, you just had to jump up once. At the same time, you also conjured a fireball in your hand. Sensing its danger, fleeing was the best tactic. They scattered in all directions like a disturbed hive, shouting, "Fire bandits, everybody get out of the way." But unlucky for them, they hadn't run many meters before Theta's ice darts blocked their path. He cheered from behind like an enthusiastic fan. Lewin, handle them. Not letting his teammates down, you swung at the attack like a basketball player going for a dunk. The unlucky youth, even running frantically, couldn't dodge the fireball. His face went ashen, eyes wide, and he screamed in vain. A massive explosion occurred, expanding into a hemispherical shockwave that swept everything away. Trees were blasted apart, and blinding light filled the space. As a result, he was knocked unconscious, foaming at the mouth as he lay on the ground. At the same time, the armor's durability reached its limit, so he was eliminated and automatically teleported out of the contest area. You glanced at the others, they involuntarily bristled and cried out. With the air of victors, you were calm. Now it's 3 versus 4, right? Behind you, Irene and Theta also stepped closer. Realizing they'd met a far stronger opponent, the gang leader humiliatingly spoke up. "We surrender." You couldn't hide your excitement, now we have food. After defeating them and taking their provisions, they acquired a good amount of food. There was even meat. "If this holds out, maybe we can eat for 3 days. They'd been saving carefully. Theta checked a bag with a satisfied grin. Irene and Lewin each had a black sack. Thanks, we'll feast well." Suddenly, a distant explosion rocked the area, surprising Theta. The 3 quickly turned their attention to it. "Is that where Team Dan is?" "Whatever it is, it looks serious. Who would take on a team of over 10 people? This is what they call a chokepoint." Irene folded her arms. Very few mages reach this level of power. "Geez, in just 1 year he's improved that much," Theta exclaimed in shock. Lewin fell silent, pondering. "He's truly very strong." Your expression grew serious and somewhat intimidating. Thinking of the famed swordsman Doom Prime. The door ajar let in orange twilight light into the dark house. Everything unfolded exactly as you had planned. Lewin fell silent, his face contemplative. "This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to hold a big number of people." The map showed a large island with countless trees and hills. Team Dalian might come here. Yeah, it makes sense. And Doom Prime could also come there. At the mention of that name, your expression grew even more serious. Knowing there will be many people there, he still decides to go alone. "Isn't that recklessly bold?" Irene voiced her question. "No, he'll definitely go. It's the best way for him to secure victory." Hearing Lewin, she was puzzled why. "Kill points. Each time someone is eliminated, kill points increase." "If I were Doom Prime, this is a brilliant idea, truly ingenious and cunning." I was just putting myself in his shoes to think what I'd do," you said with an embarrassed smile. "Not to mention he's trying to get the Reaper's attention now. He has no choice but to act recklessly." "You're really strange." Irene looked at Lewin suspiciously, making you flustered. At night, a silhouette prowled outside the house. "Have you checked how many there are?" Lin peered through the gap in the curtain and asked Irene. "Just one. He must know someone's sneaking around. He's not letting his guard down and is investigating quickly. I turned off the lights in case anyone spotted us. I don't think they know we're here." "Is he coming this way?" You watched the stranger very carefully. "Go wake Theta up," Irene said. While danger lurked outside, he was still sleeping soundly. "I'll stand guard and see." The mysterious figure approached the doorway. The crunch of footsteps on the grass sounded through the still night. He stood at the door, seemingly probing to see if anyone was inside. Lewin lay in ambush inside, ready to grab him the moment he opened the door and stepped in. If he were alone, his face would likely have been extremely tense. That man stepped in and shut the door. He entered without noticing Lewin hiding beside him. You immediately grabbed his cloak from behind, catching him by surprise. Then you hurled him forward and toppled to the ground. Before he could react, Lewin had already clapped a hand over his mouth. Suddenly, Irene appeared and cast an illumination spell that shone directly on him. As his face gradually became clear in the light, Theta froze slightly. You're Canalis." Lewin released him. He lay on the ground in pain. "Sorry, everyone, I didn't mean to break in. I just needed a place to rest. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have come." Lewin kept restraining him. You came alone, he's extremely cautious, his brow always furrowed. Right. What about the others in your team? I remember 6 more. Theta carefully drew back the curtain to observe outside. Doom Prime, when that name was spoken, the atmosphere inside grew even tenser. We were trapped by him. He pictured Doom Prime's savage face as he slaughtered everyone. From the start, we made bold moves. Using our numbers advantage, we planned an ambush on Mankel's team to earn kill points. The group in black cloaks was quite large. But then he appeared. Doom Prime leaped down from above and struck their group. He targeted the moment when people spread out to gather supplies. You mean all 6 fell into Doom Prime's trap? Irene exclaimed. No, only one. We had prepared for defenses, but what happened after was the problem. After the explosion, Dalian brought his whole team to attack us. They had to fight Doom Prime while being wary of other enemies. Though we fought back fiercely, we couldn't hold. Including me, only 2 of us escaped. But it didn't end there. While Canalis and another teammate were gravely wounded, they were desperately fleeing. At that moment, Doom Prime appeared once more, radiating murderous intent as he stood over his prey. He had initially hidden and watched us silently. When the battle ended, he followed covertly as we were injured. He recounted this with an enraged expression. He exploited the situation for his own gain, truly a clever move. Lewin couldn't help but praise Doom Prime's scheming. This time he's sure to profit. So I know it's a bit presumptuous, but could you let me join your team? He pleaded pitifully. Theta was surprised by the request. Now he's truly exhausted, but this guy does have good tactics. He rubbed his chin, thinking. No, when Lewin said that, both Theta and Irene were taken aback. Why not? What's wrong? How did you get away? Collies asked him with a cold look that made sweat pour down his face. If it were Doom Prime, how could he have allowed you to escape while wounded? His face turned serious, like interrogating a criminal. Only then did the other 2 notice something odd. C pointed in a direction. Oh, you mean. There are only 3 possibilities. 1, you're lying. 2, Doom Prime deliberately let you live. Or 3, someone was watching all this from afar. Lewin began to reason as if in a trance. Otherwise, you used his identity check system. The results showed 5 giant question marks. The identity was unconfirmed. The imposter, feeling exposed, gritted his teeth in anger. You're not Collies. Lewin balled his fist, his face terrifying. A loud noise echoed through the silent night, startling even the owls into flight. The floor had been blown into a large, burning hole. Only the cloak remained. The person had vanished without a trace. A clone. Witnessing this, Irene and C were stunned. Hurry up. At dawn, the sun rose over the high mountains. Collies may have been attacked by whoever created that clone. It's likely all 7 members of Collies' team were eliminated. Lewin, Irene, and Theta packed up and left early. Perhaps that clone wasn't lying after all. I want to say something about the person who confronted Collies. The other's attention turned to Irene. Her expression grew serious. There's a saying in the Mazero Sea. To fight pirates, one must use pirates. Lewin calmly slung his backpack on. Let's go catch the enemy. You smiled with determination in your eyes. At a rather large house deep in the forest, have you located their position? They're hiding out on the west shore. Ha ha. He covered his face and sneered while Dalian looked at him with annoyance. I faked almost everything, but unfortunately they still found out. Your puppet was discovered. How? Dalian raised an eyebrow in puzzlement. I don't know, even you were surprised. The puppet was destroyed, someone clamped it. He grinned broadly, his face as wicked as a psychopathic killer. What will you do now, Dalian? He furrowed his brows, thinking deeply. Irene Browse, Theta Malkiri, and Lewin Ardal are troublesome opponents. It seems he knows their profiles well and will likely devise a countermeasure soon. Behind them, an ambush. A blinding light suddenly flared from the rear, startling the 3. The holy spear suddenly charged out, weapon in hand. It wasn't Lewin Ardal. He thought he was the ambusher, but instead he was the one ambushed. A burst of light exploded, shaking the entire forest. It was Dion's holy spell. Everything was going according to plan. The 3 had actually been hiding in the trees, watching while Theta ate, sitting comfortably as if watching a movie. At the sound of the explosion, they all rushed over, but in fact, we weren't there. He grinned triumphantly with an apple in hand as Irene watched the staged performance intently. So what do we do now? Come on, let's get the kill points. Lewin stood up, smiling because the ruse had worked. The other 2 readied themselves seriously for battle. The scene cut and then blood spattered everywhere. Dean looked in that direction in shock. The 3 who had been mistaken for the earlier group were huddled, faces drained of blood. Lewin, Irene, and Theta arrived in time to render aid. Is this what you call a temporary ally? Worth a try. Theta seems pretty interested. They only have 6 people. Go charge. Don't be afraid. One of them quickly recovered his momentum. Unaware of his limits, he charged straight at them to attack. Suddenly, from behind Theta, a massive surge of power shot forth, surprising even Lewin. The attacker was struck by that force and was blasted away 100 meters. It happened so fast nobody could react immediately. Dalian's group was stunned to see a comrade sent flying with a single blow. Our 3 protagonists were equally astonished by this power. Everyone turned to look. It was Doom Prime. Lewin's pupils contracted. He streaked through them with terrifying speed, a blue aura enveloping him. With a single sword stroke, Doom Prime felled 3 men before their eyes. "Whoa, you want to join us?" Doom Prime. Theta hesitated. Irene frowned. It seemed we had another temporary ally. Agreed. Lewin, though still wary, recognized the advantage. After taking out Dalian's team first, you began to calculate everything, watching sharply. The survivors were all here. Perhaps the fight was nearing its end. "Why are only we being attacked?" Doom Prime said. "Everyone retreat to base." Dalian's men fled. Cherky and Dalian still tried to fight back. "Don't withdraw, join forces and fight." Lewin slammed his fist into the ground, creating a quake to strike those charging him. Pained screams echoed across the sky. Oh, the voice drew Lewin's attention. He looked up and saw. Doom leaped over an unconscious man to land in front of him. He stared at him with a stern expression. Lewin Ardle brushed past his shoulder. His low, fearsome voice made Lewin's eyes widen. "I will end you with my own hands." He looked at him with murderous resolve, a definite declaration. With that he dashed off, sword flashing as he charged forward, leaving Lewin standing silently. You sighed and watched his figure fade into the distance. Some time later in the observation room, inside a small solitary house deep in the forest, a young man was training tirelessly. We had stopped at base B near the island's center. Lewin punched madly forward, sweat pouring. After that battle, the largest alliance was reduced to only Dalian, Malkin, and Cherky. The temporary allies vanished along with Doom Prime. Routine tasks: punch 5,500 times, kick 5,500 times, run 15 km laps 1-1, practice 1 real combat session. You stopped, glanced at the notice board and panted. Good, finally done. It's been a long time since you did quests. The door opened gently. You turned to look. You're awake, Irene smiled as she stepped out. Training. She walked down the hall toward you. Feeling a bit itchy, sore from yesterday's heavy sparring. Hearing her, you didn't know how to reply, so you stayed silent. Theta left breakfast for you. Remember to eat. I'll come in later. Lai quickly changed the subject. Ah, thanks. On the table was a neat plate of beef and eggs. Irene took a bite of the beef. The thick, juicy slice was well cooked and looked appetizing. As she took a bite, her eyes lit up like sparks. Tasty, right? He's quite versatile. Lewin came in from outside, hands coolly in his pockets. I went to bed last night without saying anything. Sorry, Irene said shyly. You smiled, moved closer, and comforted her. It's okay, you were tired after your shift. Lewin sat at the table and poured himself a cup of hot tea. Hey Lewin, about that. Just as you were about to drink your tea, your attention shifted to her. There's something I've wanted to ask for a long time. What's that? Lewin replied indifferently. What are you going to do after you graduate? Irene asked, looking at him seriously. You were silent for a moment. Why do you want to know that? I'm just curious. Your abilities are extraordinary, so you probably won't choose a normal path. The mages competing in this tournament will eventually enter the outside world. At that moment, they will begin a life of coexistence. Some will join the ranks of knights in some domain, taking on the duty of protecting the land under the royal army. Some will become members of the magic tower. Others will join special teams to earn money. Those are the normal paths. Lewin looked down at his cup of tea. What about me? Actually, I don't know. I never thought about it. He set the cup down, laced his fingers, and spoke seriously. Just last year, I was at the bottom of the team. I didn't have time to think about the future. Your eyes were fixed on the tabletop, while Irene kept her focus on you. Back then, I had to figure out how to become a mage first. And once this tournament ends, I'll probably have some idea of what to do. Maybe return to the academy. Lewin smiled and exhaled. She remained silent. What about you? Irene, I'm like you. I don't know either. I've never been sure what kind of mage I'll become. I just followed what others told me. Now it's Irene's turn to look down at the table. Like Irene, become a great mage, okay? She lifted the cup with both hands and took a sip of tea. You said nothing at the sight. So I've made my own decision. Irene set the teacup down on the table. I want to defeat Doom Prime first. She placed her hand on the table and said solemnly, I think by doing that I'll find my path. Determination shone in her golden eyes. This was Irene's firm declaration about her future. I will know what kind of mage I want to be. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. It was no longer an ordinary conversation. The battle with Doom Prime. Every year Irene ranked second. Doom Prime was the mountain she had to climb, the lesson she had to complete. All right, let's do it together. Lewin understood her feelings and smiled, respecting her ambition. Everyone has their own issues to resolve. Hearing you say that, Irene beamed. Thank you. That night, the full moon shone brightly in the starry sky. The safe zone was shrinking faster and faster. We should leave in about an hour. The three of them looked out through the window. So tonight, the safe spots left are just the central village and the base. Theta used magic to illuminate the map on Lewin's hand. If both Dalian and Cherky are in the central village, taking that spot might be a good idea. But we can't rule out the possibility that Doom Prime is ambushing us. When you said that, the other two were immediately stunned. And if we sit and wait for them to attack first, Theta said tensely, looking out the window. Irene grew worried. If so, we'll have trouble with the safe zone. Any ideas? He laced his fingers behind his head. Why not just attack then? Irene was speechless at this musclehead. Now isn't the time to draw attention. We must be very careful. That's true. Lewin crossed his arms, his eyebrows finally moving after staying silent. Wait, I have an idea. Irene and C stopped their discussion and simultaneously turned their gaze to you. There are only a few people left. Gaining 1 rank now would net a lot of points. As Irene said, everyone will act very cautiously. Lewin began to outline the strategy. Not to mention, we just caused a commotion with that brawl this morning. It's very likely no one will react to our actions. So, now's our chance to catch Doom Prime. The other two couldn't help but be shocked by Lewin's bold move. Dalian and Checky have just lost all their members. The remaining survivors are weak and will surely hide. But Doom Prime will reveal himself, confident in his skills. Besides, we can't ignore him or we'll be in danger too. Lewin frowned, his expression very serious. But where do we find Doom Prime now? Irene's question was practical. How can we catch him if we don't know where he is? Before Lewin could answer, an explosion outside smashed the house door. From the dust and smoke, a tall figure stepped in. Doom Prime appeared with an angry face, veins visible in his eyes. He glared at Lewin with murderous intent. Did you sleep well? You didn't flinch, remaining calm facing Doom Prime. We need to get to a safer place. Outside, the night was silent. The air was tense and oppressive. Lewin, did Doom Prime capture you? Theta stepped forward cautiously, worried. Lewin raised a hand to reassure him. Captured how? I brought him here. Brought him where? You should have acted subtly and set an ambush. Theta shouted impatiently. But I never intended an ambush from the start, Lewin said, embarrassed. Doom Prime had remained silent until then. Doom Prime, you turned to look at him. Your opponent isn't me but Irene Prouse. You smiled and looked at Irene, who was clutching her skirt, extremely tense. Theta was surprised by Lewin's decision. Doom Prime exhaled a long breath. Lewin crossed his arms helplessly, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply, his head heavy with worry. Irene, she was truly strong but always came second. She said she was extremely anxious because she always lost to Doom Prime. You thought of the girl who always turned away, embarrassed and pitiable. Well, that's about her family, so it's hard to give details. She doesn't like answering many questions. You pondered Irene's serious, determined face. You thought this was how she handled things, trusting in the kind of mage she wanted to become. Circling through those unconscious thoughts, Lewin involuntarily raised his eyes to assess the small girl struggling against that enormous power, the blue light about to explode before him. Contrary to the calm figure across from him, Irene was writhing, sweating profusely as she fought. She cast a spell, forming a blue orb of seething power, then summoned all her strength to thrust the magical mass forward, shouting "Storm Ice" as a cold block of ice flashed and shot forth. It raced toward the man holding the sword in defensive stance. Suddenly, the power erupted with earth-shaking force, an explosion louder than a bomb convoy, reverberating through the forest and shaking the ground, plants, and creatures. Irene frowned, startled. The blue light vanished completely, replaced by a blazing red power that swept everything away. It was a shield spell. The red sphere formed, surrounding and protecting the ground where Doom Prime stood. Moments later, the sphere cracked and light seeped out into the black sky. Then it exploded and he emerged in the center looking cool like a protagonist holding a sword. The ground around the circle where he stood had caved into a large hole. Dust and fragments flew everywhere. As the dust cleared, the cold, sharp face of the man appeared plainly. Veins bulging, teeth clenched, eyes blazing like a dark king. Irene was exhausted, drenched in sweat, grinding her teeth in helpless strain. As for the two men over there, the one with his arms crossed watched Theta as if she was about to break. Lewin, is it okay to leave her like that? He looked calm, but his face was tightly furrowed in thought. Long couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to step in to help the girl. The fight raged intensely and one side was exhausted. Doom Prime's face was cold as a demon, preparing to strike. He swung his sword, sending a blaze of red magical fire toward Irene, who had long been drained of strength. She panicked, helplessly watching the stream of power draw ever closer, unable to dodge it. A man's body stepped in front of the girl, blocking the killer blow. The two of them moved like riding waves, gliding through the surge of magic. Lewin. She stared in surprise at him up front, protecting her. Lewin, you stepped forward to fight Doom Prime, aren't you afraid? She asked. He casually turned to answer her. I said I'd let you attack first, not let him finish you off. Hearing that, she relaxed and collapsed onto the ground. He glanced with a half-smile, looking very composed and almost boss-like. I can't lose a useful teammate like you, even if it's just for the sake of victory. Irene was speechless, likely moved to tears of sweat. Lewin turned to the man, stomped through flames and wind, and shouted provocatively, Doom Prime, let's make a mess. He scoffed, looking down on the group with disdain. HMPH, you intend to face me alone? Won't your whole team come out instead of leaving that musclehead over there? That musclehead isn't deaf, you know. His face might even look more executive than the protagonists. Annoyed, he kicked back at that dog. Lewin stepped closer to him. Of course, I'll do it alone. Aren't two people already too many for you? He was somewhat pleased that he'd learned how to face swordsmen from Sir Jur. He recalled his observation that the most important thing about a knight is their feet. Not only do they channel power into the sword, they also let you predict an enemy's moves. So if I watch Doom Prime's feet, he said as he acted. At the same moment, the man leapt up. The drawn sword charged straight forward, ready for a fierce clash. At the moment of action, he was within prediction. Indeed, now Lewin strained his eyes in satisfaction. The result was within his grasp. So when Doom Prime swung his sword, he nimbly leapt and twisted, narrowly evading the fierce slash. Lewin gave a half smile, the same crooked smirk satisfying. But appearances were deceiving. He rolled his eyes in shock as a shadow as quick as lightning flashed past him. Hearts are hard to read, one never knows. Before anyone realized it, the man had lunged forward, using magic synchronized with the sword in his hand to move, slicing past Lewin. His mind hadn't caught up yet when a drop of blood went drip drip, falling onto the pitch-black knight. I'm not a knight, I'm a mage, Doom Prime snarled, forcefully reminding him as Lewin struggled to stay standing. He clutched the wound on his arm, his head sweating profusely from it, but still forced himself to look up toward the voice that had issued the taunt. He raised his sword again lightly, because they had yet to witness a true magic swordsman in person. Immediately, the sound of magic echoed out. Doom Prime stepped forward slowly, swinging his sword with each step, while Lewin repeatedly retreated step by step. The man angrily pressed the attack on Lewin. He clicked his tongue, looking distressed and unable to accept that he'd never faced someone like this before. He racked his brain back to previous encounters with mages. His method was to use time refraction to close in, then create an opening to exploit the opponent's weakness. Reflecting on the man he was facing, he concluded so. But Doom Prime had overcome that by using a sword. Lewin stopped. There was no more room to retreat. He had halted, but he gaped down at the slash tearing through the fabric of his pant leg above his thigh. Not only was it bleeding, the surrounding area was bruised and the blood had darkened. He didn't wait for a question and quickly continued. This is called a radiation effect. He advanced as he spoke. This wound will continue to absorb your movement, and you'll become completely trapped like Irene. Doom Prime's expression shifted for a moment, his voice turning terrifying. All right, it's over. He stabbed the tip of his sword into the ground. It emitted a surging light, no longer blazing red. The power transformed into a brilliant, pitch-purple glow. That power enveloped Doom Prime. Boom, a pair of midnight purple wings flashed open, feathers fluttering around him, blending into the night. The two onlookers at the edge, seeing the change, felt something was wrong and worried for him. Lewin. He widened his eyes. The situation was hanging by a thread, a fifth-tier magic moment. Doom Prime summoned and shouted. The demonic wings magic flared violently, casting a beautiful jade-green light. But looking at the dark black wings and each feather, they clearly were anything but beautiful or bright. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind surged from him, sweeping away everything around. Terrifyingly, it could even blow a person's body away. It was the two standing outside. They nearly got blown off and clung to a nearby rock to avoid being swept away, both screaming in fear. Oh my. Doom Prime stood amid the battlefield. Earth, rock, even the road had been shattered into pieces by the power from his palms. Where was Lewin? He hid behind a boulder to escape that demonic power. Unbelievable, the man truly lived up to the annual champion title. He was incredibly strong. He struggled, gritting his teeth as he tore a strip of fabric from his sleeve. Then he wrapped the strip of cloth around the wound on his thigh to prevent it from festering. Startled by a glimmer, he looked to the other hand of his. The ring on his middle finger was emitting a light. As for Doom Prime, he stood there with dust and rubble all around. Nothing remained intact, and the plants had been destroyed. He sighed as if very saddened. Lewin, I had expectations for you, but it seems I must be disappointed. He poked his head out from behind the boulder like a little mouse and looked at him. Yes, I admit it. After saying that, he stepped fully forward to face the towering, imposing man. Doom Prime, you're truly powerful. There were moments I thought you were an impenetrable wall. He glanced at him and sneered. Have you given up? Huh, not that easy. Lewin's expression changed, his eyes sharpening with a gaze that seemed to pierce him. Those eyes were like a blade of power. Yes, the strength built from the faith of those who trusted him. He thought of them and declared clearly to Doom Prime, aren't there many people who place their trust in me? Saying that, he held out the hand wearing the ring with the vivid red diamond straight toward him. He didn't understand the gesture and raised an eyebrow with a smirk. HMPH, you're insane. Then he pulled his sword up from the ground and taunted, let me teach you whether you have any words left. Without hesitation, Lewin shouted. A wild surge of starlight power rose up. His hair seemed to carry his anger, matching his mood that was about to explode. Doom Prime, watch your words. The clash officially resumed, both sides equally determined not to yield. Doom Prime leapt high and came down swinging. If you can't dodge this, you're dead for sure. Lewin was ready too, swinging out the hand wearing the red ring. Two sources of power collided, a sword and a ring. The tension was like a drawn bowstring, not a single slip for a moment. The huge sword pressed down on the ring as if it could cleave it in two. Sometimes an invulnerability threshold activates to block physical damage. Then the ring flared and the sword split in two. Countless shards of the blade flew into Doom Prime's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. Lewin leaned and darted past, leaving him stunned. Doom Prime looked at his wounds, his voice trembling. How? You took the chance to kick his knee, causing Doom Prime to collapse. Losing his balance completely, he fell with a thud to the ground. Then a boot stepped onto Doom Prime's chest. Lewin slowly spoke. Doom Prime, listen. He looked down from above and said, "You're not worthy of me. The only thing you have is arrogance, thinking yourself superior. Wake up." Lewin's arm rose, his fist clenched tight. Doom Prime's pupils contracted in fear. His whole body went numb. Lewin's punches fell like heavenly blows, his cloak billowing with each movement. The three of them watched the light flash from Doom Prime's body. Theta clutched her chest and panted, shaken to the core. "If you lose, I'm next to get hit." Lewin chuckled, just luck, almost lost there. Suddenly his gaze fell to Irene, who stood nearby looking sad. Her eyelids drooped slightly, she didn't seem very comfortable. Lewin stepped closer and said, "Sorry for interfering in your fight earlier, Irene." Irene put away her sorrow and smiled. "Why apologize? I'm the one who should say that." She bowed her head, her voice full of self-reproach. "I put the whole team in danger because of my selfishness. I'm truly sorry, everyone. You hesitated, but because of me, you couldn't complete your objective in this contest." Irene turned and walked away as if unconcerned. "Don't worry, that goal's gone now." Lewin still couldn't understand, huffed once. Irene smiled softly. "My goal is no longer to defeat Doom Prime." Then she pointed at him. "My goal now is that you, Lewin." Lewin frowned and smiled in reply. "This goal won't be easy to play with." Irene grinned mischievously. "I know that already. Prepare yourself. One day I'll definitely surpass you." The situation grew tenser. 5 people remained in total, including us, Dalian, Malkin, and Cheki, all fighting fiercely. Those two and Irene also fought hard, but they were no match for our team. A sudden loud boom and a flash of light erupted from within the forest. Dust and smoke swirled amid a greenish light. Dalian and Malkin Vasherki lay motionless on the ground, bathed in the green light. Dalian's entire body lay there without moving. Seeing the two gradually vanish, Theta cried out. Lewin said, "So there are only the 3 of us left." Irene beamed. "That's right," while Theta couldn't hide her joy. "I never thought I'd make it this far." "You suddenly propose you want to fight the final match?" Irene's voice rang out. "Wait, Lewin." Irene said. I raised my hand to withdraw. "I'm not in good condition right now. Sorry, I'll try harder next time." Lewin cheerfully agreed. "All right, let's rematch another time." He thought to himself that Irene must be very tired. Theta winked and smiled. "Oh, is it my turn? Lun, even if you're the team leader, I won't go easy. You haven't seen my true skills yet, have you?" Lewin took a fighting stance. "Then come at me." Theta cried out in panic. "Wait, hold on." He shot up into the air. Theta's voice still trailed behind. I said, "Wait a moment." Elsewhere, someone shouted excitedly, "Congratulations, the representative from our academy took first place." Everyone at the table raised their glasses in celebration. "Congratulations, Lewin, Lewin number 1. Suddenly a voice called out, making him look over. "When everyone said you weren't in the dorm, I knew you'd be here." The two standing by the main door were Theta and Irene. Irene spoke first. "We fought side by side for so long. How could I miss the chance to congratulate you? And Mr. Theta insisted on coming with me." Lewin listened as Theta explained. "What is this? I thought the contest was over. Why is there more?" She smirked. "Can't help it, that's just me." Lewin smiled gently. Everything remained the same. After the survival match, he had become the sole leader. Although Doom Prime had many kills, his low survival points dropped his rank. Dalian and Irene, despite being championship contenders, would still be behind him if he maintained this position. Lewin imagined holding the champion's trophy as everyone cheered. Victory would no longer be a distant dream. Jason's eyes were hearts. He cried out with joy. "I never thought I'd sit at the same table as Irene Prouse. I can die happy now." Irene kept waving her hand in response. "Oh, stop it." Everyone happily raised their glasses and cheered. "Come on, let's toast the goddess Irene." Faced with everyone's enthusiasm, she could only cover her mouth and laugh. Seeing this, Lewin couldn't help but smile along. In the bar, the sound of everyone's laughter and banter was lively and joyful. Elsewhere, 2 people whispered to each other that Lewin can't possibly win this festival, right? "Hey, keep it down. Dumb heard it just now. Oh, sorry." Although spoken quietly, those words still reached Doom Prime's ears. He was upset and couldn't believe he'd lost. Doom Prime stared at the fragments of the sword in his locker. He had been careless. He never imagined the opponent's target was the sword, not him. He recalled what had happened. He had realized for a moment, but then swung his sword, thinking victory was assured. Now Doom Prime was filled with regret for losing the match he had been watching. Suddenly he asked, "He didn't come to find me today." The other person mumbled, "Ah, no, not yet seen." Then the other suggested, "Don't worry so much. You're tired too. Shall we find somewhere to rest first?" Doom Prime's even voice replied, "Sorry, I want to be alone now." Hearing that, the other quickly stood up. "Oh, sorry, I'll go out then. If you need anything, just call." At that moment, only Doom Prime remained inside. he stood silently before his locker. Doom Prime stood like that for a long while, seeming to be lost in thought. Below the building, joyful voices rang out. Lewin Ardal had defeated Doom Prime. A new generation of talented mages had been born. Tarian Ignit stood by the railing looking down. The cheers had not yet died away. Pride shone in his eyes. I only expected the boy to do well. I never imagined he'd go this far. I never thought he could defeat Doom Prime. Taron stepped forward from behind. Since Lewin won, the master's expression looks good. I sense wounded pride. It's hard to see Dan's face at the arena. Tarian Ignit hesitated and asked, so the arena is settled then? He smiled and nodded slightly yes. The two of them looked down together at the scene below. The grand festival was about to conclude. The steady sound of footsteps echoed. What remained were the individual trials. Specifically, the trial was an obstacle course format. This round was held within the city. Competitors would be judged on 3 athletic criteria: combat and swimming. Since it was a contest among mages, contestants could summon mounts or use teleportation to traverse time and space. Theta turned and asked the person beside him, see anything, Lewin? His gaze rested on the excited crowd in the stands. They're chanting your name. What's it feel like to be a star? Lewin turned to look as well. That I don't know, actually. His brows rose slightly and his eyes darkened. I want to savor this thrilling moment, but now is not the time. Nearby, Doom Prime's eyes were still fixed on Lewin. Celebrating isn't late if the victor has been confirmed. It was a sunny day. The warm sunlight combined with a clear blue sky felt pleasant. Theta crossed his arms and cleared his throat. Today's the individual trial. No one can withdraw, so don't put yourself in danger. Lewin laughed aloud. Yeah, I know, I'll do my best. A man fired his gun into the air and shouted a loud signal to prepare. The 3, Irene, Dalian, Malkin, and Cherky, all took up ready stances for battle. With a bang, the sound from the gun echoed loudly. Dust billowed afterward. The pounding of running footsteps rang out intensely. Each moved in different ways, but all had destinations. Suddenly the group halted, for a band of goblins stood before them with weapons raised. Irene spoke. I thought you'd be a little slower. Dalian Malkin was yanked and hurled through the air. Dalian Malkin proposed a temporary alliance of the 3 of us. What do you think? Irene politely declined. Sir Malkin, I'm not fond of team-ups. Nearby, the clattering of horse hooves grew rapid and intense. Doom Prime rode atop a horse, his expression extremely serious. A beam of golden light shot straight from his sword toward the goblins. Irene said they seem to prefer attacking individuals, while Dalian Malkin nods. Although I've watched Doom Prime for 6 years, I still find him hard to approach. Fine, we'll go our separate ways and bother no one. The image of Doom Prime appeared in the green eyes of a goblin. Before it could counterattack, it took a strike from above by one of his blows. Doom Prime glanced back, wondering why hadn't he appeared yet. Then he cut another goblin's body in 2. Could he have left us behind? No, that's impossible. Doom Prime looked back again. If so, he must still be behind. He frowned and asked Irene, why hasn't he appeared yet? She hesitated and replied, I don't know either. Now that I think about it, it's strange. Irene remembered the goblins they'd just slain. We've been leading so far, so why haven't Lewin and the others shown up? Dalian Malkin's voice grew worried. That's right, they still had time to catch up with us and the others, but not a single one has. He hadn't finished his sentence when a gust of wind shot past them. Lewin stood there and then called out a greeting. Got up. Doom Prime's brows knitted and his expression darkened. Earlier in the stands, people were buzzing. What's up? Why hasn't Lewin Ardal moved? Did he give up? What's going on? Just watch in silence. He's the one who defeated Doom Prime. Lewin ruffled his hair. I'd been waiting for this day since I decided to enter the grand festival. After half a year of physical training, I'm confident about this round. You have your own worries too, but I'm a close combat mage. Turning my back to pursuing foes would be a huge disadvantage. After a moment's thought, Lin's gaze hardened. He sprinted off. I'll take them out one by one from behind, and then move forward. At that moment, those moving ahead heard rustling from behind and turned to look. They saw Lewin rush up and fling 3 people away. He counted 29, 28, 27, 25, 24. After that, he forgot which number he reached. At the same time, a voice called out, "Oh, what's that?" Theta glanced back, puzzled. Seeing Lewin, he asked in surprise, "Lewin, since when did you cut off Theta's call?" Lewin put on an innocent smile. "You understand me, right?" Then when he opened his eyes, his voice turned icy. "Sorry about that." Lewin delivered a kicking strike that sent Theta flying into the air. His figure grew dim. Theta, furious, cried out Lewin's name. After hearing the account, Irene timidly asked, "So you took them all out?" Lewin replied nonchalantly, "A few of them. The rest surrendered." A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "Now no one can stop us." Doom Prime gritted his teeth and called out Lewin Ardal's name. He stared at Lewin. This time things would be different. Strong gusts blew toward the group, making the atmosphere stifling. Doom Prime's voice was grave. "I'm ready to face you now, but there really are still a few chasing from behind." His hand clenched and blue light flashed around Doom Prime. He leapt up and mounted his steed. Doom Prime grunted, "See you at the finish line." With that, he spurred his horse and dashed off. Dalian Malkin called after him, "Doom, do you really have to go through there?" They watched Doom Prime speed toward the castle. Everyone knew that area was a trap. Lewin remained silent, looking into the distance, his face deeply contemplative. The trap zone. This castle had been rigged with many traps to protect the treasures inside. Since the treasures had already been excavated, the traps served as obstacles for the contest, a place full of deadly hazards for anyone daring to rush in. So the usual safe approach people took was to disarm the traps. It's also the perfect method to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skill. Irene and Dalian Malkin quickly focused on creating a barrier. Lewin's hand tapped on the castle wall, but dismantling traps takes a great deal of time. Chang looked up at the high wall following Lewin and asked, "So you want to bring this wall down?" If it were Draka, he'd probably do that. He hesitated somewhat. "Yes, but toppling this massive wall is still impossible." Lewin said, "I know." Chang grew more puzzled and asked, "Then how?" He turned back and answered, "This place is the ruins of an abandoned castle. It's a bit worn." "Aha, you mean aim for the parts that are no longer solid, right?" Lewin gently nodded. "Exactly." The whole Great Wall with information about its hardness appeared in his mind's eye. Lewin continued, "That's why I'm using the expert's eye to observe the wall." His gaze dropped downward and then suddenly stopped. Seeing a red square with corroded old data, Lewin softly exclaimed, "There it is." His whole body lunged forward, Chang clinging tightly to Lewin's sleeve. Blow after blow, he struck repeatedly at the spot on the wall. Dalian Malkin watched Lewin's strange actions suspiciously and wondered, what the hell is he doing? Trying to break the wall? Is he joking? Irene inwardly thought, truly worthy of Lewin. He shot her an annoyed look and asked, "Irene, I know you're close to Lin, but don't you think this is a bit much? Who punches a wall with their bare hands?" Suddenly Irene pointed forward and cried out, "Look." They saw cracks on the wall slowly beginning to spread. Both looked at Lewin, standing before a large hole at the castle's base. Dalian Malkin scratched his head and forced a smile at him. "Hey, can I come through this way with you?" Lewin turned his head and gave a curt reply, "No." Seeing Lewin about to act, Dalian Malkin hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Lewin." A large rock fell from above, sealing the hole. He angrily yelled, "That bastard is mean." Lewin ran off in haste. Chang couldn't help but praise, "Impressive." He broke through an entire wall using only 2,400 strength points. Not bad, must have used his brain. He ran while gasping. So now it's just me and Doom Prime in the lead. As Lewin rounded a bend, he spotted Doom Prime. Chang was somewhat annoyed. That guy is already ahead too. Seeing an arrow lodged through his shoulder, Chang spoke up, though he was surely in a hurry because his shoulder was injured. Lewin chased closely behind, thinking, "You want to beat me, do you, Doom Prime?" Doom Prime drew the sword in his hand and let out a low growl. A sword stroke came down and Lin quickly leaned aside to dodge. Suddenly a hand grabbed Doom Prime by the collar. He held him tightly and falling from above, said to Doom Prime, "Let's get through the final round together." Then the two fell freely through the air. With a splash, both hit the water, sending white spray flying everywhere. Lewin surfaced from the water, gasping as he drew in a big breath of air. He swam while thinking, "Good, if that guy uses magic to scale the cliff, I'll be at a disadvantage. I have to swim out of here fast." Suddenly, the water's temperature grew colder. Lewin turned to look and saw the water behind him freezing and steadily spreading closer. Seeing the opponent concentrating on casting magic, he shouted, "Doom Prime." The angrier Lewin got, the louder he yelled, "Hey, you bastard, do you see someone swimming or are you just freezing the water?" At that moment, the water around him had frozen, locking Lewin in place. Doom Prime sat on his horse standing on the ice and looked down at Lewin, replying, "Is this worth bothering with right now?" Then he sneered, "I'll go ahead, Lewin Ardle." Watching Doom Prime's figure grow more distant, Lewin couldn't help cursing, "Damn it." He struggled, heat waves of yellow energy spreading beneath him. He had to break free quickly. The ice surface began to melt from the heat, cracks slowly radiating outward. With popping sounds, the ice finally gave way. Doom Prime, riding his horse, heard a familiar sound behind him. Seeing Lewin close on his heels, he was startled and surprised. How could this be? How did he catch up so quickly? He ran, steeling himself. From now on there would be no more obstacles in his path. The only thing to do was run. Lewin planted his foot, launched himself, and leaped high. From above he dove down shouting, "Doom Prime rematch." Doom Prime was so anxious he broke into a cold sweat. No, given his current condition. Before he could finish thinking, a loud boom rang out, followed by a cloud of dust. People stared at the screen and began debating loudly who won. "I don't know either." Suddenly a man pointed forward and shouted, "Look, someone's coming." When the door opened, a horse slowly stepped through the swirling dust. The horse lifted its head and let out a long neigh. Everyone's faces showed puzzlement. "What's with the horse? Where are the mages?" A man pointed elsewhere and shouted, "Hey, it looks like someone appeared on the screen." On the screen, Lewin stood looking at Doom Prime sprawled on the ground. Someone exclaimed in surprise, "Lewin Ardle is standing there." Lewin looked at him and commented that he seemed exhausted after making it through the trap zone. "Your moves were a bit sluggish." Doom Prime squeezed his eyes shut, groaning in pain. He turned and walked away. "I'll go first, Doom Prime." 3 flags corresponding to the top 3 ranks were raised on the field. Lewin stood on the podium for first place in the survival battle and triathlon combined. He also took first in the individual round and had the highest overall middle stage score. The grand festival had finally come to an end. He recalled the past. Those voices seemed directed at someone who had endured everything for 6 years like me, someone imprisoned in the dark cell of solitude. Yuan's silhouette gave people the impression of a lonely self. He clenched his fist and pressed it to his chest as the crowd's joyous shouts rang in his ears. You've worked hard these past times. A gladness shone on Yuan's face. Those cheers felt like a reward for all my efforts over the years. He raised both hands high in response to them. Thank you everyone. I don't want to lose these words of praise. Outside the door, carriages moved in a line and voices could be heard. Wow, so many carriages. Jason propped his chin on his hand and looked out the window. But they're all selected nobles, right? Yuan nodded. Yes, I heard not every noble family was invited. He hesitated, so those people responded to Jason with a single sound, right, coming from Yuan. Yuan sat alone at the banquet table. They had all come to see him. He sighed wearily. I'm bored. I want to go back to the academy so badly. Suddenly a sound made Yuan start. That's a bit odd, isn't it? Seeing the newcomer grinning from ear to ear, he suspiciously called her name Irene. Irene pulled out a chair and sat down, then asked, what do you mean by odd? I don't see anyone here coming over to talk to you. Yuan replied calmly, maybe they think I'm arrogant. I can even attend a banquet dressed half-heartedly like this. Irene looked him over from head to toe and nodded. Yes, could be. Then she added, but from what I know, there's another reason. Irene glanced at the half-interested looks directed their way. Clearly, most of the nobles here wanted to befriend him, so no matter how arrogant he appeared, there should at least be someone approaching him. Her eyes lit up as if she discovered something. It seemed someone had been spreading rumors about him. Irene's words surprised Yuan somewhat. That person must be someone of authority, enough to make any noble hesitate to approach him. He blankly asked who she meant. As the two talked, someone stepped up to the head table. The man cleared his throat and said to everyone, tonight's banquet officially begins. 32 student representatives, please follow me. On the banquet table, delicacies from land and sea were beautifully presented along with fragrant drinks. Looking at such a spread, one couldn't help but sigh. At the dinner with the Lord of the Underworld, the dishes were laid out like a king's meal. Yet the atmosphere here was very strange. Someone clicked their tongue. Oh, if I'd known I'd feign illness to skip this. Hey, that line should have been mine to say. Today's banquet is ostensibly a dinner, but actually a comprehensive review of the contest. For students who performed poorly, it's like the meal of a condemned man. Yuan moved toward the 2 empty chairs nearby. He found it puzzling. I thought only the Lord of the Underworld would attend. Why are there 2 seats at the head table? The man pointed to the nearby entrance, signaling that they had arrived. Everyone rose at once and looked in that direction. They saw Taron entering slowly. Everyone bowed respectfully as he passed. A chorus of voices rang out, welcome His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld. Though Yuan bowed, he swore inwardly. Welcome His Majesty the Lord of the Underworld, this stinking ape gives me the chills. Upon hearing Taron say, please enter, he seemed surprised. What? The Lord of the Underworld invited someone else. A strange voice suddenly rang out. I hope I'm not interrupting your dinner, old man. This person had eyebrows thin as blades and brown irises. The newcomer exuded an aura of nobility. Yuan looked on, bewildered, wondering, who is this? He recalled the earlier excitement and chants. Wonderful. New Mage Lin. People called my name, calling me the new mage instead of a failure. Now everyone in the hall knelt and shouted in reverence, long live the Crown Prince. Hearing that title, Yuan was startled in surprise. The Crown Prince. After the greetings, everyone quickly took their seats. Fear flashed across each face. They sat with heads bowed and backs bent, wishing for a hole to crawl into. Even a single careless touch would unsettle them. The atmosphere fell silent, as if you could hear a pin drop. Taron spoke first. Well, none of the 11 orders could beat Yuan Ardal even once. Is the skill gap really that wide? Doom Prime hung his head, his whole body trembling at the remark. How disappointing. I'm ashamed to call you my disciples. He didn't dare raise his head, only able to vow, I promise I will never perform so poorly again. Taron's voice grew cold. Second place is a rank for the inept. This grand festival has proven the old saying true, even a small stream can have a dragon. Lin's mood wasn't any better. He felt uncomfortable. It seemed this banquet was staged to shame the 11 orders, while I was merely the instrument for the Lord of the Underworld's message. He turned his gaze to the man beside Taron, and Taron wasn't the only one making him uneasy. This guy had been watching him with a bullet-like stare since the start of the banquet. That man was Shomerton Raynak. He was openly staring at Yuan. He recalled what he knew. Despite being at a disadvantage as the third prince, using his brilliant strategic mind, he had successfully driven his brothers out of the court and become the sole crown prince. A cold sweat broke out over Yuan. A man trained both in letters and arms like him was nearly perfect in every way. He suddenly remembered Irene's words. Someone seemed to have spread rumors about him. That person must be powerful enough to make any noble hesitate to approach him. Taron suddenly asked Yuan Ardal, how do you feel after winning the grand festival? The question plunged him into silence. Yuan then answered, I feel uncomfortable. Taeron, puzzled, asked again, uncomfortable. His voice hardened. Yes, I'm satisfied with the competition's result, but I'm uncomfortable that my achievement is being used to belittle and diminish the honor and effort of the students here. Irene, sitting beside him, quickly grabbed his arm and called Lewin. Everyone present reacted with fear at that response. Lewin fell silent. Even in this situation, there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Taeron's tone was indifferent. You don't want your result used to belittle others. But isn't inferiority one of the factors that drives people to improve? You understand that, don't you? Lewin bluntly stated his view to me. It seems you are inciting others to be hostile toward me. Pointing out weaknesses and encouraging them to try harder are one thing. Stirring up hostility by dwelling on their shortcomings is another. Then he looked into Taeron's eyes. Aren't those two completely different matters? Lewin's voice turned ice cold. My IGNIT Academy is not somewhere to be belittled as a mere little stream. The corner of Taeron's mouth lifted. He let out a loud, amused exclamation. The two locked eyes, and the atmosphere fell silent once more. Suddenly, a small laugh escaped Shomerton's lips. Then he clutched his belly and laughed loudly. Everyone turned to look at Shomerton. A look of discomfort briefly crossed Lewin's face. Shomerton wiped tears from his eyes. Oh my, he's laughing so hard he's in tears. Hilarious enough to cry from laughing. Where did this guy come from? Irene clutched her chest and let out a relieved breath. Thank goodness. She angrily said to him, Lewin, you're not planning another stunt, are you? Lewin forced a smile and replied, ah, no. But inwardly he added, maybe. Taeron interlaced his fingers and spoke. But it will be somewhat different, a bit fresher compared to Tyrion. I'm looking forward to what's coming. Shomerton suddenly looked toward Lewin and called out abruptly, wait. He stood and offered, Lewin Ardle, would you like to have tea with me? Then Shomerton smiled coldly, I don't want to hear your answer. No. After that the two moved to another place. Now Lewin and Shomerton sat facing each other. He slowly spoke, addressing him, Ardle Lewin. Shomerton put on a commanding air. From now on, work for me. This time I will not accept refusal. No. He said as if it were obvious, you have a position to fill. I'll transfer you to the cavalry training grounds and arrange lodging for you. Shomerton, as if remembering something, added, and about nationality. How could the crown prince's right hand be a foreigner, right? Lewin grew increasingly confused. What nationality? He asked him, puzzled, but why? The empire already has countless talented mages, like Doom Prime, for example. Shomerton answered slowly, that one. He bowed his head and sighed. In the end, he'd still lose to you anyway. Shomerton's tone turned cold. You want me to keep a failure at my side? Lewin fell silent and lowered his head without answering. He went on, one more thing. From now on when you speak to me, remember one thing. A flash lit Shomerton's brown eyes. He said in a low voice, I prefer hearing command yes more than questions. Hearing Shomerton's tone, Lewin lifted his head and looked up with anger tinting his eyes. Shomerton urged him, come on, answer me. He said, the first reason is that my father recommended you. For years I've been asking him to consider talented mages for me, but he never mentioned anyone. Shomerton added another reason, also because I like your guts. He pointed at Lewin. It's the kind of person who dares to dress shabbily in front of a group of power-hungry leaders. In Shomerton's voice there was a measure of praise. And it's the kind of person who dares to voice disagreement with my father. Finally he half laughed, the kind who keeps questioning me despite warnings. Shomerton spread his hands casually. Politics sometimes needs a man who can crack a joke. After Shomerton's long spiel, Lewin summed up and asked, so my job is just to give advice, right? He sounded displeased and added another question. You want me to protect you from those older brothers who trample anyone who gets in the way of making themselves crown prince. He fell silent and bowed his head without answering, his face showing great embarrassment. Shomerton asked again, you don't like it? Lewin nodded, yes, that's right. He ground his teeth, I knew you'd say that, so I warned you. I don't want to hear refusal. No way. Lewin sank back into thought once more. Lewin thought of Shomerton sitting before him. This opportunity might come only once in a lifetime, becoming the right hand of the empire's most powerful crown prince. His thoughts became chaotic. After all, most mages choose to align with power. Even the Tower of Magic, devoted to arcane research, was no different. If he missed this chance today, he might regret it for a long time. After a brief hesitation, Lewin answered, I still want to do many things. He told himself he didn't want to be anyone's mage. Shomerton's voice turned cold. I thought I was too rational, but the truth is you're overly sentimental. He asked again, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Won't you regret it? Lewin replied decisively, I won't. Then he stood up. Shomerton didn't try to stop him, only smiling, fine, let's pretend this conversation never happened today. As Lewin left, he suddenly called out, Lewin Ardle, they say you're the brightest gem of this grand festival. Shomerton made no effort to hide his intent. My hobby is collecting gems, and so far there's never been a gem I couldn't obtain. Want to know why? He issued a warning, for gems I cannot obtain, I destroy them all. Before stepping out of the room, Lewin turned his head to look back one more time. Then he decisively opened the door and walked out. Lewin now stood alone in the corridor. He told himself the last remark was clearly a threat. His decision was the right one, wasn't it? Suddenly someone nearby called out, "Hey, Lewin." Jason asked curiously, "Where are you going? Off flirting with girls, are you?" Lewin retorted, "No, of course not," he told himself. After all, in the end, he only wanted to be a mage with his own colors. From the room, Shomerton's voice carried, "I'm curious about the name Dad recommended. He seems very special." Taron added, "It seems things won't be resolved easily." He nodded, "Yes, I threatened him a bit, but it seems he was unaffected." He asked further, "So you intend to give up?" Shomerton laughed out loud, "Not at all." He raised his glass, the ring on Shomerton's hand flashed. "You understand, especially when it comes to collecting hobbies." He gave a sly smile. "In the end, Lewin Ardell will belong to me because I've decided it." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lewin had to force a smile as he withstood the questioning of the two. One beautiful sunset afternoon, Lewin kept punching and kicking in training. Yes, a radiance surrounded him, emanating the bearing of Liu Ryan. No, white moonlight was more accurate. The system appeared and said, punches 5,005,000, kicks 5,005,000, spinning kicks 5,005,000, long run 15 km 11, one-on-one combat training 11. After reading the system board, Lewin gasped. "Alright, that's all for today." Lewin collapsed onto the ground and sighed. Where did Trang come from to stand beside him? "Wow, I can feel your body getting better," she said. Hearing that, he turned to look at the tiny bear about the size of a hand. "I don't want to hear that from a man." It immediately protested, "What are you saying? I'm a girl." Lewin sprang up, incredulous. "What? How can you be a girl?" It replied at once, "Why? Because I was born that way." He still couldn't believe it and asked loudly, "A demig with a gender?" Trang angrily shoved him and snapped, "Who said you couldn't? You just didn't ask." "But we bathed together." He recalled the times they had bathed together. Trang snorted coldly. "There's nothing to see," a remark that seemed to admit everything. Lewin's face darkened as he paced out each word to her. "So you saw everything?" Asked like that, she trembled like a frightened animal and spun away to hide her embarrassment, knowing she couldn't conceal it. But unlike Trang's embarrassment, he only gave a small, light smile. He slowly stood up, no longer threatening it. "That's enough, can I go now?" It turned back, staring at him with a blank face. It ran after him, shouting, "Come on, let's go together." But he strode ahead a good distance. She chased after him while still calling. "Then don't joke around." She stammered, trying to insist she was telling the truth. "No, I'm not joking, really." Yet he still didn't believe her and laughed to tease her. "You think I'd believe that?" Hearing that, she fell silent, unable to say anything more. Scene cut to a train station. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight, perfect weather. But a dramatic voice shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Jason was hugging Lewin with tears streaming down like waterfalls. "I'm leaving first, Lewin. Take care of your health, okay? Remember." He fussed over him like a mother seeing her child off. Lewin blushed and awkwardly patted his friend. "I'm not dead yet." Their surrounding friends witnessed the scene and laughed until they couldn't see the sun. The train's horn blared loudly. Jason and the others had already boarded the train. Lewin watched the train recede. The wildcat's voice called out, "All right, I should be getting off too." He turned to look at him. "After my friends left, I headed to Leverdine to complete the itinerary as the champion of the major tournament. You and that wildcat sat together on another train, but both remained silent. No one spoke a word. You recalled the first time you met him. He asked only to be called Wildcat. The witch named Wildcat was the guide sent from the Tower of Witchcraft." The system popped up again to identify that witch. Name, age, special notes. He sat quietly reading the paper in his hands. The system couldn't fetch any information, only 3 huge question marks. You were a bit shocked. The player's eye couldn't even determine his name, indicating he was highly skilled. Lewin thought to himself that meant they were on par with or even above the professors at the magic school. The only thing he could say about them was they looked to be in their late 20s. He turned to look at the wildcat carefully. His eyebrows seemed poised to kiss the spellbook. Then the man finally spoke. "Now I'll give you a brief rundown of your schedule. First, you'll go to the royal palace to receive congratulations." He then guided Lewin step by step, while Lewin sat silently listening, his face a little anxious. You cut him off. "Excuse me, could you speak normally?" Your request surprised him slightly. You continued, "I'm only 16. He answered, "That's more comfortable for me." His face didn't change at all, cold as paper. He went back to reviewing the schedule again. You could only force a smile, thinking they're very thorough and very procedural. You learned something new. He announced the next item on your schedule. You'll go to the Tower of Magic to be chosen by an item. You listened stunned, as if your hat had flown off. Chosen. He announced the next item on your schedule. You'll go to the Tower of Magic to be chosen by an item. You listened stunned, as if your hat had flown off. Chosen. Hearing that, your face showed a hint of worry. You also tacitly understood the wildcat's meaning. Like King Grammar, items could have consciousness. The wildcat put the paper into his satchel after announcing the final schedule. Finally, you would be assigned a mission. He explained that normally as a student you wouldn't receive an official mission. but the champion of a major tournament is an exception. It's an event to announce the arrival of a new generation mage to the world. You opened the list and read as he continued. So it's like a beginning, he replied. Exactly. He went on, then choose a mission from the provided list. You pondered the list before you. The missions included search, subjugation, assassination, and excavation of knowledge. Just as you read that, Trang popped out from somewhere and whispered in your ear, making you a little startled. You and Trang stared at the list in your hands, both of your expressions identical, father and son couldn't compare. Then you made your final decision. I choose this one. Your voice rang out decisively amid the roaring trains outside. Cut to Morin Palace. The two of them stood in the hall. This was Morin Palace, the prince's secondary palace. Come in, everyone is waiting for you, he urged. Then he bowed respectfully. I will take my leave. Startled, you turned back and shouted, wait, hold on, aren't you coming in with me? While you were still embarrassed and wondering why the wildcat wouldn't enter with you, the door in front of you opened. Shomerton stood imposingly in the wide-open doorway, while you were still searching for the wildcat's figure. He put his hands on his hips, a hint of amusement in his tone. Welcome to my empire, Lewin Ardle. Lewin looked up at him and remained silent. Entering, you knelt before him. First, I accept 10,000 gold from the crown prince. The amount exceeded the Ardle envoy's annual budget. Samatin sat on the throne and smiled at Lewin. If you need money, come here anytime. If you change your mind, Morin Palace's doors are always open to you. You could only laugh awkwardly. It seemed you'd never earn that sum in a lifetime. You hugged the gold and walked away, thinking the prince hadn't given up on you, but you hurried on to the next item on your schedule. Now the wildcat strode beside you through the vast palace. People here must have great endurance. Walking around this vast place all day is a feat. You joked to break the silence. But the wildcat didn't seem to like jokes. He turned back with a cold face. Stop the chatter. Lord Terran is waiting for you. You stood awkwardly. Ah, yes. You forced a smile. Is there really no one here who knows how to joke? Maybe they should be sent to live by the sea to gain some saltiness. He asked again, so are you sure about that mission? You were a little surprised, but answered firmly, yes. Receiving your curt answer, he asked no more. I see. You chose the most difficult one. You replied cheerfully, ha ha, it looks like it will be very interesting. He added, I wonder what Lord Terran will say. Their conversation ended. The door to the room opened, and a cold gloom filled the air. Lewin entered. Terran was already seated inside the room. He called to you, come in quickly. A conversation took place over steaming cups of tea. Terran began by asking, do you want to choose that great mission? You answered at once, yes. Hearing that, he lifted his cup and slowly said, the safest mission is subjugation. You could be escorted by the royal guard to eliminate a few bandits near Siciliano, and you could be received like a hero, he explained, while you sat silently listening. Then he wondered aloud, but why would you go there? It's just a barren wasteland. You remained silent, though your gaze changed. An answer had already formed in your mind. No, it's more like Mount Thien. Rewinding to when you were choosing missions and Trang appeared, she pointed at one entry on the list. What is that? You asked her. Your first mission, choose that one, but you still didn't fully understand what it was. She explained, it's the homeland of Kingram. You were stunned, she continued. And it's where Draka stayed for about 100 years. An image of a huge dragon appeared on an endless green meadow, inhaling the open air. Thien Sun lies at the far north of the kingdom of Ridden. A towering peak rose up behind a thick mist. It was said to be the home of ancient giants, but there are no giants there anymore. The large, robust giants now exist only in the past. Except for the Kingram artifact at the academy, they all perished in the Great War. All the giants lay prostrate at the feet of the enemy leader. Where the giants vanished is now a ruined wasteland. A giant's skull was carried by the cold wind to the heart. There is a reason why a search mission there is considered extremely difficult, because of the barrier, an invisible shield surrounding the mountain. A barrier that cannot be broken by any magic. To this day, countless scholars and mages have failed to find a way to dispel it. Everyone throws up their hands in defeat. That search mission is to discover the identity of that barrier. Determination shone in your eyes as you recalled what Trang had told you. Terran remained quite curious. I'm curious why you want to undertake a search mission in that wasteland. He continued, don't you find the origin story like a child's tale, suggestive that the gods of the giants grew wrathful and turned that place into a sacred site? You simply turned to look at him, silent. You pondered, thinking others would have no reason to care about that place. However, that world-ruined place was where Dracagania dwelt for 100 years. That reason alone was enough for you. No further explanation was needed. You explained briefly, it is the toughest mission. He tilted his head at your explanation. Just for that reason? Well, if it's just for glory, you'd better choose another. Terran advised you, for he couldn't believe a 16-year-old would pick such a task. He still tried to dissuade you. There's no need to suffer so much for an achievement. It's only difficult because it's a mystery no one has solved. Lewin smiled defiantly. If a 16-year-old mage solved such a mystery, wouldn't that be a remarkable achievement? He kept prodding, saying you'd only end up as another failed mission in the tournament's history. You shot back that failure can also be a way to make a notable achievement. Your remark made him slightly uneasy. His brows knitted and his smile lost some ease. Taeron changed the subject. Do you know why I introduced you to the prince? The question left you a bit puzzled. Seeing your reaction, he explained, to keep you in Ravardine, I wanted to observe you further. Everything was calculated from the start. You fell silent, tension evident on your youthful face. Taeron added, because of your unique power, I wondered whether it related to your choice of this mission. The atmosphere grew tense. In any case, I'll be watching you, he said, which made you somewhat anxious. Back in your room, you flopped onto the bed but couldn't stop thinking about the commitment you had made. Could you really do it well? You wondered, still a bit worried. Trang, standing beside you, asked, why worry? Are you afraid you won't find anything? You answered her, a little. After all, that world has been disconnected for centuries. I wonder if anything can be found. She countered, humans haven't found anything so far, but you can. You immediately replied, I'm that human. She answered, you surpass normal human capability. You asked in surprise, me? Well, she said, surpassing human limits like Lewin is a whole process. What level and judged by whom? As you two talked, there was a knock and a polite request at the door. Lord Lewin, may we come in? You jumped up and called back, come in. Two people entered. You greeted them. Hello, Wild Boar, Wildcat. Trang, perched on your shoulder, was puzzled when you called them that. Wild Boar, Wildcat? What are you talking about? You sighed and explained, it's His Highness's habit. The Mount Mages like to call them that. She heard but still looked bewildered, unable to understand what kind of farm this was. The wild boar cheerfully approached you. So Lewin, I'm off now. To the crafting chamber to receive the reward. The three walked down the corridor as they explained the crafting chamber to Lewin. The Mage Tower's crafting chamber is divided into 4 sections, C, B, A, and X. Items in C are the most common, while X holds the rarest. Wild Boar walked ahead, Lewin and the Wildcat followed. As they went, the Wildcat explained and listed the sections for you. The Wildcat added that Lewin would be allowed to explore Chamber A. You asked, you didn't mention going to Section X. He turned when he heard you ask, his face suddenly serious. That area isn't open to anyone unless something special happens. Even for His Highness, it's a problem. You scanned him with your eyes, wondering in your head, something special. Following the guide, you began exploring from Section C. The 3 entered the C room. You picked up a sword larger than the Wild Boar. You asked the 2, is this a dark sword? Wild Boar replied, yes. We only collect well-preserved items after battles with monsters and demons. You looked at the sword, impressed. It seemed like the radiant blade Doom Prime used. Its polish reflected your chopping board face. Truly Matop's crafting vault, even the noble's donation section is like this, you marveled. Suddenly you noticed a book on the floor, The Peculiar Transformations of Tin Brown. I heard it was discontinued, so why is the book still here? Wild Boar stopped and, seeing your curiosity, cheerfully asked, do you know it? It's a book over 100 years old. You laughed, haha. There was a time when all I could do was read books. Behind, the 7 Maum cruisers explored nameless lands searching for ancient creatures as you read the titles of the books on the shelves. Can people freely read these books in the tower? You opened one and asked. The Wildcat explained, occasionally the tower's head allows members the opportunity to read, but ownership is not permitted. Section B is a treasury of knowledge, from forgotten spellbooks to rare ancient texts and even legendary manuscripts. Leaving B's allure behind, you moved on to Section A, but no artifact in A responded to you, which made you a little anxious. You turned to ask the 2 if anyone else had been unchosen by the artifacts before. Wild Boar scratched his head and forced a smile. There have been, but very few. He explained that for a mage to reach Section A and even have 1 or 2 artifacts respond as recognition of notable skill was rare. Your mood immediately sank. Being overlooked by every section was disappointing. You were very sad and could only give an awkward laugh. Trang, seeing this, folded her arms and smiled like a CEO. She lifted your spirits. There's nothing to be disappointed about. It's all trash. You were utterly shocked. What did you say? She explained to you, of course these are rare to humans, but they're really rare at the top tier. She pointed toward the door across the way, radiating a murderous aura as if from the depths of hell. You asked in Section X. The X door alone looks terrifying, and there's a dragon head above it, its mouth gaping as if ready to devour anyone who approaches. Trang stared at that room. I think there's something made by a dragon in there. You can even smell unrefined dragon ore inside. You sighed at her words. You didn't care much. No matter how valuable what's inside is, you couldn't take it out. Lacking faith in your own ability, you bent down to search, focusing on finding an artifact. But before you could find anything, a blue light appeared and caught your attention. Trang smirked because she already knew what was about to happen. The blue light also startled the 2 of them. Wild Boar even stammered, that's. The light was coming from the X door. If you couldn't hold steady, the three of you might be blown into the wall and framed as a painting. The wild boar shouted, it's happening. Something special is happening. It's been 56 years, aha, that door is slowly opening. Cut to Taron's room, he frowned. Could a marriage registration be imminent, he asked. Did Kun Khan's fang react? The wildcat replied respectfully, yes. He pondered, is this the sign that he will be the next heir? 3 exceptional artifacts are kept in Section X. Algal's scepter, Morshi's scales, and Kun Khan's fang. These artifacts share a common trait, they elevate their bearers to the pinnacle. Algal's scepter was used by the first human wizard. The artifact of Algal amplifies destructive power endlessly and symbolizes the Wizard King. 56 years ago, Taron was chosen by Algal's scepter. Anyone chosen by it is raised to the top of the Mage Tower. Morshi's scales grant an impervious armor that repels all magical attacks. This armor selects an owner only once a century. Those chosen become legendary knights. However, Kun Khan's fang, the first leader of the Molar and a mysterious artifact, has not chosen an owner in 100 years. Taron fell silent. Kun Khan's fang chose Ardal. Does that mean he is truly destined for the throne, he wondered. He asked the wildcat again to ensure the report was accurate. Lewin Ardal actually lifted Kun Khan's fang. The wildcat confirmed to Taron, yes, he lifted it very easily. Taron sank into thought again. Kun Khan's fang is an artifact that even commanders could hardly bring into the tower. He recalled 6 men bearing a single fang, every face strained by its weight. It's not something anyone can simply pick up. It possesses a power reminiscent of an ogre. Thinking that, he seemed to realize something. A power evoking the ogre. The special mission chosen was a search in Tyne Mountain, the fang of Kun Khan, the first leader of the ogres. He reorganized all the information he had, then suddenly spoke. Immediately, he summoned the Scream's mage and gave orders to the wildcat. I decide we go west to Tyne Mountain. The wildcat instructed Lewin, the time allotted for the mission is 1 month. Make sure you return on time. After the instructions, he handed you travel supplies. Here is your stipend, your ID card, and a train ticket. You received them and thanked him, thanks. The wildcat stood silently watching you stow your things, as if wanting to say something. After you finished packing and looked up to see him still staring, you asked, do you have something to say? He answered when you asked, yes and no, a reply that sounded frustratingly ambiguous. Hearing that, you were a bit puzzled. What do you mean? He replied, as a mage of the tower, I am not permitted to express personal opinions. But as a senior, there is something I want to tell you. Lewin's face registered brief surprise. He didn't understand why the wildcat would say that. The Mage Tower is very courteous to its underling mages, but cold to those who are not, you know. The place you would best belong. Lewin, he hinted at something he was sure you would understand. Be careful and question everything. Saying this, he grew serious, making the atmosphere tenser. Seeing that, your face naturally became more solemn. The ancient city of Tesserine. The city near Tyne Mountain was built to protect the continent from monster attacks. It is also called the Shield of the Continent. Therefore, Tesserine is always equipped with high walls, strong military power, and brave soldiers comparable to guardians. At least that's what I read in the books. You stood in a nearly deserted spot talking with Trang. Your face held some worry. It was surprisingly quiet. Chang replied that this is a city, their purpose has vanished. But now the threat, the ogres are gone, it explained. It pointed at a tavern. Look, the guards are drunk in broad daylight. Each of them holds a huge mug. After drinking, they could be full and need no food. They shout all day. Lewin felt a bit annoyed. Tusk, they said this city is where people return to fight bravely by day. Suddenly, a burly man with a sword-shaped scar on his face appeared from nowhere. Hey, you pampered brat in fancy clothes, hand over everything you've got. Was he really trying to intimidate you with that bulk? Does Lewin's face look scared at all? You simply placed a hand gently on the burly man's shoulder. Afterward, you walked away. The world was very different from what the books described. The other man was left lying on his back, staring at the sky. A thunderous snore rolled through the quiet air. Someone was drooling in their sleep, blowing bubbles from their nose. Lewin and Chang looked at him helplessly as he slept, not knowing what to say. You decided to break the man's drunken sleep. Excuse me. Hearing you call, he stirred groggily awake. He sprang up when he saw you standing there. I'm sorry, I slept too deeply and didn't notice you, mage. You weren't too bothered. It's fine. Can I borrow a horse? You asked. The stable master's face looked a bit embarrassed. Well, actually, we don't have any horses at the moment. The stables were empty, only piles of dry straw remained. You asked again, no horses at all? The stable master answered yes. You asked further, are there no other stables nearby? The stable master just scratched his head guiltily. This is the only place in Tesserine. Chang laughed until tears ran. What kind of stable has no horses? Ha ha, this place. Before he finished, Lewin cut in, slightly off plan, his face a bit disappointed that he couldn't borrow a horse. The stable master explained, there were originally 3 horses, but all were rented this morning. We haven't had customers in a long time, but today someone suddenly rented them all. Hearing this, you were surprised. He awkwardly offered, if you can wait a day, somehow I'll. You cut him off, wait a moment, which slightly startled him. Yes. You asked the stable master, after a long time without demand, how did someone rent every horse today? He was puzzled too. That's true, but why? You began to be suspicious. It's rare for people to come to Tassaran, so is it just a coincidence that someone else rented all the horses here? You wondered. Then you remembered what the wildcat told you before leaving. Doubt everything. You turned to the friend perched on your shoulder. Trang, have you noticed anything? He sighed and crossed his arms. You human, only now do you realize I told you back on the ship. He answered your question. Right, both of you turned at once. We're being followed. Behind the house opposite where you and Trang stood, a cloaked figure was watching the two of you. After realizing you were being tailed, you acted immediately. I had told the inn staff to report if anyone asked about me. You slipped a gold coin to the innkeeper, whose eyes lit up as he readily agreed. Money really can move the world. You decided to act as bait and stroll through Tassaran. You strode down the street. They'll have seen me leave the inn and will surely come ask about us, right? They were clearly agents of the Rianich Empire. You smiled as if you already knew everything. Whether it's the prince angered by my refusing his offer of citizenship or the king of the Mage Tower sniffing around me, I don't know, but none of them are particularly welcome. At all costs, this must be resolved before we reach the summit. Your eyes showed determination. You couldn't let them keep tailing you now that you knew they were there. No one came, the innkeeper answered Lewin awkwardly. You, disbelieving, asked again what? The innkeeper answered honestly. To be truthful, I was on edge waiting for someone to show up after you left, but no one came. Trang spoke up, looking at him as if you weren't lying. Suddenly, the innkeeper remembered something strange. You hurriedly asked, what is it? He revealed a shocking detail. For about 3 minutes my memory was almost blank. Hearing that, you were extremely stunned. The innkeeper added, no matter how hard I try to recall, your face grew more tense as I recounted what I could remember. Mind control. A high-level 6-tier spell that allows control and domination of an opponent's mind. The victim loses all memory during that period and the other party can steal those memories. You quickly went up the stairs. They are far more patient and powerful than we thought. Moreover, if memories are tampered with, they'll realize we've discovered they're tailing us. Bit by bit you deduced everything. Lewin opened the door to his room. The room was empty, but someone had pinned a note above the headboard. On the note was written, I do not intend to harm you, so don't waste time searching for me. Continue your quest. Lewin ripped the note down in anger. So they sneak into my room and leave a note telling me not to worry. That's a real threat. Then you said sternly, fine, then try me. Lewin leapt out of the room. You kicked off the nearby rooftops and landed safely. Lewin's jump looked dangerous. Lewin dashed like the wind. If he broke speed limits, he'd likely be hauled in. Then Trang asked, what do you think? You replied with a triumphant grin, we need to find them. Lewin ordered, open the map for me. The map showed 4 red dots, one for you and Trang, the other 3 were the men tailing you. You sprinted off but didn't forget to glance back with a taunting look. All right, then follow me. Red circles appeared as Lewin sped up. He shouted loudly so the 3 could hear, like racing for first place in a triathlon. Should we chase them? One of the 3 asked. Ha ha, our champion junior from the big tournament asks us to play. How can we refuse? Said the one with a skull on his collar, seeming to be the leader. He ordered the other 2 to pursue them. Don't kill them. The 2 obeyed and vanished into the air. Understood. The sky turned red as the 2 tailors flew like birds, and in no time they closed in on Lewin and Chang. You ran still smiling without a hint of fear. After all, you were the one who invited them to play. What was there to fear? In a desolate spot like an empty temple, a purple light appeared and 3 suspiciously cloaked figures descended. The 3 began to stride forward, scanning the surroundings as they walked. The one in the middle said, the trace of the mage from Scream's, Lin Ardle, has vanished. The leader turned his head and said, he hasn't disappeared, he's waiting for us. What? They spoke without paying the slightest attention to the pile of wooden crates nearby. Lewin suddenly burst out from there, catching the 3 cloaked figures off guard. They yelled in panic. Lewin Ardle. Before he could finish the second sentence, one of them was punched by Lewin until his face was distorted. He quickly turned back toward the second man, leaving him so shocked his mouth dropped open. Lewin lunged with a fist, but that man swiftly conjured a protective wall in front of him. As if that could stop him, the magical wall shattered under Lewin's punch, and the man swallowed a blow that sent blood spurting from his mouth. Before long, 2 of the 3 were down, sprawled out on the ground. Lewin fixed his gaze on the last one. He suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, I was curious what kind of person he was. Turns out he's a real monster, huh? Lewin glared at him with murderous intent and said in a low voice, who are you? The black-cloaked man with the mustache smiled calmly at Lewin's vigilance and said, did you know? The head of the Mage Tower sent us here. We were instructed to protect our younger generation. Lewin replied, sounds more like spying. The mustached man's expression grew more enigmatic. He tore the paper in his hand and said, it's the same either way. Besides, watching you was entertaining. Then the old man vanished, leaving the 2 subordinates unconscious on the ground, a swirl of gray smoke, and the parting words that they'd meet again. Lewin looked at the skull tattoo on the subordinate's neck and said, that skull tattoo, dark mages, dark mages. Lewin crossed his arms, staring at the 2 unconscious men, then told Chang, yes, it's a secret order. a group of mages from the tower who handled dirty work. With that skull wrapped in mysterious blue flame and those enigmatic black-robed figures, you could tell this organization was no benevolent one. Liyuan called them the Dark Mage Cult. All that's known about them is their name and that tattoo. It's unclear exactly what they do, the individual members' levels, or even the academy's true identity. Chang listened eagerly and asked Liyuan, "So what's your impression after meeting them?" Liyuan looked at Trang as if he'd thought of something and smiled. "It's plausible. They don't seem on par with the representatives from the recent grand tournament." Trang, a bit confused, said, "But we still haven't verified that one's strength." Liyuan nonchalantly replied, "All right." He covered his mouth with his hand, recalling how those cruel mages attacked innocents, and said, "They used 6th-tier magic. Clearly they're not ordinary opponents, and they can also track us from afar." Trang studied your pensive expression and asked, "What do you intend to do?" Liyuan remained thoughtful. He looked up as if he'd devised a plan and said, "First, I'll make them reveal themselves." After a while, the sound of horses' hooves grew rapid. The next day, we set off immediately toward Tian Mountain. Liyuan galloped quickly toward the mountain range ahead. The journey to Tian Mountain was exhausting. We had to cross barren deserts, but I could feel we were certainly reaching our destination. Liyuan placed a hand over his chest. Liyuan dismounted, with his hand still on his chest. His face was anxious and his chest trembled. Light shone on the sweaty youth's face. He gave a faint smile and said directly, "So this is Tian Mountain." "Yes, you're not mistaken. The mountain wrapped in that gloomy black veil is Tian Mountain." Liyuan stood dazed for a while and said, "This is exactly the feeling of satisfaction." The dark barrier trembled slightly as if something had touched it. Liyuan said, "You once said this is where you lived with Draka, right?" Chang replied, "Yes, that's right." Liyuan sat down wearily, leaned against the barrier, and said, It won't budge at all. How am I supposed to get in?" Liyuan's expression changed, a hint of worry appearing. He looked up at Trang and said, "What kind of inhumane idea is this? You want me to destroy this barrier?" Trang climbed onto his head and answered, "Yes." Liyuan sighed. Trang climbed to the top of his head. Liyuan looked down and said confidently, "If they were humans, they'd definitely try to break the barrier, right?" Liyuan looked up at Trang and added, "Yes, that's the first thought." Chang continued, "But they can't break it using normal human methods." Chang went on, "What if there's an ogre here?" Chang's words surprised Liyuan a little. He hadn't expected that. Liyuan sat cross-legged, propped his chin with his hand, and thought seriously. Wouldn't it be better to summon an ogre from inside and ask them to open the door like a friend? While Liyuan was still pondering, Trang shot down to the ground. He crossed his arms, looked at Liyuan, and said, "Yes, now my thoughts are very clear." Liyuan was even more shocked on hearing that. His pupils contracted as he looked down at Chang and said, "But you said all the ogres here were dead, didn't you?" Trang, with a very confident expression, looked Liyuan straight in the eye and replied that that was merely human thinking. Liyuan began to feel tense. He turned his head to look at the barrier behind him. Trang's face darkened. He said, "Remember, Liyuan, your strength isn't bound by preconceptions. Break it." No sooner had he spoken than a voice came from within the gloomy, black barrier. "I am breaking it," which surprised Liyuan standing outside. Liyuan placed his hand on the barrier and said. Then he began to put both hands on the barrier, a bit hesitant, and said, "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend not to hear, but I have your leader's fang with me. Kun Khan." Liyuan kept both hands on the barrier and continued, "If you can hear me, open the door." The atmosphere then fell suddenly silent, leaving both Liyuan and Trang somewhat anxious. After a moment, a powerful purplish-blue light emanated from Liyuan's hands. A huge explosion jolted between Liyuan and the barrier, putting Liyuan in a difficult position. But with firm resolve, Liyuan held his ground. He endured the force before him. Liyuan's pupils suddenly contracted, as if he saw something terribly dreadful approaching. The black barrier then gradually vanished. Liyuan exclaimed, "How did it open?" A mysterious old man in a black robe suddenly appeared from who knows where and ran forward in a panic, shouting, "How could a rookie like him do what no one has done before?" To his bad luck, when he arrived, the barrier reappeared and blocked him from entering. Helpless, he could only stand outside, repeatedly pounding the barrier and screaming, "What's happening? It's closed again. What is going on?" Before he could make sense of what was happening, a punch everyone recognized came flying at him. Liyuan lunged forward and punched him squarely in the face, knocking him backward. Liyuan's face flamed with rage as he shouted, "Seize the chance, you won't run like you did the other day." Not giving him a chance to counter, Liyuan unleashed another move. An earthquake strike, he slammed his hand into the ground, causing a shock that cracked the earth beneath their feet. The old man was already reeling from the consecutive blows and cried out in pain. Not finished, Liyuan shouted and summoned vines. Long tendrils shot forward to seize the designated prey, the maid. The old man was soon tightly bound by Liyuan's vines, sprawling on the ground before him. Unable to speak or move, he could only let out helpless sounds. "Ugh." Liyuan said, "Did you think this time you could get close to me?" Liyuan calmly looked at the man now restrained before him and said, "What level are you?" end this game quickly. Oh my, already being stared at by the elder. He's probably the big one who will charge out with a wooden club. The giant suddenly swung his club and lunged straight toward where Lewin stood, leaving him stunned and bewildered. A horrifying sight appeared. In an instant, the green giant's wooden club was dripping bright red fluid, leaving no doubt what that liquid was. Lewin was utterly shocked by the gruesome scene. His eyes widened and his body went rigid. The giant turned to look at Lewin with a grim, elephantine stare that gave him chills. His dark, deep-set eyes fixed on Lewin. He said, "Answer me, human, who are you?" On the outside, Lewin tried to appear calm, but inside he was extremely anxious. Trang, perched on his shoulder, leaned in and whispered, "Lewin, remember this, they're made with the mindset of monsters. Fortunately, I managed to get inside the Tian Mountain fence. The moment I stepped in, it felt like another world," Lewin murmured as he followed the green giant deeper inside. There he was surrounded by countless other terrifying green giants. They looked at him with curiosity. One of them said, "A human? What is a human doing here?" But he smelled not much like a human. He smelled just like us. Sniff, sniff. Lewin walked on with a face tense as a drawn bowstring. Trang beside him said, "Master, be careful. They don't have human morals." Lewin, nervous, replied, "I know." Lewin recalled his first encounter with that green giant and thought aloud. Now I suppose he didn't harm me because of Kun Khan's fang, but I still don't know when they might kill me. He cautiously trailed behind the green giant, observing him. They reached a towering peak. The green giant said, "We're here. This is the summit of Tian Mountain." The two stopped beside another green giant. Lewin looked at the club-wielding giant and asked, "A summit? There's still another peak above this, right?" Bang, a shockwave rang out, causing Lewin to flinch. Before him stood another giant, larger than the rest, with white hair and beard. Lewin thought this wasn't merely a summit, there was an aura of authority. The white-haired giant looked down at Lewin and began to introduce himself. "I am the leader Hak Khan, human. I've heard you possess Kun Khan's sacred relic." Needless to say, Lewin was still in shock at the enormous size, dozens of times larger than the other goblins. He gaped upward, thinking the leader was far bigger than those goblins. Hak Khan continued, "Human, we welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you apart and feed your body to the eagles. Who are you?" Lewin tried to stay calm and replied, "I thought I said this at the gate. I am the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang." Hak Khan sat down and said, "Nonsense, that's not an item any human can handle." Lewin answered, "But it's true." Lewin took out an object wrapped in a white cloth. He said, "May I show you?" The goblin shouted in alarm, "Oh my, it's true." Hak Khan looked at Lewin with great satisfaction and said, "An interesting human, you carry our scent and I also smell the fragrance of power." Lewin replied cheerfully, "That's right, I'm quite strong." "And I smell the fragrance of power," Hak Khan said. "Now answer me, who are you, human?" Lewin hesitated and began to say, "I am." Suddenly Lewin and Chang exchanged a look as if thinking of the same thing. Lewin said, "Do you know Drakagania? That's the name of a dragon living on this Tian Mountain." Hak Khan also gaped in surprise at what he had just heard. Hak Khan hurriedly looked down at Lewin and asked, "How do you know that name?" Lewin put his hands on his hips and smiled, "I heard it from Kingram." Leader Hak Khan was even more shocked when he heard Kingram's name. He shouted, "Kingram, he's still alive." Lewin recalled his first encounter with Kingram and said, "He's alive as an exhibit at my academy. Should I say he's regarded as one of the professors?" Lewin looked at Leader Hak Khan and said confidently, "You're curious who I am, aren't you?" The green goblin guide who had led them earlier stood quietly listening as Lewin said, "I'm a friend of Kingram, who once led the summit of Tian Mountain." Lewin continued, "I'm also the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang and the inheritor of Draka's world-destroying power." At that, Leader Han was taken aback. Facing the two huge goblins, Lewin announced clearly, "I am Lewin Ardal." Lewin faced Leader Hak Khan and said, "With all that said, you still intended to crush me and feed my corpse to the eagles." Leader Hak Khan pondered for a long moment, then said, "No, we will gladly welcome you. A human, eh?" Lewin's face then went rigid, as if he had no words. He was brought to the center of a plaza with a simple stone table, while the goblins around kept shouting. Trang sat on Lewin's shoulder, arms crossed, and said, "The goblins have a ritual even for welcoming newcomers. If you want their welcome, you must show your worth. Draka did the same when he first came here." Chang looked at Lewin seriously and said, "And the format is?" Arm wrestling. A large green goblin stepped forward in front of him. He proudly flexed his muscles and said, "I am Omrat, son of Merukan Khan. You're the human we've welcomed, are you?" Already Lewin's face tightened like a wrinkled blanket. He thought to himself, "You expect this giant to be my opponent? Something's wrong here." In a flash, Lewin and Omrat took their positions to arm wrestle. The whole plaza roared, "Come on, crush that human, Omrat." Lewin leaned on the stone table and asked Chang, "If I lose the arm wrestle, they still won't throw me to the eagles, right?" Trang replied helplessly, "I'm not sure." Facing the giant Omrat, the tension was palpable. Lewin looked very small compared to him. They gripped each other's hands tightly. Lewin thought the giant was meant to intimidate him, but that didn't mean he should rush in blindly. Lewin's face was extremely tense. He thought a match between a goblin and a human sounded ridiculous, but he also possessed special power granted by the relic. The white fang hovered amid the magic. Lewin said that since obtaining Kun Khan's fang, his power had increased by 1,000. Lewin frowned, showing seriousness, and thought that his power now reached 3,520. This was possible. Omrat looked extremely confident. He said, I don't think you're an ordinary human, but your arm feels different. I'm Omrat, son of Omru Khan. Even if my opponent is a human, I won't go easy on you. Lewin refused to back down. He grinned and shouted, all right, try to beat me once and then be gone forever. The referee stepped into the center to prepare. Both competitors' faces were deadly serious. Begin, the goblin referee yelled. Almost immediately, Lewin clenched his arm so hard that the sleeve's fabric tore in a strip. Omrat was somewhat surprised at his opponent's strength. The match continued with no clear winner yet. Omrat shouted loudly, oh. Looking at Lewin, one could see his condition worsening. Sweat dripped as if he could only hold on a little longer. He wondered, is it over? But Lewin summoned the last of his strength and shouted, this is my last chance, you goblin brutes. However, not as he hoped, Omrat pinned Lewin's hand with incredible ease, even producing a popping sound. Lewin strained so hard his shirt tore, but losing so horribly left him stupefied and dazed. The goblin referee then stood up, raised both arms and shouted, Omrat has won. Lewin lay exhausted on the stone table and sighed. Ah, I lost, even though I tried my best. Lewin's hand trembled, bruised and wounded all around. He asked, so now they'll throw me to the eagles to eat. Lewin stared blankly at the sky as if contemplating death when a voice said, stand up, human. A green goblin knelt and facing Lewin said approvingly, you fought back against Omrat, Tian Mountain's finest warrior. Truly praiseworthy. At that moment, a system quest panel appeared. The Tian Mountain goblins revere strength. Draka took 17 years to earn the goblins' respect through his power as he did. Subdue the goblins you want with strength and make them respect you. Defeat Omrat in the arm wrestle. 0.1 goblin favor reward at Tian Mountain. Lewin looked up in disbelief, stammering, thank you. Trang cheerfully looked at Lewin and said, well done, Lewin, you've won the goblin's support. Lewin pushed himself up on his hands, glanced at Trang and awkwardly said, Chang, you didn't tell me this would happen, did you? Trang chuckled happily. Lewin snorted and glanced at Trang, saying, you said Draka took 17 years to beat Omrat, right? I'll do it in a month. Looking up, the atmosphere was very merry, goblins sitting together at tables eating and chatting. As soon as the arm wrestle ended, a feast had been prepared on the small summit. At one table, Lewin said happily, tastier than we expected, right? Hard to believe goblins cook this well. Trang replied helplessly, I know the food smells strong, really pungent. Lewin said no, it's not like that. Lewin sat down and looked around, asking, but why do the goblins here keep themselves isolated in this monastery? Lewin's expression darkened. He felt there was more to it. Watching the goblins laughing and joking, Lewin thought he would overcome something more important than this task. Omrat approached from behind and said to Lewin, a strong human. Lewin turned and replied, yes, Omrat. Omrat looked down at Lewin and asked, so what do you plan to do with the first chief's tooth? Lewin blinked and said, do what with it? What can I do with it? Omrat smiled brightly and said, if you want, I can help you make a weapon suited for humans. Surprised to get such a bargain, Lewin was a bit taken aback. He thought, what? In a dark forge. Lewin held the enormous tooth in his hand and asked, what is this? As he carried the tooth, Trang said, this is the main source of power, a great symbol of strength. Whoever in the Agras clan inherits it will be the strongest. Lewin asked, no, I mean, what is it used for? Things like armor or a magic staff. Trang said the Angel staff and Morshi scales have clear uses. One is a wizard's staff and the other is a spell plate for a knight. The image of Lewin in armor holding a staff and laughing loudly appeared. Trang said, or this could be used as a mace, except this enchantment. The two walked down the dark corridor chatting animatedly. Chang said, keep it and learn about it later. It will only help increase your power. Lewin replied, all right. Cut to Omrat smiling brightly. If you want, I can make it for you, a weapon suited to humans. Surprised to get such a bargain, Lewin was a little taken aback. He thought he had it but didn't know how to use it. This was an unexpected opportunity. Omrat pointed his thumb at himself and said confidently, Kun Khan's tooth is so heavy and hard that no one seems able to work it. But if it's Omusira iron, it's entirely possible. Lewin listened, a little puzzled. The iron trap is just like a human blacksmith's work. Omrat looked at Lewin and asked, do you have any idea what special kind of weapon you mean? Lewin grunted. After a moment, he suddenly smiled as if he'd thought of something. So can you help me make exactly what I need? It had been half a month since I arrived at Sky Mountain, Lewin said, lurking in the bushes as if waiting for something. Lewin, up ahead a green goblin shouted loudly toward them, human. Lewin leapt from the bushes and said, I'll deal with it. In that time, I've helped the Agras tribe hunt or supported them. Then he began to run. He spent a lot of time training me in things I couldn't do. Lewin, sweating heavily, looked up at the system and then said cheerfully, all right. After that he wrestled with Omrat again and, as before, Lewin lost. However, my main duties mostly involved something else. Plainly stated, he declared 15 losses in 15 matches. Wrestling Omrat, Lewin kept losing 15 times. Sulking, he rubbed his arm and said he'd lost again. This really happened to me. Omrat could only laugh behind him. Haha. Lewin rubbed his arm for a while, then Chang came over to cheer. Come on, master, you're getting better. Omrat smiled and said, stand like that, human. You've gradually started using your strength more effectively. Lewin still refused to give up. He looked at Omrat confidently and said, thanks, I feel I'm making progress. I've learned to use my strength wisely through advice, and each day I can endure a little longer. Lewin put both hands in his pockets, turned his head and said, before I leave here, I must defeat Omrat. Omrat behind him was naturally stunned when his name was called. Although inside the cave, their conversation could be heard clearly echoing out. Omrat, are you hesitating? Omrat replied, no, this human has no chance against me in wrestling. A few days later, Omrat wore a fixed, rigid expression. Oh, so Lewin's small hand had beaten Omrat in the wrestling match. The referee said, 17 matches, 16 losses. Chang couldn't believe his eyes either and said, a win. Lewin happily stood up, raised both hands, and shouted loudly to Omrat's astonishment. I won. The system appeared. Side quest at Sky Mountain. Win the wrestling match with Omrat. Complete one to receive the Sky Mountain Ogre Tribe's reward. You will earn the respect of all ogres. Omrat wasn't angry about losing. On the contrary, he kept praising Lewin, saying the boy kept surprising him. I lost, young Master Ardal. Lewin rubbed his wrist and looked at Omrat happily. This is the first time, right? Omrat called my name like that. Omrat turned his back and walked away, saying, it seems you're ready. Lewin watched Omrat's figure recede and asked, ready for what? Omrat turned his face back and said, come here. Omrat said, actually, it's been finished for a long time. I've been waiting for this moment to give it to you. Luin quickly stepped up to Omrat and asked, why didn't you give it to me even though the weapon was finished? Omrat rummaged for the item and said, I waited until you could beat me. If you hadn't won, I might not have given it to you. The fang of Kun Khan is very important to us. Lewin's expression froze a little after hearing that, a bit embarrassed. He thought, doesn't this feel like being robbed right in front of me? After a moment, Omrat held out the object toward Lewin and said, here you go, it's yours. Lewin looked at the item before him, surprised, and said, that is. It was a pair of black metal gauntlets, the paw made from Kun Khan's fang, crafted by Omrat, a gauntlet inlaid with the fang of the first ogre chieftain of Sky Mountain. The fang pieces would not shatter under any impact and would destroy anything. Instantly grants plus 2000 strength, unlocks a unique skill, leadership with growing potential. Lewin slid the gauntlets on, clenched his hand, and resolutely thought that a paw gauntlet fitted with Kun Khan's fang inside would surely suit him best as a melee mate. Seeing he hadn't spoken, Chang asked, how is it? Omrat also asked, what do you think of my finished product? I made it using the most perfect mold for you. Lewin looked tense, but he was actually lost in thought. Amazing, not just plus 2000 strength, it might be even stronger. Lewin said, Omrat, can you gather all the Sky Mountain warriors? Very quickly, all the green goblins assembled. They were gossiping that a powerful human wants to challenge all of us to wrestling. Yes, he says he'll defeat every one of us. The goblins immediately buzzed with talk. Although he had beaten Omrat, he still wounded our pride. Facing such a challenger, an event like this, the more they spoke, the more excited and thrilled they became. Welcome. Lewin stood in the square facing a huge goblin. From the ogre perspective, this seemed an arrogant challenge. But the atmosphere was very jovial. The ogres worship strength and love contests. They seemed to appreciate my competitive spirit. Not only the large goblins, but also smaller ones came to watch and cheer. A child shouted, come on, father. Chang folded his arms and smiled. Ah, remember before, Draka did something like this once too. Lewin leaned on the stone table and looked down at Chang. Although he's faced 17 opponents in a row over 30 years, your case is different. Humans don't live as long as dragons, so we must hurry. Chang lost his smug look and replaced it with helplessness. Lewin placed a hand on the stone table, eyed his opponent seriously, and thought that just yesterday he had said this was impossible. But looking at his own gleaming black gauntlets, Lewin felt confident that with Kun Khan's fang gauntlet on his hand, he couldn't lose. The goblin referee standing aside began to shout, preparing. To start, the two tried to pin the other's arm, but Lewin's side initially looked a bit disadvantaged. Oh, but with trained strength combined with the gauntlet's might, Lewin was able to easily pin his opponent. On the plains, the goblins gathered to send Lewin off. One goblin said, will you return, young master? Lewin replied, yes, now we must go to Leverden. The goblin said regretfully, you gave us an unforgettable experience. Thank you, young master. Lewin looked at them cheerfully but said nothing. Lewin reached out his hand. Omrat saw it and said, do you want another wrestling match, even though you've defeated all of us already? Lewin said, it's not a wrestling match, which momentarily stunned Omrat. He extended his hand to grasp Omrat's and said, this is called a handshake. Omrat, a little puzzled, repeated, handshake. A fleeting look of regret crossed Lewin's face as he performed a human greeting. Omrat seemed enlightened. He listened silently as Lewin explained how people greet and bid farewell to a friend. Then he set off on the road amid the goblins' farewells. Lewin waved and called out loudly, "See you later" is a form of goodbye. Late afternoon at the News Academy. In his office, Taron sat at his desk listening to reports. "It's not very important news," he said. He listened while propping his hand and thinking. The report on the Screaming Witch was still incomplete. It had been quite a while since the two returned with severe wounds. There has been no news since the Screaming Witch began tracking Lewin Ardle alone. He recalled the Western mage who Lewin had beaten up the other day. After sending another team to scout again, they found no sign of humans near Sky Mountain. Then he spoke up, "They have been dealt with." Before he finished, someone interrupted him. "Leader, I have a new report." Another man in a black robe entered. He said, "Lewin Ardle has advanced to Leverdin." Taron listened in disbelief. His face darkened like the bottom of a pot as he brooded for a long moment, as if plotting something dirty. He gave the order for the man to return immediately. By then, Lewin had already reached the city. The castle was bathed in the fiery red of sunset, accompanied by a deep, disappointed voice. "I failed the mission." Taron rested his hand on his chin, looking partly helpless and mostly amused as he listened to the other explain. As King Flame said, there was some reason why no one could successfully conquer that place. It was only when I reached Thierson that I realized the task exceeded my abilities. Lewin sat on the boat with his face downcast, explaining despondently that the barriers there were too strong, so there was no way to get inside. Taron remained silent and listened. "He interrupted you. You sounded like a mess, you know that." Taron spoke slowly, word by word. "Be honest and tell me clearly that you were chosen by Kun Khan's Fang." He said sternly that your assigned task was to search for the ogre stronghold. That seems like quite a coincidence. Hearing this, Lewin's face went pale and sweat ran down his face. He tried to stay calm as he questioned, "So you've been following me?" Taron replied calmly, "Following you? I'm simply worried you might become one of the tower's opponents." Lewin hurriedly spoke up. "Any mage who dared oppose King Flame would become an implacable enemy of those in the tower, wouldn't they?" Taron looked him over and answered, "Enough small talk, I'll get to the point. Tell me honestly, what did you see inside Thierson?" His face suddenly grew fierce as he growled, "Are the original ogre people still alive?" Lewin tensed at Taron's question, his expression strained as he struggled to find the right words. He slowly left the castle. Lewin breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Recalling when Taron had threatened, "Don't lie to me, I know everything. I could rummage through your past right here if I wanted." He cut in and asked, "But you wouldn't actually do that, would you?" Which briefly surprised Taron. "What?" Lewin sneered provocatively. "A great frontier wizard like you wouldn't stoop to such measures, would you? Especially not against a student like me." Taron heard this, his brows knitting as he shouted angrily, "You dare bet against me?" That student sounded a bit too modest, didn't he? Taron said helplessly, "Well, fine." He softened his tone and advised him that since his official first mission had failed, he should return to the academy. Lewin's face darkened as he pondered. "I just wagered on King Flame's pride. Luckily it worked. Though he wouldn't use such extreme methods, there were plenty of other ways." He frowned, thinking anxiously, "But if King Flame grows more unreasonable, I could be trapped. Just the thought is terrifying." Lewin reassured himself that it was surely over now. He thought of Taron and had a premonition that choosing him in District X meant everyone knew he was the heir to the throne. Though unstated, King Flame would certainly watch him closely. Lewin rubbed his aching shoulder and hurried off, grumbling, "I don't know. I just want to get away from here as fast as possible." The steam train thundered forward, smoke billowing. Colorful banners bearing Lewin's image and cheers. "Wow, Lewin, congratulations on winning the festival." The crowd tossed him high into the air, shouting with excitement. "Over here." Lewin greeted them, embarrassed, and cried out, "Stop it, that was 2 months ago." Jason casually dropped a cardboard box onto the table with a thud. Lewin sat on the bed, puzzled. "What's this?" The man, hands on his hips, smiled and replied, "It's your letter." As expected, the festival winner would definitely become famous. Seeing the pile of letters in the box, he cried out, "Whoa, so many." Jason interrupted, "These are just the recent ones." At his question, Jason turned to the white cabinet and continued, "And these are some from long ago that were kept." Lewin's eyes widened and his mouth dropped open as he stared at the mound of letters like a small mountain, speechless. He was in shock and didn't know what to say. Jason propped himself up and watched Lewin sit cross-legged on the bed, murmuring as he read the letter in his hands. "What's this?" "Letters from Princes II. From the imperial genius of law and the true patriot of the kingdom, addressed to Lewin Ardle." The letters kept spilling out of the cabinet as he read in his steady voice, "I was very glad to hear you refused the imperial prince's invitation. You truly are a patriot. even though I've never met you. Jason sighed and replied, dear isn't for those you're already close to, it's for those you want to be close to. Do you know that? He stretched out on the bed and watched Lewin read the letters intently, asking, but Lewin, what's your plan here? Lewin's mouth twitched into a slight, sly, mysterious smile. He broke into a bright smile and said, I'm thinking this year will be very different. Lewin rode slowly under the tree canopy, passing through a sunlit forest. As he rode, he felt excited, thinking it had been a long time since he last returned home last year. He just stayed in the dormitory, not going anywhere. Remembering that time, Lewin couldn't help but feel ashamed that he had no face to show his fellow townspeople. He lacked the confidence to smile and answer their questions. How's life at the academy? Lewin's eyes grew confident as he said, but now I can face them with pride. From atop his horse, he looked down and saw European-style villages spread across the open land. The villagers, stunned and rubbing their eyes in disbelief, called out in unison, young master. Lewin scratched his head and answered shyly, how is everyone? The villagers cheered loudly. Is it really you, young master? Someone exclaimed in surprise. What young master? People crowded around him, making him scratch his head and awkwardly explain, sorry everyone, I've been away too long, haven't I? A villager laughed loudly, ha ha ha. How's the schooling? Is it like the rumors? Another interrupted. But our young master is the best, right? Lewina came running from somewhere and threw her arms around him, shouting, big brother. The little girl, hands on her hips, pouted loudly, HMPH, not a single letter came home that whole time and now you appear. Their father stood behind, smiling kindly though somewhat helpless. Lewin called out, father. Lewin put his hand on his head teasingly, Lewina, you've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Making the girl angry, she shouted, what? He gave a very bright smile, adding inwardly, and you're still as adorable as ever. Lewin gently instructed his father, father, call all the family members. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to talk with anyone. The bright moon shone in the night sky, which was partly covered by clouds. In the parlor, everyone gathered around to listen to Lewin. I told the family and close ones about what happened over the past 6 years. Of course, I left out the details about the players. Lewina wiped away her tears. Big brother, you've really been through so much. The housemaid exclaimed, but you overcame all those hardships. We're so proud of you, young master. Beggin spoke up, so that means you won a big contest and even had a private conversation with the imperial prince. He replied gently, yes. He thought to himself that although it had been 2 months, it was still fresh news to people in his rural hometown. His father held a letter in his hand, pride in his voice. Is that why the royal family is sending letters? He laughed loudly and showed off that countless letters from noble families had also been sent here, making him smile helplessly. He thought, I wanted to be the first to tell father. Beggin said sternly, there are a few matters related to that you need to be aware of, young master. His father replied, let's start, I'm done with that discussion. Beggins advised, you need more understanding. It will be to your benefit, which left Lewin feeling confused, not knowing what was happening. He turned to his father and asked, father, tell me, if I heard these things from someone else, I would be very disappointed. His father propped his hand against his face and answered helplessly, it would be useless. Recalling the wooden chest full of letters he had received, he sighed. As I said, our house has received countless letters from nobles, all about you. Many letters offer great assistance to our family as an excuse to use you or to secure a meeting with you. Lewina and the housemaid both looked worried when they heard his father speak. Of course, I refused them all, but there is one problem. Lewin put his hands on his thighs, looked at his father, and asked seriously, what problem, sir? He replied, Bilko's Monzo. He thought of that man with growing concern, fearing he might use you as leverage to threaten House Ardal. Monzo is the only trading city near Ardal territory. Most goods produced in Ardal are traded through Monzo. In other words, Ardal's lands are sustained by the money earned in Mons. Lewin looked at his father and asked in bewilderment why they would set such unreasonably low prices for our goods. He turned away gloomily and answered, yes, because they want to take Ardal territory hostage and force you to become Monzo's guardian mate. Lewin's father put his hand to his weary face and added that at this rate Ardal's finances would collapse. He bowed his head and lamented, but for now there was no clear solution. Lewin recalled the cheerful faces of the farmers eagerly saying, oh come on, I'll be the first to host the young master. Some even boasted that our young master's goat milk this year was exceptionally good. His father and Beggins were surprised when he said, I suddenly thought that a villain needs to be struck down. He looked at his clenched hand and said casually, if they're eager to meet me, they'll have to come and perform for me. After loading the luggage onto the horse, Beggins didn't forget to remind him, here is some food and water for the road. Young master, travel safely. Lewin replied, thank you, Mr. Beggins. He looked at him apologetically and said, I'm very sorry to place the burden of this matter on you just as you've returned home. Lewin patted his horse reassuringly, it's all right, you're just doing your job as steward, and I'm only trying to fulfill my duties as a young lord. Beggins watched anxiously as Lewin slowly climbed into the saddle, uncertain how to speak. He called after him as Lewin prepared to spur the horse away, young master, don't be angry with him. Lewin asked in surprise. What? Begin's eyes worried tried to explain, the Lord has done everything he can. He even paid out of his own pocket to make up for the harm Monzo caused. Most people in Ardle's lands don't know about this. Lewin bowed his head and listened as he was told that the peace they now enjoy is thanks to the Lord's sacrifices. Lewin said in a low voice, "It's shameful. I think I've been too arrogant." Hearing this, his father looked stunned and asked what he meant. Thinking of his father, he couldn't help but admit he had been very disappointed and wondered whether his father had been silently enduring everything. Thinking about last night's conversation, he felt ashamed to confess that he had thought he alone could solve all the things his father could not. Lewin's eyes were sad and helpless as he said, "Even though I knew since I was a child, my father has loved and cared for this land more than anyone." Beggins, hearing him, had nothing more to say to console him. From his horse, Lewin produced a wooden box and said, "Instead, could you deliver this to my father?" He respectfully extended both hands to receive it, asking, "What is it, young master?" His mouth fell open as he looked at the box in his hands when Lewin calmly said it contained 10 gold taels. The gold bars were neatly arranged in the box. He gently explained they were the prize from that great tournament and hoped they would be used for necessities in the territory. Beggins asked what for. Cradling the box carefully, Lewin replied that in his personal opinion it would be most effective. He said that by using it to buy more land, he believed House Ardle could become self-sufficient in supplies and not rely on Monzo in the future. Beggins frowned in thought and replied, "It could come true, but our territory is currently in trouble. Right now no one wants to sell land to us." He was startled when Lewin said, "What if we take it?" Lewin said confidently, "And then we'll clean it up." He explained they would reclaim the long-troubled Wolf Hill within the territory and the marsh plains occupied by the Mud People. It's not a bad idea. Sitting on his horse, Lewin carefully outlined his plan. With this money, if they hired mercenaries to reform the lands and train outsiders for hire, they could even earn more revenue. Beggins realized that if they could hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it would be worth trying. Lewin turned to Beggins and said he would leave the details with the steward and his father, and then he would set out. Lewin spurred his horse into a full gallop, leaving Beggins behind and shouting, "Let's go." The trading city of Monzo is the largest territory in the southern part of the kingdom. All nearby supplies are concentrated there. Lord Bilko's Monzo has many bad rumors about him, such as buying office with money through loan sharks or being a former leader of the Walpa gang. As he rode, Lewin thought to himself that, in other words, they needed a heart of steel. He stopped before the gates of an imposing white castle guarded strictly by sentries. From his horse, Lewin bowed politely and told a guard, "I am the second son of House Ardle. Is Lord Lewin Ardle inside?" Hearing that, the tall, thin guard sighed, while a fat guard scoffed and picked his nose. Lewin's face darkened when he heard the guard's mocking voices. "Ardle again." One guard wondered aloud why they kept making such a fuss when it never succeeds. The tall guard replied, "Yeah, exactly." The fat guard joined in sarcastically, saying they're just children learning to beg. The tall guard laughed, clutching his belly and mocking the mounted Lewin. "Ha ha ha, can you speak properly this time, young master?" The fat guard scratched his head and chuckled along, "Heh heh." Lewin squeezed his eyes shut, thinking to himself, has he always been treated like this? How many times has my father come here? A guard sneered at him to dismount. "Come in and inquire of the Lord. If it's Ardle, they'll throw him out." The thin guard, seeing his companion's bored yawns, deliberately called out, "But this time it's different, right? Hurry up." Lewin silently calculated that he was not here as a cadet but as the second son of House Ardle. If he accepted rudeness as normal, it would make Ardle's reputation look foolish. The fat guard, surprised to see Lewin take a stance, shouted, "What do you intend to do now?" The thin guard squinted when you reminded him, "You boys should go home and practice more." To the guard's surprise, he hurled the thin guard hard, sending him flying backward. Bilko's Monzo and another guard returned from somewhere, smiling warmly as he called out, "Oh my, look who's here." Lewin glanced at the old man with a sardonic smile. "The hero who won this year's great tournament, the mage of a new era. Aren't you Lewin Ardle?" He frowned and asked, "Are you Lord Bilko's Monzo?" The old man bowed deeply, feigning respect. "Yes, I am Bilko's Monzo. It is humiliating that someone of your stature would visit this humble place. I cannot hold my head high." He was taken aback when Lewin arrogantly replied, "Then don't hold your head high." Lewin glared at him fiercely and ground his teeth. "If you're ashamed that I came here, you'd better bow your head." Bilko's Monzo frowned at that and was left speechless. He curled his lip into a smile. Bilko's Monzo straightened, adjusted himself, and replied with a smile as rumored, "You're quite forthright. Then, despite the shame, I shall lift my head." Lewin said casually, "Fine, but you need to train your guards better." The old man sycophantically asked, "Have my boys committed some offense?" Bilko's Monzo glared at Lewin's disdainful glance. "They treated my family like goblins, so I issue a mild warning." He looked back at the guards Lewin had thoroughly beaten, piled up and speechless. Bilko's Monzo was provoked to fury, grinding his teeth and rolling his eyes. Lewin, seeing his expression, taunted, "Is that acceptable, my lord?" He turned and smirked in reply, "Ha ha ha, feel free to treat them like your inferiors. but inwardly he seethed, how dare that brat lay a hand on my men. Yuan rubbed his hands and smiled, ah, then we will. To Bilko's Monzo's astonishment, he delivered a kick that sent the remaining guard flying backward with great force. The struck guard fell and rolled on the ground. He clapped and laughed casually, that's enough. This one needs etiquette training too, leaving the old man speechless. Yuan added with a smile, you might have been planning to make me wait here longer. The old man was maddened by the taunts, grinding his teeth and glaring fiercely when he heard the cutting sarcasm. Show me in, my lord. As he stepped inside, he saw something hanging on the wall that looked like a wolf's head with its mouth open and sharp teeth. The man gave a not at all insincere smile and told Yuan, I have a hobby of collecting such artworks. Heh. He looked seriously and thought, it doesn't look pleasant at all. The old man continued, I understand, everyone has different tastes. Haha. He fell silent to ponder for a moment, inwardly judging, collecting these things and calling them beautiful. This fellow's tastes are corrupt. The items he displayed were all bizarre, frightening shapes that ordinary people would never buy. The more he thought, the more he grew worried about the old man. Clearly those pieces were meant to create fear and unease. Was he trying to intimidate him? The man then poured tea for Yuan and introduced the brew, a rather rare southern tea called param. Try a little. He folded his arms and declined the offer. No thanks. Oh, you don't like tea? I'll change it to a soft drink for you. With his blunt manner, he shot back, are you pretending not to know? Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink your tea? He said, pouring the cup on the table as he stared at the man with a taut expression. They locked eyes, though neither spoke. They seemed to grasp each other's intent. The atmosphere grew tense. Yuan's tea spilled, mingling with that ominous silence. The corner of the man's mouth curved into a mysterious smile. He calmly lifted the hot cup. You think I poisoned your tea? But I don't intend to be your enemy. There's of course no poison. I only want to be your good friend. He emphasized the words good friend. Whether there was poison in the cup or not was unclear, but with that friends first attitude he seemed dubious. Yuan asked him, friends who threaten each other. What a ridiculous threat. It was simply a well-meaning proposal, he said with a chuckle. Yuan, furious, ground his teeth and shot back immediately. You call it a proposal? Is it that petty scheme meant to weaken House Ardle? Having said that, he flatly and decisively refused the man's offer. They stared at each other again. He lowered his face and spoke in a mysterious tone, unfortunately, since you rejected our friendship. The prices of goods from ARDEL will remain as they are, practically giveaways, he said sarcastically, with the look of a bully. The protagonist's face darkened with murderous intent as he threatened back that it would be best if he restored the goods' prices to their original levels. A silent gap opened between them. Both were as tense as a tight string. No sooner had he spoken than he was called rustic and ignorant. The old man clenched his fist in anger. You think only you can refuse a deal? You should be the one begging. You're the weak one now, not me. He was about to lose his temper. Our academy apprentices not supposed to use magic during their holidays. I'll teach you some humility. No sooner had the brat finished speaking than Bilko's soldiers appeared, surrounding Yuan. He remained unafraid and dealt with them calmly. Weren't you planning to stop me from leaving? At his command, Bilko's troops charged to attack. Kill him. We'll turn that bastard's body into an exhibit in the display room. He could still fight and talk under life or death pressure. You want to make me a trophy? You're crazier than I thought. The little bear on his shoulder also thought the man had truly lost it. Although he had anticipated the outcome and didn't expect much from the conversation, he still could not foresee the old man's brazen behavior. He regarded him as a fat pig stuck in his own southern well. Men like him first lunged at Yuan, thinking he would immediately enter combat with one soldier. When the two were within close range of Yuan, he suddenly stopped. He raised a finger, freezing the soldier for 5 seconds. Snap. As he finished speaking, a burst of force from his snap sent the soldier flying. What followed was a spectacular fight. Golden light radiated from his power as he swept away the swarm of soldiers like bees to honey. With a confident look, he turned to the man and said, let me tell you something. A special skill manifested. The chieftain's will, until completely exhausted, would be backed by the first leaders of Mount Harkin and Kun Kan. He immediately panicked. Where did this smoke come from all of a sudden? What are you doing? Then a great flame appeared from nowhere, forming the face of something neither human nor beast. Yuan proudly made it clear that even on leave, he would use magic if his life were threatened. Now terrified, the man watched as the fire being he had just created lunged fiercely at his soldiers. The soldiers trembled in fear at the sight before them. If we stay here, we're dead for sure. Immediately they scattered and fled, no one wanting to die there. He clenched his fist and the fire being mirrored him, both wearing confident, proud expressions. Yuan smirked, running won't save you either. He and the god within his skill surged forward together. An energy erupted, a massive blast shattered the castle. Onlookers were thrown into panic. As the flames grew larger and more dangerous, everyone urged each other to flee for their lives. Meanwhile, the fat silver-haired man still mourned his bizarre collectibles worth 2,000 gold. He stepped up behind the man. You still have time to worry about your trophies. In the next instant, he glared threateningly. Now it's time for you to worry about your life. The fire raged wildly, leaving the space devastated by the blaze. He wasn't finished and spoke triumphantly. You will restore House Artel's goods to their original prices and compensate my house 10 times what you took. That's my demand. What do you say? Can you do it? The old man trembled and fell to his knees. Compensate? How large a sum is that? He grabbed the man's collar. Pay now, and let this be a lesson. Never look down on others. You prey on the weak because of numbers, and the price is getting your face beaten in by me serves you right. Cut to Lewin riding his warsteed home. It's almost over. He wondered how surprised his father would be to learn he'd taken care of everything. Riding the road alone, he felt relieved. So I've solved the Monzo problem and returned to Artel. But one surprise followed another. Before he could celebrate, things weren't over yet. A voice greeted Lewin. He wiped sweat from his brow in surprise at the girl before him, long white hair. An unexpected guest was waiting at Artel. She smiled kindly at him, Miss Irene. The scene flashed back to about 2 months earlier at a lavish banquet. Lewin stood to the side, hands on his head, looking exasperated. I'm bored of this. It was fun at first, but now I just want to go home. As he stood there, the beautiful white-haired girl stepped forward and asked, are you talking about the charming Artel Manor? Irene, pretty hands on her hips in mock annoyance. I'm glad the feast ended without incident. I really thought something terrible was about to happen because of someone. He forced a smile. Haha, I'm sorry. But I couldn't do otherwise. Seriously, not only did they belittle the students' efforts, they also looked down on our manor. She wondered, is Artel really that beautiful? He happily told her about his home. Of course, it's a beautiful place that brings peace to the soul. You should visit sometime. Really? Then when you come, you mustn't ask why I came. Haha, I won't do that. And so the story began. But what he truly did not expect was that she would actually come. Back in the present, he sat with an embarrassed, shy expression as she entered the house. The whole family chatted and laughed happily. When your father saw Irene, he mistakenly thought she was your girlfriend and was moved to tears. Little Lewin has grown up, while the girl beside him showed her anger plainly. No one knew the exact relationship between you and the girl, but she seemed jealous. Hey, can you explain this situation? He felt a bit worried, unsure what was wrong with the girl. She angrily peppered him with questions. What is your relationship? Is she your lover? Where did you meet her? Tell me. A barrage of countless, frantic questions followed. Cut to father and son Lewin discussing earlier events. He was surprised the cheeky girl wanted to be Irene's guide. Lewin really volunteered to be Miss Irene's guide? The moment I suggested you do it, she insisted she would handle it herself. You pondered and your father continued. Isn't that adorable? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen in 6 years. Still unconvinced and suspicious about Lewin and Irene's relationship, he asked again if she was really not your girlfriend. He told you could speak freely. You denied it at once. Hearing that, his face fell. What a pity, father. You wondered why your father seemed disappointed at the news. He immediately changed the subject. Let's put personal matters aside and talk about something else. Beggins, come in. An old man with a brown beard and hair opened the door and entered. He carried something and brought it to father and son Lewin. Lord Artel politely thanked him. Your father turned and handed it toward you. Lewin, I cannot accept this money. You were taken aback. He explained that it was your money, not House Artel's. You wondered why it couldn't be accepted. Aren't you a member of Artel? He replied gently, yes, no one denies you are the heart of Artel, but you still have many duties outside Artel, don't you? You fell silent and gazed thoughtfully at your father. You lowered your head in sorrow and thought, I know clearly you say this out of concern for me. I also know you are a man of integrity and principle. I respect you for that. But I feel hurt that you always discuss the estate's matters without me. You felt sad and mustered the courage to tell the Lord everything you thought and wanted. You spoke seriously, no, I want to use my money for Artel. Just as you have, father. On hearing this, he suddenly brightened. Beggins interjected. Ha ha, I think the young master should know that you have been supporting Artel with your personal funds all along. Lewin's father gently reminded him about that action. In the future, I would appreciate it if you discussed with me before making any hasty decisions. Hearing this, the man forced a smile and scratched his head. Yes, my lord, I will remember that. Then Lord Artel turned back to his son. Whatever your intentions, I cannot accept them. You are not yet ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the estate. He took the purse. We still have 3,600 gold, right? That's the sum we deserve. Finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. You leaned over and whispered to Beggins, 3,600 gold, how can that be? I'm sure I handed you 10 times that amount. He explained he didn't demand the rest. He was so resolute that day I couldn't raise the matter of punishment. The two continued to discuss in circles like wolves circling a pot. Why is father so stubborn? Indeed, you've given up trying to persuade him. With blue eyes and a handsome face, you looked over at Beggins, who worried but still forced a smile. Our lord has always been like that, hasn't he? He gave a benevolent smile. At that, your mood softened and a faint smile appeared on your lips. Looking at your father, you could only say yes. Lewin stepped outside. He looked into the courtyard and saw the beautiful girl taking a stroll, with little Luna beside her. Lewin, Miss Irene. He approached and asked Miss Irene if she enjoyed her tour of Ardal. At that moment, Luna excused herself to give the two some privacy, putting Irene in an awkward position. The girl smiled brightly, waved goodbye, and reminded him, be friendly with her, big brother. She seems like a good person. Lewin flew into a rage. Luna, what are you saying? It was surprising how the girl's attitude had shifted 180 degrees. No longer sulky and stubborn as when she first met Irene, her words now left Irene puzzled. Why is she saying such strange things? Blushing and embarrassed, he shyly invited her for a walk. Would you like to walk for a bit? While they walked, Irene spoke about Luna. Luna is truly adorable. I wish I had a sister like her. He was happy to see them get along so well. She asked him with concern, by the way, Lewin, is something bothering you? You seem lost in thought. Do I look that way? He didn't hesitate to answer. As heir to the family, I want to do something for the manor, but I can't think of any ideas. After saying that, he mulled it over deeply. With the prize from the grand meeting and the money from Monzo combined, he had over 40,000 gold. His father said he could use it as he wished. But while he was lost in chaotic thoughts, she spoke up. He couldn't stop thinking about the estate. Even though she had come all the way to Ardal, at the mention of it his face went pale and green like a frog. Only then did he realize she had made the effort to come while he had been ignoring her. Maybe she was offended and he immediately changed his tone. Haha, Lady Irene, how did you get to Ardal? Our manor is quite far and must be inconvenient to reach. She smugly opened one eye and replied, not too far, I arrived 2 days ago. He hurriedly apologized to her and a small regretful question escaped his lips. She began pointing toward the route she had taken. Crossing those mountains makes it rather close. At that, his mind immediately shifted into action. However, in that answer lay the solution he had been seeking for a long time. The southern mountains. Although they occupy most of the Io estate, their rugged terrain makes farming impossible and the land lies abandoned due to monster infestations. However, with Lake E nearby, the area's geographic value is very high. He had an idea. What if they used that to create a trade route through the southern mountains? Lewin pondered seriously. By relying on places like Monzo, we could build an independent manor, become a powerful estate with the only southern road leading to the Reenac Empire. Why haven't I thought of this before? This would be a huge boon to our manor. The beautiful white-haired girl beside him watched intently. As soon as he thought of it, he excitedly wanted to fidget, then turned to take her hand and thank her giddily for inspiring the idea. She blushed shyly all over. Then he immediately ran off, leaving her behind and calling, see you soon. He ran with determination and joyful excitement, while the lady stood frozen for 50 seconds. She smiled warmly, thinking he truly was an interesting person. Perhaps she was struck by some love-smitten fate, imagining herself as a romance heroine, abandoned outside by him yet still in trance. Lord Ardal declared helplessly, impossible. Lewin asked the lord in confusion, what? In the large room his booming voice echoed, I tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake 8 refused. You asked again, they refused. Why? Before Lewin's astonished eyes, he explained slowly from their perspective, House Ardal is not profitable. Beggin standing beside him also reached out to support his words. Young master, even the Lord knows this is a great opportunity, but many things have already changed. It's small but progressing. A clear thought ran through Lewin's mind. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that offers great hope to the people. Lewin smiled confidently. Who knows, perhaps a champion's proposal could make a difference. Lord Ardal and Beggins fell silent, saying nothing. Then he breathed a relieved sigh. You also handled the Monzo matter, so what reason do I have to stop you? All right, go ahead and try, he replied, thanking his father. Just as Lewin stepped out the door, someone called out, are you going to Lake 8? Irene approached from afar and spoke calmly. So now you'll travel by boat with me, an illegal immigrant. He seemed unable to catch her drift. What do you mean? Suddenly Lewin jumped up. Wait, don't tell me you crossed the Ardal border without permission. Irene smiled as if not denying it. Yes. Hearing that, he shouted, that makes you an illegal resident. Who crossed the deserted border alone? Are you always that bold? Don't you think that could be very dangerous? She folded her arms smugly. I don't think that's anything compared to what you did. Unaware of what was coming, Lewin could only ask. She closed her eyes and slowly listed the alleged sins she thought he'd hidden. You broke into someone else's dormitory. You didn't even consider the risks and used an extraordinary method in the competition. And you won everything. To keep up with someone like you, isn't this just a little prank? Didn't I say I'd catch up to you? At that, his expression finally relaxed a little. A gentle breeze swept across their shoulders and hair. Lewin declared ambitiously, but I plan to go even further. Irene quickly decided, then I'll follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant, one more time won't matter. The two of them climbed the mountain together, heading straight for Lake 8 and deciding to cross the southern mountains to scout the road ahead. They explored together. The terrain was so rugged that even with a compass it was hard to find the way. they decided to use divination magic to locate the mysterious village of Insania. Suddenly, Lewin panicked at something he saw. Of course, there are rules forbidding the use of magic during the break. Somebody's voice, unclear whose, kept saying as they ran, "Aren't students banned from using magic during the break? Then you can follow the compass." Irene had been using this divination magic since arriving in Ardal. However, the tracking magic targeted humanoid monsters, inadvertently leading her into a werewolf den and putting her in danger. A pack of werewolves snarled before them. You cast magic and leapt high into the air, then struck down at a werewolf. A surge of golden energy caused a massive explosion that shook the ground. The werewolf staggered amid the magical flames, but by exploiting the pack's dependence on their leader, we quickly took down the alpha and escaped. We also received an unclear quest. Yuan was slightly speechless. A quest. Using traces of the tracking magic, we continued toward our destination. Fortunately, we encountered no more monsters, and finally both of them smiled. Irene said softly, "It seems we found it this time." Lake 8. Lake 8, a massive guild where the Great Lake 8 meets and connects to the sea. Like Altine, it is a neutral state under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from the 8 merchant guilds govern the land with the title of co-representatives. As a mercantile nation, it dominates trade across the continent, and rumor has it they even deal with pirates. If it brings profit, this place values money above all else. She tilted her head and asked Lewin for his opinion. "So where are you planning to go now?" He replied quickly, "We'll go to the Golden Hall." The Golden Hall is a grand manor situated in the center of Lake 8 where the representatives hold daily noon meetings, making it the ideal place to persuade them. A guard standing by the gate per protocol asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Lewin calmly requested help. "No, I'll wait here. Could you relay a message?" The guard, Tran-Tru, seemed inclined to refuse their plea. Submitting official documents would require time for verification. With confidence, he called out loudly to the man, "Just say that Lewin Ardal has arrived. And this is Irene Browse." On recognizing them, the guard immediately froze. "Wait, are you Lewin Ardal, the winner of the grand tournament?" "Sorry, I didn't recognize you. I'll report it at once." Lewin folded his arms and laughed loudly. "See?" Irene, not particularly surprised, just as Lewin expected. "Fortunately, we were admitted immediately." Upon entering, the first thing that struck them was a statue of an angel with a trumpet and a cloak made of gold, dazzling overall. Irene exclaimed at once that the place truly lived up to its name, the Golden Hall. Lewin agreed. Indeed, it couldn't be compared to House A, right? Approaching a large white door, the guard bowed respectfully to them and invited them in. He reassured himself, "Don't be nervous, I'm here to make a fair deal, not to beg for favors." Then he flung the great door open and announced, "A pleasure, I'm Lewin Ardal." Those inside turned their heads to look. Before the pair sat a round table full of people, with only 2 seats left empty. The group continued watching as they took their seats. Someone spoke up. "I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. I saw you in Altine, you are the champion." The man with a bushy beard raised an eyebrow and asked, "What brings a reputable new generation mage like you to this remote place?" Lewin silently calculated. "The champion title holds weight here." He thought to himself for a moment, "The champion title from the grand tournament carries value here. I was worried about coming without notice, but it seems we can speak." The others laughed and whispered, "Yes, it would be wonderful if this benefits our guild." "Ha ha ha, don't be hasty, I'm interested too." Contrary to them, he presented with a very serious expression. "I've come to negotiate trade between Ardal and Lake 8. Those opposite fell into thought. And in another corner, people were at a loss for words. The man at Lewin's shoulder leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Lewin, it seems you've cooled the situation down." Murmurs of discussion began to rise. One man turned to his neighbor and asked, "Ardal, I think I've heard of it. Do you know where it is?" The other, with some knowledge, replied, "It's south of the small nation of Radiant." The woman behind, propping her chin, joined the conversation. "Ah yes, that countryside once tried to sell keystone fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord visited there." "What happened then?" The man gestured and recounted. "We refused, 8 votes against, none in favor, a unanimous decision." The woman grew curious. "Why?" The other explained, "Because it's not profitable, they only wanted to sell unilaterally." Lewin fell into a quiet reverie. The man presiding opposite smirked and declared, "In that case, I think there's little left to discuss." Now you began to feel tense. They are merchants. After all, the moment they hear anything against their interests, their attitudes change immediately. "I'm both a new generation mage and a son of Ardal, but they only see me as the son of Ardal, a poor country bumpkin trying to snatch their money." Their cold, blunt stance was frighteningly clear. Lewin and Trang showed their discomfort, and you guessed whether it would be the same this time. However, Lewin pushed off and stood up, regretting to see everyone react this way when we hadn't even begun presenting our proposal. "Here, 30,000 gold in total." The crowd was immediately stunned. You smiled as if victory were certain. "So, are you gentlemen more interested in a deal now?" A vast city-state where 8 Great Lakes converge and open to the sea. Instead of a king, 8 representatives jointly govern the nation under the title of co-representatives. "I have come to establish a trade route between Lake 8 and Ardal. I crossed the northern range to get here. I faced many hardships along the way. But if we can succeed in this negotiation, it will all be worth it. Liyuan's eyes suddenly lit up. So what do you think? Are you interested in making a deal now? I'll buy weapons worth 30,000 gold from Lake 8 for Ardal. In return, allow the exchange of Ardal's products. The man beside, puzzled, questioned, 30,000 gold, are you preparing for war? If not, why would you need that much in weapons? You fell silent. As expected, they were astonished. 30,000 gold is the 3-year budget of a rural domain like Ao. It's equivalent to a year's budget for a mid-sized city. Spending such a large sum on weapons is truly shocking. But I learned one thing from the Monzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that power creates peace. If I must buy weapons somewhere to gain strength, I'll build my foundation here. I know that each of the 8 representatives specializes in different goods. Who is responsible for weapons? They unexpectedly introduced a quiet child who had been sitting there all along. He is the #1 representative here. Weapons, ironworks, flora and fauna, even ships. They manage the widest range of goods. Surprised by the answer, Liyuan's face showed clear astonishment. The child looked even younger than Liyuan. But that kid's gaze was not that of a child. It carried an extraordinary presence. What kind of life had the child lived? Cecilia calmly asked, by the way, what do you intend to do with so many weapons? I know this curiosity is improper, but as a supplier, I'm a bit concerned. Liyuan also showed a certain respect for the girl. First, we plan to conduct a large-scale hunt of monsters near Ardal. The weapons deal is the first step. Cecilia hesitated and repeated, you say it's the first step. Before she could finish, Liyuan explained immediately. We intend to establish a trade route connecting the 8 lakes in Ardal, across the pass through the northern mountains. The presiding member alarmedly whispered to Liyuan, Mr. Ardal, please don't mention that mountain range by name here. Hearing that, you were puzzled. Sorry. Irene glanced lazily at those around the table and asked, why is the atmosphere like this? What's going on? Liyuan made the same gesture and replied, I'm not sure either. You watch the group carefully. I don't know what's happening, but I know who caused it. They had gone completely ashen. Why would that be? Cecilia frowned in warning. You intend to cross the northern mountains? No, that's impossible, because a demon dwells there. In Liyuan's mind, the gears turned immediately. A demon, could that be? Then he recounted to them, last night I crossed that range myself. The girl went pale, clearly disbelieving. You're lying. Liyuan affirmed his words and reached into his coat to pull out a small pouch. This is not a lie. I encountered something in that mountain range. Is this the demon you mentioned? It's a silver wolf pelt. Cecilia sprang up in alarm. You completed the task and earned the respect of the Valtres family. Liyuan confirmed inwardly that it was indeed true. Tears welled at the corners of the girl's eyes, transparent drops. Finally it was dead. 3 days later, Liyuan and Cecilia walked side by side. She politely started the conversation, apologizing for keeping him waiting. He, of course, bore no grudge. It's completely fine. It's perfectly understandable. With rosy cheeks, Cecilia confided, I never thought I'd face this mountain again. Of course, my heart still feels heavy, but it's different now than before. The disaster that took my father is no longer here. It's all thanks to you, Mage Liyuan. Liyuan politely replied, it's nothing. I just happened upon it on my way here. The two of them looked up into the canopy. Cecilia laid out a very specific route. If we can make a road through the southern mountains, we can establish a direct trade route from Ardel to the western Sand Kingdom, Zoda. We won't need to waste time and money detouring through the central region as we do now. And regarding building the road here, our Valtres family will provide support. You stared in astonishment and raised your voice. Sorry. This is completely the opposite of what I expected. I thought we'd start by building relations through selling weapons and that the trade route would come later. I even assumed I'd bear the cost of opening the trade route. However, if the Valtres family assists, this is an enormous benefit. You hesitated in disbelief. Do you mean you'll accept my proposal? She calmly affirmed, of course. Any goods produced in Ardel will be bought here at prices above the Lake 8 market. Liyuan thought to himself that buying above market price was an extremely generous term. Cecilia across from him gently explained, merchants will do anything for money, but we also have hearts. I, Cecilia Valtres, promise to show gratitude and trust befitting a benefactor. Liyuan closed his eyes and finally yielded to the offer. He reached out and took the girl's hand. I look forward to working with you. Thanks to this, the agreement with Lake 8 is completed. Liyuan and Irene walked through the woods. He shared with her, moved. I'm so glad things went smoothly. Now I can finally bring good news to everyone and to my father. By the way, Representative Cecilia is remarkable. She matured so much at such a young age despite lacking a father. Irene quickly noticed a change in Liyuan. You seem different than usual. Liyuan, are you feeling moved? He gave an unpredictable reply. I think I felt sympathy for a moment because I'm in a similar situation. She showed a look of surprise. Liyuan turned and gave a benevolent smile. Anyway, wait and see, Miss Irene. If you ever visit Ardal again, you'll be surprised how bustling it is. Irene let out a breath. You really love your homeland. Lewin, I wish I could feel that way too. He rested his hands on his head and asked curiously, isn't homeland something everyone cherishes and longs for? She denied it flatly, not for me. Lewin continued teasingly, I'm very curious. Will you invite me to your homeland one day, Miss Irene? Irene answered casually, who knows? Irene seemed reluctant to talk about it, but I'm sure I'll visit Fraus one day. Golden sunlight gently wrapped the village in warmth. Mixed into that was Lord Ardal's extreme excitement. What? Above market price? Begin's astonishment. He even promised to take responsibility for opening the trade route. And concerns unrelated to Lewin's story. Did the two of them book a private room at the inn? Lewin quickly clapped a hand over the girl's mouth. Ignoring his sister's eager excitement, he answered his father, yes, sir. Cecilia Valtres promised all of that. Beggins exclaimed loudly. In any case, the cold, infamous representative Valtres said she would repay the favor. Remarkable. Lewin explained calmly, yes, but we'll need time to prepare that quantity, and they said it will take 3 months for those weapons. Construction of the road through the southern mountains will begin this month. Lord Ardal couldn't help but feel proud of his son's capabilities. A direct trade route to the Empire, Ardal will finally prosper. You've grown up, Lewin, to achieve something so difficult. Thank you for growing into such a fine man. Taking the opportunity, Lewin made one final request. Then, father, do you trust me and allow me to do one more thing? He asked softly. What is it? He clenched his hands on the table and resolutely spoke his desire. The lifeblood of Ardal, the dream of Ardal's people. In vengeance for my mother. It was the hunt of the Red Plains. Everything gradually sank into memory. Standing before a horrific scene, everywhere engulfed in flames, Lewin recalled. On my 6th birthday, which should have been a happy memory, but that birthday became the worst nightmare. The mud people overran the meadows, attacked the village, and countless people died. The most painful thing was that my mother was among them. My mother, now I can't recall her face clearly without looking at her portrait. So many people, including my mother, lost their lives, and many were gravely injured. That day, for the first time, I made a vow. I must become stronger. As Lord of Ardal, I will not let Ardal remain weak. Back in the present, on a fine morning, Lewin was walking with Irene, watching villagers training diligently before them. Shouts rang out, decisive movements filled everyone with spirit. After the order to exterminate was given, the villagers began spear training every day. Their motions were precise, repeated again and again without tiring. Irene watched them enthusiastically. The villagers looked transformed. Lewin praised them too. It was something to be grateful for. They were working very hard. She noticed something special, a bit surprised and mildly impressed. By the way, their spear technique seemed quite unique. Irene wondered who taught them the technique. Hearing this, he looked toward an old man standing with his hands clasped behind his back, who replied solemnly, it's taught by our knight commander. The man with a kindly face, wrinkles worn by time, once nicknamed the Lightning and fought on the kingdom's front lines. Bolvar Petten, Ardal's greatest knight. Lewin remembered the image of him standing strong against monsters with gratitude. If not for Bolvar, when the mud people attacked, the losses would have been much worse. I still vividly remember how he felled 5 mud people in a single strike. You were still lost in thought. Even now he preferred a fishing rod to a spear. Suddenly someone behind called out a name, Lord Bolvar. The voice pulled Lewin back to reality. He hurriedly turned and replied, yes. Is something the matter? Bolvar stepped forward and called out loudly as if to confirm, are you young Master Lewin? He saw him approaching from afar and quickly greeted him. Long time no see, Lord Bolvar. I meant to greet you after training. The man replied politely, training just finished, it's fine. He replied courteously, training just finished, it's fine. Then Bolvar grabbed Lewin's hand, laughing excitedly. I heard you made quite a mark this time. You won the big prize and now lead an extermination campaign. You're shy, putting on a brave face, huh? Yes, that's right. After a warm exchange, Bolvar looked at the girl opposite him with curiosity. By the way, the person beside you is. She placed a hand over her chest and politely introduced herself. Pleased to meet you. I'm Irene Brous. She closed her eyes in admiration. Meeting the Lightning Knight Bolvar here is an honor. A name was spoken that made his eyes widen in disbelief. Those beside Lewin also heard it and were surprised, glancing to ask what she meant. After a few seconds of surprise, Bolvar regained his composure. He asked, Miss Irene, what are you referring to? I heard about you in the night lecture, the 11 children. Irene clenched her hands and respectfully explained, I became certain after seeing the villagers' spear technique. Her hair fluttered lightly in the breeze. Facing the middle-aged man, her voice remained gentle and patient. The kingdom rids only spear knight. I heard you abruptly retired and vanished at 30, a legend among legends. His tone deepened, gentle yet full of nostalgia, as if returning to a glorious past. Ha, I didn't expect anyone to remember those little stories. She gently tucked her hair aside, eyes calm, speaking in a mild voice as if recounting an obvious truth. Of course, it's so impressive I read about it in detail. Facing Bolvar, Irene seemed to envision the armored man wielding a mighty spear, standing proudly behind. She continued the story of how he cut down more than 10 senior mages of the rival nation and became a legend. He closed his eyes, calm as if unconcerned with the past. I'm honored the young lady finds it memorable, though now I'm just an old man. Lewin stepped closer to Bolvar, voice a little sad. Lord Bolvar, why did you hide that? He turned to face him and replied nonchalantly, I never hid it, you just never asked. He lowered his eyes, a little bitter as he explained, yet feeling somewhat out of place. I had to hear from others that you were the lightning knight, though I was right beside you, I didn't know. Suddenly, one of his remarks made Lewin start and open his eyes wide. If anything, don't you know more about me? The young master disagreed and began to speak of what he knew of Bolvar. That's only part of what I know. Images came back to him. He liked to fish and lived in the house beneath this hill. Memories of warm sunset afternoons when Bolvar would take walks with him surfaced unexpectedly. He often walked me when I was little. He continued, but seeing you grown as you are now is also truly joyful. Bolvar folded his hands behind his back and spoke sternly, isn't Bolvar pettin' enough as he is? Those few words from him seemed to wake Lewin. He stepped forward to face him, eyes resolute. I hadn't thought it through. I understand you better than anyone. Bolvar bowed happily in response. Thank you for understanding, young master. Bolvar didn't let him ponder long and made an offer. By the way, I promised to help the young lady with sword training today. Would you like to join? Lewin was delighted and agreed immediately. Observe, I'd be glad to. Suddenly his face remained gentle but his voice grew serious. Interrupting, no, Bolvar clarified his intention, not to observe, I mean a sparring session. Hearing that, he was so surprised he was speechless, his face frozen as he asked, as if afraid he misheard, what? In a dense, overgrown forest somewhere. Below, Bolvar was dueling Lewina. The two swords clashed, producing bright, ringing clangs. Irene watched intently, exclaiming, she's extraordinary, having skills like this at 12 is amazing. Lewin didn't reply, his face serious. But inwardly he agreed, honestly, even I am surprised. He observed the girl gripping the sword with both hands, fierce and energetic, marveling inwardly. Her blade was perfectly balanced and her footwork consistent, proof of a very solid foundation. Then he glanced at his opponent. He had held back much of his fighting strength to reduce damage to Lewina. Lewin felt some admiration. And Lord Bolvar was only using his left hand against someone like Lewin, wielding not his usual spear but merely a wooden sword. Bolvar's closing words rang out, that's enough training for today, young lady. He slung his sword over his shoulder, looked at the girl with hands on her hips and proudly praised her to Lewin. See, her skill has progressed to this level. At this rate, even you won't match her swordsmanship. Lewin smiled proudly, it seemed true. My sister is truly excellent, he silently praised. You've worked very hard, Lewina. Not letting him savor the feeling long, Bolvar suggested, now it's your turn, isn't it? Lewin had to take the wooden sword, a bit nostalgic. Yes, around 9 years old I trained with Lord Bolvar using wooden swords because even a mage needs to understand swordsmanship to face knights. He made his decision, I've trained in martial arts up to now. Now it's my turn to demonstrate. His face grew serious, eyes sharp as he spoke. Please instruct me, Lord Bolvar. The match ended with Lewin sprawled on the ground, his face battered, eyes dazed as if unable to believe it. Amid the laughter of the two girls nearby, Bolvar encouraged him. Your movements have improved since 7 years ago. The old man felt very pleased, while Lewin lay helpless with no consolation at all. Lewin sat up and asked curiously, by the way, how did your skill as a knight compare to today's standards? Hearing the question, he was unsure of his answer. I'm not certain. It's been a long time since I retired. I don't know how the younger generation measures up. He looked down, thoughtful. Is there any good point of comparison? Then, as if he had found a solution, he exclaimed, ah. An image of a man came to Lewin's mind. He suggested, I know a knight, Lord Gunter Perante, the only 6-star knight in Eastern Radian. I recall with gratitude he helped train me before the big tournament. He was very strong. Bolvar's face showed a trace of reverie when he heard that. Recalling, he said, 6 stars, 20 years before I left the knights, I was a 7-star knight. Hearing that introduction, Lewin was amazed, eyes wide. What, he thought inwardly, he was a 7-star knight 20 years ago, that's almost the strongest in the kingdom. Lewin looked at the system panel that appeared before him and wondered to himself why someone like that had come to Ardal. An order was issued to fight the knights with wooden swords. A surprise mission, fight Lord Bolvar. He looked at the countdown clock, the remaining time was 3 days. Sweat beaded on his face, he felt a bit anxious. Can I do it? With my current swordsmanship, I'm far from ready. Suddenly Irene spoke, pulling Lewin out of his thoughts about being trained by a 7-star knight. Young Master Lewin, you're really having a rare experience, aren't you? He blinked in surprise and asked back, what? She excitedly explained her words. Lord Bolvar is the only person in the Radiant Kingdom to reach the legendary knight level. This is an experience money can't buy. Lewin smiled as if enlightened. Indeed, this is a wonderful opportunity. I can't believe I hesitated just because I feared failure. Bolvar still kept one hand hidden behind his back. He caught the moment and marveled, "Oh, young master, I love the expression on your face right now." Meanwhile, Lewin recovered his spirit, stood up and lifted his sword. "Yes, now I am determined." The time to complete the task was 3 days remaining once more. He seriously gripped the sword and held it forward, his face hardening with some confidence. "I have to rely on you again, Lord Bolvar." Lewin burned with resolve. "With that amount of time, I'll succeed, it's fine." Lewin was startled by a notification from the system. During the sparring with Lord Bolvar, a new task appeared. The task specified that he must perform blocking, dodging, and counterattacking skills using a finishing strike when facing Lord Bolvar. Lewin told himself that to complete this task he trained with Lord Bolvar every night. Counting down by the second, Lewin practiced tirelessly, his face scratched and smudged. He kept moving his limbs while holding those thoughts. "At first I wondered whether these matches meant anything. While thinking that I might be careless and get caught by Bolvar, I saw a gap here. Still, believing the system had its reasons for assigning the task, I continued sparring." The final deadline was just over 42 hours, under 2 days. Just then, Bolvar leisurely announced again that this side also had a vulnerability. And finally, when the deadline read 23:51, Lewin had to concentrate even more. He lunged at Bolvar with wind-like speed. After a moment, he smiled softly, his eyes showing excitement and satisfaction. "Done." Bolvar looked at him with a kind smile and didn't hesitate to praise him. "You did very well." He thought inwardly the same. Lord Bolvar said, "The results of your efforts are starting to show." Time passed, and the final day of the training arrived. Bolvar, worried about Lewin's overexertion, asked, "Young master, are you tired?" Lewin answered firmly, "No, I can continue." Bolvar slung the wooden sword over his shoulder and gently told him not to push himself too hard. "Look, the sky is brightening." But Lewin, driven by the task, grew more determined. "Yes, I've practiced enough with Lord Bolvar, but..." He stared at the single remaining task line, the finishing strike. "I still haven't fulfilled that condition." Only a little over half an hour remained. Lewin hid in his thoughts, bewildered. He couldn't believe this was all he'd achieved after a whole sleepless night. Was landing a finishing strike on a 7-star knight an impossible task from the start? His hand clenched tighter as each second passed and little time remained. "What's going on? Were you up all night, brother?" Lewin had woken by then. The girl pleaded with her brother. "Stop, you've practiced enough." Begin sighed long and drawn out. "Honestly, I followed the young lady to be on guard, but why is the master pushing himself so hard?" Lewin tried to add with rising worry, "Even you have limits. Brother, stop and rest." Lewin didn't look at them. He looked at Bolvar and emphasized, "Just 30 more minutes." He deliberately repeated it as if to say that no one should hope to stop him. Just 30 minutes. But Lewin was also full of anxious thoughts inside. "I know very well it's hard to achieve a miraculous result in just 30 minutes. Yet he still slammed the wooden sword he held down hard onto the ground and shouted, "Lord Bolvar," and planted the sword firmly in the earth. Lewin rolled up his sleeves very quickly. "I'll treat this as the final trial and try a different method," he said, thinking, "So from now on I'll change my approach." His strange action threw Lewina and Irene into bewilderment. Both Beggins and his father couldn't hide their surprise. Both frowned. Beggins muttered something under his breath. Bolvar was a bit surprised too. He replied gently, "Young master." Seeing his face and body already in an attack stance, he asked again, "Are you serious?" "Yes, I'm serious." Lewin narrowed his eyes, nothing in his mind but steadiness. "Through these days of wooden sword training, I've learned to anticipate a knight's movements. Now that goal is met. I need to win using my specialty." With his keen insight, Bolvar noticed, "I found it strange that you've been practicing swordplay all night these past few days. So you want something from me?" Lewin didn't hide it. He smiled faintly at the guests. "You figured it out." Bolvar grew even more eager for this final match. "Very well, then I'll add one more rule for you, young master." He generously gave him a big opportunity. "In the remaining 30 minutes, you may use magic against me." Lewin froze and muttered the word magic. Bolvar then replied with a smile and raised sword, "But I'll be a bit more serious. I want to see your true power." Lewin was ready. He lifted his heel and pointed his toe toward Bolvar. "I'm coming." A moment later, both of them flew forward. Lewin gritted his teeth and widened his eyes, thinking, "No wooden sword needed. I must close into sword range." In return, his body felt lighter and his balance improved as he moved. At this close range, the sword's blind spots made it useless. Bolvar suddenly paused his attack and laughed with delight. "So that's it." At the same time, Lewin hesitated and felt a little flustered, but he bit his lip in a brief panic. The Lord revealed no openings beyond the reach of the wooden sword. "It's the method I used against Doom Prime at the Grand Tournament. Breaking an opponent's sword isn't a strategy that works on everyone. Knights of Lord Bolvar's caliber don't confront power differences head-on. Instead, they redirect them." Bolvar analyzed Lewin's fighting pattern from earlier as if seeing through it. The plan to close into a distance outside the wooden sword's reach. "That was a good choice, but once discovered, I won't have many options left. The opponent will always try to widen the distance from you." This only made Lewin more driven. He lunged forward and clenched his fist. Lord Bolvar was right, my entire strategy has been seen through. As his fist prepared to strike, Lewin suddenly barring a sly grin. However, the lord did not anticipate this. In an instant, that curled hand snapped open, and Lewin shouted, releasing light. Immediately, a blinding blue light engulfed them both, and neither Lewin nor Bolvar could be seen. After the light faded, leaving only faint drifting smoke, everyone saw Lewin grabbing Bolvar's collar and pinning him to the ground. Lewin cried out in shock, brother. Though defeated, Bolvar still smiled kindly at him. I was worried you'd use some terrifying magic, but you just blinded me with light. You've completely beaten me, young master. Lewin looked at him and responded humbly, that's all I could think of at the moment. I'm truly sorry for catching you off guard, Lord Bolvar. The short words carried many thoughts. Frankly, if Bolvar had been in his normal condition, I would likely have failed. He hasn't rested all day because of me. And finally, at last I succeeded. The system announced the reward Lewin received, the steel destruction skill. He stood delightedly reading the prize, when Lewin felt a sharp smack on his shoulder. Brother, what are you doing? Lewin frowned and snapped at him in a cold tone. Even if it's just practice, how could you topple Lord Bolvar like that? Lewin grinned sheepishly, not knowing how to explain, and just mumbled, sorry. Bolvar then spoke up to explain for him, I'm fine, so please don't be too harsh on the young master, miss. Lewin then bowed respectfully and reached out toward Ba. Now that training is over, I just want to soak in a hot bath for a bit. Oh my, I've taken up too much of your time. He helped him to his feet, his heart full of positive emotion. I've learned a great deal during this time. The two of them slowly returned together. This was a very enjoyable experience for an old man like me. Young master, your vacation is probably about to end. Lewin replied to him, yes, I'll depart soon since it takes 10 days by horse to reach the academy. This long but short vacation is coming to an end. He felt a twinge of sadness as he shouldered his bag and prepared to leave. The day to stray far from home had arrived. Standing on the bridge, he and his father watched the young workers laboring enthusiastically below. All right, a little more effort. Finish this, then have a few Lewin beers. Definitely, today I'll drink my fill. He politely explained to his father, these are workers sent by the Valtres family. Since we're building a base at ARDEL, we need a lot of manpower. He spread his arms with excitement. Through this route, we'll transport weapons from Lake 8 and carry out elimination missions. Also, many workers will use ARDEL's restaurants and inns, bringing great benefits to the whole region. This is the beginning of change. As he mentioned this, his voice dropped, and there's one more thing I want to tell you, father. He handed him a box, 12,000 gold coins, please use it for Ardel. Lewin's father seemed about to refuse. He frowned and exclaimed, son, but anticipating his father's thoughts, Lewin quickly cut in, I've kept 400 gold for myself, so don't worry. You surely won't refuse this time, will you? He looked at Lewin with loving, proud eyes. I'm ashamed, I'm the one indebted to you. To bid farewell to his dutiful son, he didn't hesitate to give him a hug. Thank you, my son. All right then, go on your way. Lewin sank back into his thoughts. I must say this was a very productive vacation. I said goodbye to everyone and walked part of the way with Irene. When the road forked and he was about to say goodbye, Lewin heard Irene say something and hurriedly asked, what did you just say? You must have misheard, Irene deliberately emphasized. No, you heard correctly. She smiled with her eyes narrowed at Lewin. After you graduate on monster hunting assignments, I'll help out. I told you I will follow you until I defeat you, Master Lewin. Watching Irene's retreating figure, Lewin thought briefly, oh, so she hasn't forgotten, what a strange person. And so we parted ways, see you again someday. About a week after leaving ARDEL, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. Unlike the southern area, this place was busier. No sooner had Lewin set foot here than a street brawl caught his curiosity. Someone was shouting, say that again. A thug in black was raining insults on a young man in a white shirt. What did you just say, you weak brat? The shrill shouting grew louder. Say it again, you bastard. Seeing this bullying, Lewin began to feel uneasy. What's going on here? The man in black kept his high, arrogant tone. Say it again, what did you just say, you brat? The young man, his face marked with minor wounds, pleaded, please let my sister go. But a second later he glared at his opponent and shouted, I'm a knight too. If you don't release my sister right now, I won't let this go. The man in black burst into loud laughter, his voice full of mockery. You hear that? What are you going to do if you don't stand down? Then he stood up and continued lecturing the poor youths. All this happened because your family couldn't pay. We have to make a living too. His fist tightened as his mouth spat provocative and insulting words. So now I'll collect the debt your father owes, even if I have to sell your sister. Ha ha. The young man frowned, his eyes filled with indignation. What? Hearing him touch his family, he didn't hesitate and rushed forward wildly. You think I'll let that happen? For the first time in the conversation, he dared to sneer at him. How ridiculous. But before he could strike, he took a punch from the man, accompanied by his savage cursing. Do I look like I'm joking? He kicked the young man while unleashing a torrent of insults. And you think a weakling like you can become a knight? Is this Hansen the standard for a squire in Foldren? As if that weren't enough, he grabbed the youth by the hair and forced him upright, ordering him like a slave. Say that again, what did you just say? The brave young man emphasized each word. Try selling my sister. He fixed the other with a burning gaze, his voice cold and emotionless. I'll kill you. Lewin watched, his brows knitting in indignation. Am I really witnessing this? Is this happening in broad daylight? The youth looked like a squire from a nearby territory, but even for a squire he was frighteningly weak. However, it wasn't the gaze I normally see. It was the look of someone with something they absolutely must protect. As Lewin stepped toward the scuffle, someone suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. A terrified man warned him, young man, don't meddle, leave. If you pick a fight with Ongi lumber, it'll be a disaster. Yes, they're extremely brutal. Lewin didn't bother to thank him, instead he wanted to provoke these thugs. I understand. But then what are you doing here? They asked. Huh, what do you mean? Lewin continued, you didn't try to stop it, nor did you help that young man. His eyes widened and he bared his teeth in disgust. You should be ashamed, you are no better than them. Saying that, he moved on toward the young man. That look was good, a gaze that could become much stronger. Suddenly I was curious about the true worth of that youth. The well-meaning man who had warned Lewin was now furious at being lectured. What? Fine, do whatever you want, after all my concern for you. The thug who was tormenting the youth froze when he saw Lewin approach. He shot Lewin a sharp glance. Then in a gruff, lecturing tone asked, who are you, here to get beat? He seemed unaware of whom he was facing and was loudmouthed, daring Lewin to leave before he could finish the sentence. Lewin used magic to send him tumbling backward. His eyes widened in panic and fear as he stared at Lewin's cold face. Why do I feel like this? The onlookers also gaped in shock, mouths agape. His henchman stood dumbfounded and asked, what the hell is that? As for him, he could only stand there while Lewin trampled his body with magic. What just happened? After some taunting, Lewin finally unleashed a straight blast of magical force to his face. He howled in agony. Oh, don't come near, stay away from me, retreat, retreat. The young man who had been sitting stunned still hesitated. Who are you, really? Lewin's back was full of pride. He answered Lewin Ardle. Then he turned to the young man with a relaxed, gentle smile. He added that was a scoundrel. That night, Lewin went to the young man's home. The boy, who introduced himself as Han, invited me in, and his story was all too familiar. 2 sisters bearing their drunkard father's debts, and 1 young man forced to take up a sword to stop his sister from being sold to a brothel. Lewin had a few questions and asked quickly, but where is this Ongi lumber gang? The name sounds almost cute, but their actions are horrifying. It may sound that way, but they're extremely brutal. Han told the story with goosebumps. They stake people to the Ongi tree and kill them. Their leader has killed 4 people, so no one dares to confront them. Lewin still had questions and hurriedly asked, does the Foldren territory just let people like that run rampant? Han explained that their area of operation isn't in Foldren. They operate in our village and a few other small villages, all too small to have a garrison to help. Lewin slightly lowered his face to hide his thoughtful look. They're worse than I thought. I want to deal with them myself, but I don't have time to handle them one by one. Han bowed his head and spoke gratefully to Lewin. Thank you for your help, and I have heard of your name. He asked gently, they say you're the champion of that tournament, right? Lewin answered immediately, surprising Han a little. Yes, that's right. Did you hear it from Sir Gunter Perante? He straightened and looked at Lewin. How did you know that? Lewin smiled and explained, I heard that thug say you were a squire from the Foldren territory, and if it's Sir Gunter, I guessed he'd mention me. Han leapt up, words full of excitement. Yes, our captain spoke a lot about you. He said there's a very strong mage at the academy, though not stronger than our captain. Oh really? Lewin thought wryly to himself, but I already beat him in the arm wrestling contest. Han kept beating his chest enthusiastically. I want to become strong quickly and be an excellent knight like our captain. Lewin was silent for a moment, pressing his lips together in thought. Having a captain as a goal to strive for is good. But Han was too weak to reach that, let alone become a knight. It's not even certain he'll graduate from the academy. Suddenly he lowered his voice a little ashamed and admitted, actually I'm at the bottom of the academy, so I'm mocked every day. They say, how can you stay at the academy with skills like that? His confession was sad but showed a glimmer of faith. Everyone criticizes me, but our captain is different. He says I have a talent others don't. At that, he brightened and became positive again, saying that if he kept working hard, one day he'd shine. Lewin suddenly realized it was exactly the same, like how Professor Black too and the headmaster had believed in him to the end. Sir Gunter Perante also believed in Han because he had gone through something similar. Lewin didn't hesitate to encourage Han. Yes, effort never betrays you. He popped a piece of food into his mouth and continued to encourage his new friend. Even if you're slower than others, if you persist, a miracle will come one day, like it did for me. Seeing Lewin's wincing face, Han was embarrassed. Ah, sorry, I forgot to warn you, my sister's cooking is rather unique. You thought to yourself, why are you telling me this now? They were chatting warmly when a brazen shout interrupted them. Come out, you filthy brats. Members of the Ongi lumber were standing outside in full. That damned noble, I'd tear him apart, but instead I'm here to kill these 2 brats, the leader growled. Kill them or we'll sell them. He stormed at the house and kicked in the weak wooden door. come out, don't hide anymore. But he suddenly froze, narrowing his eyes in hatred. What, where are those two brats? Inside the house, the two Han sisters were nowhere to be seen. Only Lewin stood there waiting. The leader shouted, "Who are you?" Lewin fitted a bit of protection on his arm and smiled. "I was wondering what to do, but thanks for coming right to me." In less than 3 seconds, the man was struck by Lewin's magic, his body sent flying in a straight line from inside the house out into the yard. The henchmen, panic-stricken, asked each other, "What was that?" They all fell into chaos, blinking dryly, then whispers spread. "Isn't that the noble from earlier? Why are you here?" At that moment, the two Han sisters stood close together in fear. Lewin instructed Han, "This place is dangerous, protect your sister." He asked anxiously, "Lewin, what will you do?" Lewin lifted a faint, crooked smile. His hand then clenched, his voice full of resolve. "I have to earn this meal. Don't be afraid, everyone. No matter how skilled he is, we still outnumber him by more than 20. Yes, charge together." The black-clad men with weapons rushed forward. "All right, come at once." A surge of blue power emanated from Lewin's hand. "From the duel with Baron Bolvar, I learned a new skill, steel destruction. When using this skill, the moment the sword meets a fist, the sword's spirit will vanish without a trace." He thought as he fought. "What is this, my blade?" Someone cried out in panic. "Normally, I only dole out mild punishment, but clearly they are villains, undeniably antagonists. So there will be no mercy as Lewin's vast power descends upon them. Demons, please spare us, we have committed a grave crime." The men fell to the ground begging for mercy. By now, they probably realized further attack was pointless. As Lewin pondered, a scream rang out from afar. As predicted, not everyone perceived it. Someone had been taken hostage. "You bastard, if you move even a little, I'll slit this woman's throat." "What are you doing? Get up now, stand up and point that damned noble out," the black-clad man ordered. "You worry, you bastard, are you the leader of these men?" "Yes, I'm the leader of the Ongi Lumber Gang," he introduced himself. He added, "If you understand, get on your knees right now." "You bastard, you worry, search for Han, what's happened?" Injured sister Han spoke up. "You were hurt trying to protect your sister, weren't you?" "Then there is no choice, I must deal with this." He moved toward the man. He roared, "Don't come near, do you think I won't kill her? Don't move, if you so much as lift a finger, I'll cut her open right here." Lewin snapped angrily, "Damn it, didn't they teach handling situations like this at the academy? I don't have enough time to use magic. Damn it, what should I do now?" A sword stroke came down. The man holding the blade cried in shock, "You bastard." Han, furious, took up a sword and stepped forward. "If you don't want to end up like your leader, get out of here now." "You bastards, run." The group fled in panic. "Han, are you okay?" Han's sister ran over. Han looked unbelieving. "I killed someone, how could I?" "It's okay, Han, that was necessary. And congratulations," Lewin comforted him. Han turned puzzled. "Congratulations." He explained, "That's the Perito sword, right? Proficiency of Kai. I saw a stream of blue chi emanate from you earlier. Didn't you just reach 4-star rank? The appearance of that invisible blue aura means what?" Han was astonished. I reached 4-star rank." "Yes, reaching 4-star rank, it's considered top tier among knights. Of course, you still can't fully control your Kai yet, but what's certain is you've shown clear progress. Yes, you did it just as I predicted. I was right. Your intuition was correct." He was moved. "Thank you, Lewin. It's all thanks to you. Without you, I wouldn't have had the courage." "Really? Stop with the flattering words," Lewin replied. "At least now no one will bother Han's sister anymore." Thus, Han's incident was resolved smoothly. "As soon as dawn came, I went straight to the academy, and now I'm back. Before leaving Ardal, I hoped the vacation wouldn't end. But now returning to the academy, I realize one thing, I really missed this place." "Lewin, what did you do during the break?" "Me, I was just he and Jason were chatting." "What should I say? A lot happened, but there's nothing worth telling here." He hesitated. "I trained," he was surprised. "You someone as strong as you trained too." "Swordsmanship? Oh come on, Lewin, the break is for resting. Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes in the 2nd semester, right? Why train early? Studying ahead during the break is called preparation." While they were talking, a professor called for Lewin. "Professor Heidel, so you're here. What brings you?" "Look outside, there's a visitor." Many knights and banners bearing the golden sunbird. Lewin seemed to recognize who the guest was. "I'll go out right away. We've exchanged letters, but I didn't expect to meet him so soon." The champion of the martial tournament had arrived. They opened the carriage door. The princes had arrived. 2 princes stepped down from the carriage in turn. "Don't you dare come between me and Lewin," Prince Kroster Radian, the elder prince, said. "Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Lewin will choose me," the other replied. While the two argued, Lewin stepped forward and introduced himself. "It's an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I'm Lewin Ardal." "Ah, young master, sorry for the sudden arrival. I've prepared a gift and hope to speak with you privately." "No, my gift is far more valuable. Forget my brother and talk to me first." Their intentions were obvious. If you win the martial tournament and back one side, it would be a major step toward becoming king. "I have a proposal," he spoke. "A proposal." "All right, we'll do as you wish, young Master Lewin." The two of them were asked to discuss the matter together. "The kingdom of Ladian, to which both I and the academy belong, is currently known as the weakest nation on the continent. Even so, the kingdom cannot unite internally. The monarchist faction of the crown prince clashing with the reformist faction of the second prince is the cause of the prolonged conflict. Most of the mages are the same, they are merely tools in their power struggle. In retrospect, the reason they sought me out was plainly because of that. This brat, I'll sit here. No, the seat opposite Lord Lewin is yours. Both princes are arguing about who will sit opposite Lewin. You're also exasperated with these two. Well, how troublesome. Don't make a mess. Isn't it because of you that things got messy, older brother? Because of childish people like these, the country is in such a state. Thoughts like these were swirling in him. Ridiculous, what did you just say? Stop arguing, I'm a bit surprised by your sudden visit. But it's very good that you came. I also have something to say. I do not intend to choose a master between you two. I foresaw this. But hearing it directly still stings. That's true, yet even the legendary strategist Jagiz refused the offer 3 times. You probably know that story as well. Jagiz, you refused the great emperor's offer 3 times and ultimately joined the emperor's faction. Are you really comparing yourself to the first emperor? The first emperor was a 9th rank knight. Even if you keep making that offer, the outcome will be the same. As Lewin Ardal, there are things I must do, things you must do. I intend to return to my homeland, the territory of Ardal. Ardal means you will not leave the kingdom, even after graduation. Of course, then I could become a force for the kingdom. Oh, it's good to hear that. But the situation in Ardal is not easy. I trust you understand why I do not want to abandon my homeland. Both princes were surprised when they heard that. The future strength of the kingdom should not be burdened by unnecessary worries. I, Prince Kroster Ladian, will fully support you regardless of the matter. Don't ask me first, don't ask my brother. Money, food, I'll give you everything. Hey, can't you see I'm talking to this young master? Don't butt in. The two resumed arguing. No matter what happens, I will not choose either of you. Definitely not. Why? Because it's more beneficial for me if the two of you keep fighting. Lewin was still having his own calculations. I'll send a wonderful gift for your graduation. No, I'll send a gift even more splendid than my brother's. That's fine, however, I hope you will handle what I mentioned. Ha ha, don't worry about it, just focus on graduating. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied with my not taking either side and left. In addition, I had made my loyalty clear by confirming I would not leave the kingdom. However, I made a few requests. First, I asked for approval of the plans that ARDEL is currently pursuing, and I requested military support to coincide with the timing of the campaign. Everything is progressing smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Is this the power of authority? Ah, and the train of thought was interrupted. Everyone listen carefully. Duke Lewin Ardal is the future and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, I appoint Duke Lewin as the royal protector. Show him the respect he deserves. This was not part of the plan, but things turned out that way. As the closest guardian of the royal family in the kingdom, no one would dare disrespect him. Though not official yet, since the princes have acknowledged it, it is effectively official. I felt relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. Now let's get going. The two princes bade farewell and left. Truly impressive, being appointed protector of the kingdom is remarkable. Exclamations rang out. Make way, you're blocking our way to class, Jason shouted as he walked, telling people to move aside. Now that the princes were gone, the classmates finally gathered. Looks like things are about to get noisy again, huh? The protector's position has long been monopolized by the Garihill family. Hey, quiet down. Mikkel is coming over there. At that, all the chatter fell silent. What are they saying? Are they talking about me? He just arrived and is already tall. How ridiculous. Seriously, who is saying what about whom? It seemed those words truly angered him. Did you forget? I'm of Garihill. No matter how much you make a fuss, after graduation you'll all be under my command. Garihill, Mitchell Garihill, who was nearly expelled after using a banned substance on the midterm of the first semester, avoided expulsion thanks to the severe penalty of a 30-day suspension. All thanks to the reputation of the Garihill family. The magic world of the academy, indeed, even the magic world of the royal palace, is now almost under Garihill's control. Really? But it seems that's not what the princes want. Long time no see, Mikkel. Damn, he spat each word. You think you've won, right? What? Just wait and see who will be laughing at the end. He turned his back but showed displeasure on his face. Jason comforted him, saying he's just jealous, don't pay him too much attention. When you win the big tournament, Mikkel's expression will be notable. This situation with the princes probably affected him more. Right? Jealousy, those things aren't worth considering. Mikkel's tarnished reputation in this matter directly concerns his family's honor. He might be planning something. This class is a special lecture by alumni, right? Yes, let's attend. After all, my opponent is ruthless Garihill. Alumni are coming to the academy to give lectures. I wonder who will come. Hopefully someone kind, Jason silently wished. And somehow that uneasy feeling is never wrong. It seemed the person behind the door did not disappoint his expectations. The whole class turned surprised eyes toward the two of them. He was astonished. What's going on? The person who had been on the podium spoke up. What's the matter? Why is the atmosphere so strange? Could that person be Lewin Ardal? Pleased to meet you, Lewin Ardal. That person was Jekyll Garihill. The second semester of the graduating class focuses more on practice than theory, as mentioned earlier. There will be classes related to knights, and alumni will come to the academy to share stories about current mages. a kind of lecture. It's a well-intentioned session, but somehow that uneasy feeling was never wrong. Lewin and Jason sat on alert in their seats. Both silently looked ahead. Especially since the invited alum giving the lecture was Jekyll Garyhill's brother. He held a book and chalk to introduce the lesson. Today I'll tell you about the relationship between the Garyhill family mages and the court mages. He sneered arrogantly. Everyone knows, right? Of the 14 court mages selected last year, 11 came from the Garyhill family. He smiled, but his gaze was chillingly cold. As a senior from the academy, I'll share a truth you need to know to succeed. There's nothing in this world I can possess on my own. Up here, Lewin listened carefully to every word. Therefore, the weaker ones must unite even more. From now on, you'll focus more on practicality than ideals. Just because you praise the student representative Lewin Ardle doesn't mean your lives will unfold like his. He suddenly named Lewin directly, causing the hall to fall silent. He emphasized each syllable. Lewin Ardle, what do you think? Jason slammed his hand on the table and stood up in anger. Whenever he saw his friend about to do something foolish, he rushed to cut in. Well, I can say this. In front of everyone, he spoke his mind without restraint. Even if 10 shards of insight combine with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it's just a massive pile of shards. Feeling mocked, he paused slightly. Are you talking about me? You denied it immediately. Not at all. Do you really think that's about me? The tense atmosphere between them made the surrounding students buzz with speculation. Seemingly at a loss for words, he changed the subject. Well, I've heard a lot about you from my brother. Mikkel, you're really an unlucky one, aren't you? You replied calmly, I suppose you haven't heard the other stories, about how that unlucky one utterly defeated him. He could no longer maintain his confident half-smile. His face darkened, a truly arrogant brat. At that moment, both understood that the feud between Lewin Ardle and Garyhill would be a confrontation not easily resolved. Since Jekyll's arrival, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. By saying anyone could join Garyhill if they wanted, Jekyll dazzled lower-performing students. Jekyll's pragmatic, blunt style proved quite effective. At the same time, an argument broke out. One student said, did you hear what Senior Jekyll said? If we work for Garyhill, we could succeed too. The other side retorted, ha, you really think Garyhill cares about you? No self-respect at all. I'd never serve under Mikkel, who uses dirty tricks to manipulate others. Ultimately, the students split into Garyhill and Ardle factions. With Garyhill's petty attempts to humiliate Lewin and Lewin's growing anger at such childish provocations, the academy's atmosphere heated up over time. However, soon an opportunity appeared to put Garyhill in his place. Headmaster Tyrion set a steaming cup of tea on the table and gently said, oh, come in, sit down. Lewin moved down to sit across from him and replied quickly, yes, how have you been lately, Headmaster? He slowly raised his teacup. Haha, I'm well. He spoke in a steady, deep voice, carrying understanding and trust. Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? So, how is life at the academy? He closed his eyes slightly, his brows easing, everything as usual except for one thing. A troublemaker was making a mess of things. With his knowledge, experience, and background, he quickly grasped the situation. He set the cup down. I understand. I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about. He leaned back. Garyhill, I'm not fond of them either, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has ties to them, so the academy is no exception. He continued explaining the present situation. However, unlike last year, this year we've only assigned them courses that don't directly affect grades. Still, they're noisy both inside and outside the academy. It seems they hold quite a grudge against you. You asked curiously the alumnus Jekyll Garyhill, what kind of person is he? He recounted that the young man was extremely famous for his looks and eloquence. His social connections seemed smooth and his academic results were excellent. At 23, he became the youngest chief mage in the kingdom. But his face suddenly turned serious. Behind that appearance lived a giant serpent. He had thirst, power, and deep ambition. His nature compelled him to obtain whatever he wanted at any cost. After understanding the true nature of Serpent Lord Jekyll, you became wary. He may seem fine outwardly, but inside he is completely rotten and will use any means necessary to get what he wants. That's Garyhill. You clenched your fist. By now there were plenty of reasons to act. The question was which reason to use. Unexpectedly, he spoke up. I want to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you. Your face showed confusion. Special lessons? He replied, yes, the upcoming classes. Suddenly, a wild idea popped into your head. I have a good idea. But would he agree? That's what you had asked many people, but the responses were mostly negative. Thinking that, you walked toward the classroom. At that moment, remembering Headmaster Tyrion's words gave you extra courage. What if you ask him directly? Then you open the door. Hearing the door open, the students all turned their heads to look. Even Jekyll on the podium paused, his voice tinged with surprise. Lewin Ardle. Dear Senior, you said directly to him, I have a request for you, Senior. Mikkel beside him heard everything and laughed. Whoosh. He stood up, pointed at Lewin with a grin stretching ear to ear, and demanded, "All right, it's only a matter of time before you say something like that." You put on a serious face. "Don't get me wrong, it's not the kind of request you're thinking of." Then you continued, revealing your real intention. "I heard you received a proposal from the headmaster about the joint nights class next week and that you declined it." At that, Lewin's lips curved slightly. "So I'm here to make a direct request. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class." In that instant, his whole body seemed to freeze. The face that usually wore arrogance suddenly became stunned. A joint class is a lesson where alumni, acting as special instructors, participate in class alongside students. In other words, it's also an official opportunity for Jekyll and me to face off on the same stage. Just that one sentence energized the atmosphere. A joint class, so we'll finally get to see Jekyll Garihill's skills, right? The students around couldn't hide their excitement. Everyone's gaze turned to him. He and Lewin would stand on the same stage in direct opposition. Wow. After a moment of silent thought, he spoke. "Why?" He said slowly, "Our alumni are seasoned experts who have worked in the field for years. There's no need for such a class, and frankly, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us?" It sounded convincing, but it was all within your expectation, so you unleashed your killer line. "That sounds a bit illogical. Isn't the purpose of alumni visits to the academy to teach us?" He was surprised. "What?" You put on a sad expression, "Yet you dismissed the joint class, the best chance to pass knowledge to juniors. Just because of that kind of class, you keep insisting Garihill is a collective." His face at that moment became very ugly. Your tone was clearly provocative, wearing a mocking smile. "So why the sudden change? Or is there another reason? For example, are you afraid?" He wore the villain's ecstatic smile. "Even though he had won the major tournament, you were still just a student with limited experience." He quickly regained a calm expression as if nothing had happened. "Facing a real blade, you can do nothing but cling to your useless stubborn ego. Why would we need such an inconvenient class?" Before he finished, the students shouted in, "We want to see your skills too." He paused slightly, embarrassment flickering across his eyes. Then a student called out and others followed in turn. "Yes, skills honed in real battle. We really want to see them." At the same time, Mikkel slapped the table excitedly. "Come on, brother, what are you waiting for? This is the perfect chance to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Lewin Ardle, you'll regret proposing this for a long time. My brother is a powerful mage." His reaction was exactly what you hoped for. You grinned with satisfaction. "Yes, Mikkel, you're right. That's how it should be, so our esteemed senior won't be able to refuse." Jekyll sighed in exasperation. "All right, if it's a joint class, the Squire Knights from Foldren will participate, right?" However, he defended himself. "I declined this proposal because I didn't want to steal the spotlight from you, the student representative in class, but if you now want to forego that." Lewin did not hesitate. He walked straight up to him step by step. "No, please go ahead, I'm asking you." You held out your hand. "As a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills." He had no choice but to shake your hand. "Well then, if that's the case, I have no other option. Let's do our best." Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain travel through him. A pain so intense he gritted his teeth. He ground his teeth. "This brat," you leaned close to his ear and whispered like a stone. "Then I'll leave it to you, senior." Your eyes lit up, full of excitement and challenge. Be ready to be amazed. 3 days later, the Squire Knights from Foldren arrived at the academy. Before the meeting, Lewin had a brief meeting with Headmaster Tyrion. "You spoke up a special lesson, really." He propped his hand calmly and recounted evenly. "That day, I considered pairing alumni with students to form teams for the lesson, but most refused." He smiled. "However, if you ask directly as a senior, he won't be able to refuse. As the student representative, what do you think?" Recalling that suggestion made him just chuckle, a smile mixed with helplessness and surprise. The headmaster is sly indeed. To devise a plan the senior couldn't refuse. Suddenly, the atmosphere flared unexpectedly. Someone, unable to contain their excitement, pointed straight ahead, voice full of enthusiasm. They're here." It was the Squire Knights of Foldren. Cheers rose like a wave across the yard. Seeing Lewin in the crowd, Mr. Gutter immediately broke into a broad smile, his eyes showing delight. "Oh, look who's here, the stubborn brat. How have you been?" You replied, "Of course I'm fine." "And you?" Gutter shrugged, his lazy expression unchanged. "Same as always. I hear news of you from time to time. You won the grand festival, didn't you?" You tilted your head slightly, humility showing on your face. "Yes, thanks to your guidance, Gutter." Hearing that, he burst into hearty laughter. As he turned to leave, he waved goodbye. "Haha, I'm off to see the headmaster now, so please show the kids around." You immediately took the task. Understood. You placed your hand on your chest and introduced yourself formally. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Lewin Ardle, the Academy's representative. Could you tell me who is the Squire representative?" The lead Squire glanced away awkwardly. "Ah, our representative is currently busy." Following that look, you couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Before them was a typical scene of bullying. The one boy laughed with enjoyment. "Haha, come on, Maltiv, you're scaring the kid." The other replied, "No one will care about this brat even if he dies, so what of it?" You froze for a moment, your gaze falling on the slightly battered but familiar face. Hans, the bullied boy, lifted his head. Liuan, you stepped forward. What are you doing here? At that, a brown-haired guy in the crowd laughed. Ah, are you the famous Liuan A? I've heard a lot about you. Then the guy introduced himself, head held high, eyes a bit arrogant. I'm Maltiv Jegan, representative of Foldrin. He continued smugly, Vengras Jegan, commander of the Golden Knights, the only 7-star knight. Have you heard of him? He's my father. Your face was like, who asked about your father? Why bring him up in an introduction? Is he boasting that his father is remarkable too? Dun, you brushed his words aside. Yes, but I'd be happier if you'd answer my question first. His face soured at being ignored. Question, what question? Your gaze sharpened. Repeat it once more. I asked what you're doing. He answered nonchalantly as if it were nothing. Oh, this brat's been disobedient lately, so I'm training him myself. What's wrong with me personally training a commoner? He frowned, teeth grinding in obvious irritation. And you're rude, caring about a commoner while greeting us. Do you know him? Your hand clenched. He's my friend. What's the problem? His laughter echoed across the yard as if he'd heard the day's funniest thing. Oh, how earnest friends, huh? Looks like commoners get along better with each other. Maltiv sneered. The Ardal clan isn't much different from commoners. The Academy's representative coming from such low birth, talking to you makes me feel disgusted. You didn't understand why his attitude had shifted so drastically. What was he trying to do? Suddenly he saw someone in the distance and his eyes lit up. Huh, brother, you glanced back reflexively, wondering your brother. The moment you saw that person, you finally understood why this guy had been hostile toward you. Jekyll approached, smiling casually. Greetings, Maltiv, you're here too. Why would a squire like you show up here? It seems birds of a feather flock together. Even if Liuan wasn't acquainted with Hans, they were always bound to clash. Sir Gutter shouted, all right, everyone gather round. As you know, today we will hold a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips, confident, beside Teacher Heidel with his usual stern expression. He instructed, before we begin training, let's divide into groups. He continued to explain that each group would include 2 academy students and 1 squire, making a total of 54 groups. No sooner had he finished than Maltiv scratched his head in annoyance. I didn't want to come here at all. Why must I train with these kids? Jekyll hurriedly chimed in. We graduated long ago. I still don't understand why we're here. The two truly shared the same mindset. He proposed with glee, so what do you think? Let's just get through it. Obviously we'll win anyway. The other nodded in agreement. Yeah, makes sense. If we add MCOS member, we'll form a team. He burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha ha, sounds good. The weak ones will be easy to take down together. Nearby, the atmosphere buzzed as students quickly formed groups. Yet amid the bustle, Han kept his head bowed, standing quietly like a forgotten shadow. Suddenly, Liuan stepped up. Han joined my group. He couldn't believe his ears and asked quickly, Huh, Liuan, are you sure? Are you really okay with teaming up with me? Having been through much, you fully understood the feeling of being cast aside. Your voice was soft but resolute. Why not? You're my friend. At that moment, he looked at Liuan with deep gratitude, murmuring his name, Liuan. Jason slowly approached. Wow, that's a bit surprising. If friends are being chosen, I should get a say too. He came closer, face bright. Because you're Liuan's friend, you're my friend too, right? He explained. Thanks, Jason. I saw Han looked uncomfortable, so I thought I'd step in first. He reached out and patted Han's shoulder gently. Your name is Han, right? From now on, feel free to speak up, okay? At first, Han was a bit surprised, but then quickly warmed to it. Huh, oh yeah, okay. Then he declared clearly, everyone listen up. Our goal here isn't just to score high. He stood with his hands on his hips, tilting his head in question. Huh, what else? His gaze flicked toward the venomous clique Mikko, Jekin, and Maltiv gathering over there. He frowned slightly, alert. We also need to deal with those troublemakers. Once the teams were set, it was time for a short break. Liuan and Hans walked together down the hall. He asked gently, hey Han, are you okay? After getting beaten like that, I can take you to the infirmary if you want. Han waved him off. It's fine, I'm okay, no need to go anywhere. He kept his head down, one arm holding the other. Liuan, it's nice to meet you, but it might not be good for you to act like you know me. You paused. What did you say? A cloak of low self-esteem wrapped him, his eyes fixed on the floor. Many people dislike me, so when there's no one around. You looked him straight in the eye, your gaze steady, dispelling that childish thought. No, like I said, I'm your friend, so you don't need to be on guard anyway. That guy from before, the one who harassed you at the training center, it's him, right? He answered, yeah. Both of you then turned your eyes toward Maltiv ahead. When you checked his info in the status window, you understood why he was afraid. A 4-star squire with high potential like Maltiv was surely powerful. At the same time, you glanced to the side. Remembering the moment, a blue aura surrounded Hans's body when he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Although he now appeared weak and insecure, his info gave you pause. Though his current rank was 3 stars, he'd met 4-star requirements, and with such high potential, there was plenty of room to grow. Thinking that, you suddenly said, I'm planning to deal with that Maltiv soon. How about you? He widened his eyes in shock. Huh. You continued encouraging him as if trying to give him strength. Are you just going to keep letting them beat you? That same resolute look you had when you defended your sister, where did it go? He hesitated. Can I really win? You didn't hesitate and answered flatly, you can. He seemed never to have considered it before and kept asking, can I? Maltiv above, hearing this, glared down in irritation. I can't stand that nonsense anymore. For someone with an ego as towering as his, losing to someone he always looked down on was unacceptable. Hands beat me, a useless commoner who just takes up space. Hands, get over here. Despite his fear, he still dared to stand up. No, I don't want to. It seemed this was the first time he'd resisted, so the guy grew furious. What? This bastard's gone mad. Standing next to him doesn't make you special. It's just idiots clinging to each other. He drew his sword, intending to teach him a lesson. Have you gone insane after being beaten all this time? Come here, today I'll kill you myself. Han instantly drew his sword in alarm, but Liuan quickly stopped him. Don't fight him, Hands. He looked bewildered. But you explained you're not like him, right? You shouldn't act the way that bastard does. Then you stepped forward. Today isn't the day you face him. Wait for the right moment to wipe him out, so I'll handle it today. No sooner had you finished than the two of them lunged at each other like moths to flame. Maltiv's face flushed red with anger as he shouted, "Who the hell are you? Get lost now. Get out, you bastard." Suddenly someone kicked him straight in the face, and with a single kick sent him flying 5 meters, his sword soaring into the air. Liuan stared in shock. Master Gutter. He frowned angrily. Liuan widened his eyes at Gutter's appearance. His action was completely unexpected. Maltiv was struck so hard that his whole body was flung back into the stone wall behind him. Gutter sternly demanded, Maltiv Jegan, what is the meaning of this? The man stammered in panic. That is. He immediately made an excuse. They started it. I didn't do anything wrong. You still stood upright. His severe eyes seemed to cut through the man's pretense. So you drew your sword to strike someone? His voice dropped cold as ice. Maltiv Jegan. Effective immediately, you are relieved of your position as head knight of the training academy. The vice captain will assume command temporarily, and punishment will be applied once you return to the academy. Refusing to accept it, the man threatened, if you do this to me, my father won't let this go. But a single remark from him was enough to shut the man up. Yes, I think so too. But if he learns his only son drew a sword in the academy and intended to strike someone, Venjuras Jegan would probably faint. Hearing that, the man relented. I'm sorry. Liuan watched from the side as a cold, silent glance swept over him, quiet judgment mixed with contempt, boasting bravado yet terrified of his father's wrath. You frowned after all. When you met the hateful, tearing glance he cast, you realized you had clearly attracted attention. The first training session of the intensive course began. The lesson was on offense and defense. Sir Gutter Perante taught us how to exploit a mage's weaknesses and the casting times needed to neutralize them. Professor Heidel explained how to anticipate a knight's movements and effectively evade their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques under instruction. While the students trained diligently up front, Milu's clique lounged comfortably in the shade of a tree watching. Maltiv scratched his head, his scowl showing his annoyance. He was furious about that Liuan and now had to train in a place full of people like him. Jekyll replied calmly, forget it, we already know this stuff, right? He sighed, just do it. Though he acted nonchalant, his mind was in turmoil. He said that, but how was he supposed to actually train? He formed theories, then quickly dismissed them. With so many students watching, did they expect him to reveal his full strength? No way. In a corner, Liuan's group was also training hard. Hands on his knees, panted. Liuan, take a break. You remained upright, not a drop of sweat. Jason beside you exclaimed, does this guy never get tired? I'm already intimidated before even fighting him. Feeling the previous exercise wasn't enough, you casually rested the wooden sword on your shoulder and said, I don't know, but it seemed like just a warm-up. The others, unsure whether you're stubborn or tough, shouted in unison, what? Suddenly someone stepped forward, cutting into their conversation. If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment? You exclaimed in surprise. Sir Gunter, he already held a wooden sword in his hand. I want to confirm something. You asked, confirm, what do you mean? He explained, swordsmanship at this level can't be learned in such a short time through self-study, unless you have an exceptionally skilled master. Hearing that, you paused for a moment, then remembered your master. Wow, Sir Gutter is more perceptive than he looks, huh? He continued, so I want to ask a favor of you. He pointed his sword at you, issuing the challenge amid everyone's anticipation. Liuan Ardal, I want to duel you. You froze slightly, your eyes clearly showing shock. What is happening? Murmurs swelled like a disturbed hive. Duel the Academy's representative? Why would the commander do that? After a brief moment to calm, you spoke up. Are you joking? Sir Gutter, I'm not even a knight yet. How could I possibly beat you? Besides, I've only been training a week. He looked you squarely in the eye. I'm not asking you to win, which made you even more confused. Then what is it? Then he stated his true purpose. I want you to teach the trainees here. No one here has swordsmanship superior to yours. The apprentice knights who heard this were stunned, jaws dropping. What, commander's serious? You inhaled softly, thinking being suddenly thrust into the spotlight was overwhelming. But your brow tightened slightly, lips pressed into a firm line. You didn't say it aloud, but inwardly you were sure this was a good opportunity. If you performed well here, you could seize this chance to establish your position. No small matter. With that thought, you became eager and quickly assumed a ready stance. I look forward to learning from you, Sir Gutter. He smiled in satisfaction, a natural curl at the corner of his mouth. Your stance is impressive, then. I'll come to you. With that, Gutter lunged forward at astonishing speed. The onlookers outside involuntarily widened their eyes. People exclaimed, wait, what speed is that? Is he being overly serious? If that hit, there wouldn't be enough left to pick up the bones. Yet you managed to parry that attack with ease. Someone gasped in amazement. He blocked that strike. Even so, you let out a heavy sigh. The force of his swing sent you sliding across the training ground as you braced against it. He slowed and looked you over again. I find your skill hard to believe. I'll ask once more, where did you learn this swordsmanship? He squinted, suspicion in his gaze. Could it be a name you couldn't reveal? You fell into thought, hesitating whether to say, it's not like that person was deliberately hidden, so it should be fine. After hesitating for a while, you uttered a name, Sir Bolvar. It was an unexpected name, so everyone present gaped in shock, including Sir Gutter. One surprise followed another, leaving people stunned. Bolvar Payton, the legendary warlord. Impossible, I heard he was dead. Quickly, Gutter regained his composure. Oh, is that so? He asked, can you elaborate? How do you know him? You explained, Sir Bolvar retired and has been living in Ardel since then. He's the one I've been with since I was a child. Before you finished, Maltiv hastily cut you off. Don't lie. He angrily stepped forward, eyes blazing as if to burn you. Don't lie to me, you strange one. Lie. He pointed at your face as if he'd caught a fraud. Yes, nonsense. The town said Bolvar Payton is dead and you can't prove otherwise, right? You showed obvious displeasure. Why would you need to prove that? And don't call someone who is still alive dead. He ground his teeth slightly. His face still wore a mocking smile, but his eyes revealed bitter resentment. Even if what you say is true, it doesn't matter. After all, the strongest knight in the kingdom is still my father. Hearing that, you realized this was his real concern. The officially recognized strongest knight in the kingdom was none other than Maltiv's father, Venjuras Jegan, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bolvar Payton were still alive, the official hierarchy could be overturned. You lazily replied, fine, believe whatever you want. What's he so stunned about? Your gaze was cold, your tone unwavering as you stated your view. Believe those strongest in the kingdom titles if you like, whatever. Sir Bolvar doesn't care about such petty rankings. Hearing that, he clenched his teeth in fury. Petty? Did you just call it petty? He immediately drew his sharp sword. How dare you insult my father? Now he was like a madman ready to cut down anyone he saw. Lewin Ardel, I challenge you, bring a real sword right now. While he screamed like a maniac, come here, fight me now. He took a sharp blow from Gutter, his eyes rolling to the sides like a stunned child. Gutter struck him to prevent him from doing something foolish while out of control. What the hell, challenging? So you really want to fight Lewin? He crouched like a puppy, clutching his head. Finally, he announced it. The first match of tomorrow's group sparring will be Lewin's team versus Maltiv's team. Any objections? Heidel's voice rose. No. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. His commanding voice echoed across the field. All right, is everyone ready? As announced yesterday, the first duel will be Lewin's team versus Maltiv's team. The two teams faced each other under curious gazes. Suddenly, Jekyll stepped forward and called your name, Lewin. His face showed no worry, he seemed relaxed. Have you all prepared properly? Lewin switched to alert. What is this? Why are you asking suddenly? He gave a sly smile. Ah, never mind, just do your best in this match. Hearing that, Gutter signaled. All right, then prepare to begin. As if waiting for that cue, he lunged forward at astonishing speed, leaving you disoriented. Fortunately, you reacted in time. If you'd been a moment slower, you'd have been caught. You wondered what kind of speed that was. What was happening? No one could be that fast. Then you noticed the status window above him and contempt flashed across your eyes. How ridiculous. How desperate was he to win? Was he carrying 6 artifacts on him? The night before at the manor, polite greetings were exchanged. Well, who is this? Sir Venjuras, ha ha ha, long time no see. Commissioner Josh Garryhill, commander of the Golden Knight Cavalry Venjuras Jegan interjected. I've heard about Jekyll. He was invited to give a special lecture at the academy as a representative of alumni, right? Josh Garryhill, a senior commissioner of the Ladian Tower of Magic Council, replied modestly. Surprisingly, Principal Tyrion Ignit personally invited the boy. Is Maltiv doing all right? He looked helpless, his face showing clear annoyance. Yes, but he's caused too much trouble, quite troublesome, so I sent him to Sir Gutter for proper discipline. He's probably at the academy now. He sighed, eyes closed, showing he'd worried over the matter for a long time. Actually, I came because of that academy representative, he murmured. If it's the representative, do you mean Lewin Ardel? Then he recalled the information he'd heard before. The rumors spread to the point that even I remember the name. I heard he won the tournament and even attracted the Empire's attention. But immediately after, his tone changed. A rustic from Ardel shouldn't have such an easy path. Just as expected, the old man agreed. Ha, exactly. We must prevent someone like that from wooing the princes, right? As true loyal subjects who really care for the kingdom, of course. He asked, do you have a plan? Just then the other replied, this time my son and Maltiv will be on the same team and they'll face Lewin Ardel. So I'm thinking, why not give Maltiv an artifact? I didn't expect the old man to be so reckless. His eyes widened in shock, his breath catching. What? The old man stammered. If you leave that pendant behind, I'll make sure he receives it. He stuttered, are you suggesting we cheat? The man put a hand on his companion's shoulder. That's not important now. If we want to crush that kid before he becomes a bigger nuisance, we must do whatever is necessary. I've already given the artifact to my own son. However, the other still hesitated, so the man played his final card. Bolvar Payton, does that name ring a bell? His expression changed at once. He stammered, why bring up that name all of a sudden? The man's face went dark. I've heard he's still alive, and it seems he taught swordsmanship to Lewin in Ardal. He continued, Lewin Ardal, favored by the princes, learned swordsmanship from Bolvar Payton, the glorious knight. If he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our position will end. After hearing this, the man hurriedly removed the artifact from his clothing. He handed the pendant to the old man. Here, I'm counting on this to produce good results. The old man gave a half smile full of calculation. Of course it will. Finally, they clasped hands. All of this is for our kingdom. Back in the present, Jekyll laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, well then, Lewin Ardal. He cast a spell, conjuring vines that coiled tightly around Lewin's team. You rely on such mediocre skill and feel confident? How disappointing. The magical vines tightened like shackles, forcing them to writhe in pain. Lewin's face darkened with a mix of anger and scorn. You expected they'd cheat, but you didn't think they'd stoop this low. He stood there taunting constantly. What are you waiting for? Show your incredible power, Lewin, or Maltiv will beat you to a pulp. No sooner had he finished than the man lunged from the side, wielding a wooden sword. Jason shouted anxiously, Lewin dodged. Your foot quickly sliced through the vines. A burst of blazing golden light tore through the ground, erupting with a thunderous explosion. Fortunately, you dodged. You were astonished. What? How can a wooden sword be so durable? At that moment, an odd light emanated from the wooden sword. The artifact Maltiv Jegan received from Sir Vengerez was a sturdy protective charm. This artifact was designed as a pendant for easy carrying. It enhances weapons, making them sharper and more durable. He sneered contemptuously, a mocking curl at his lips, saying regretfully, ah, I missed, I could have killed you. Then he swung his sword again, charging forward. This time I'll definitely kill you, Lewin Ardal. You watched intently, as solid as steel, thinking that you clenched your fist and activated the binding breaking technique. With a single swing, the wooden sword flying at wind-splitting speed instantly shattered. The man panicked, how the hell did you do that? Not giving his opponent time to recover, you dashed forward like lightning. A thunderous punch landed, the impact strong enough to send him flying backward. Watching him slump in pain on the ground, eyes trembling as if unable to believe what he was seeing, his voice hoarse as he called out in shock, Maltiv. His face contorted from the ache coursing through his body. How could this happen? Even though everyone was carrying artifacts, he hadn't been pushed back at all. Lewin slowly pulled his gloves on tighter. I intended to go easy on you if possible, but clearly that won't work. Since things have come to this, I'll fight seriously. With that, the leader of Wool on his hand was immediately released. Everyone present fell silent, mouths and eyes wide at the surreal sight. Even normally composed people like Professor Heidel and Gutter couldn't help but show signs of confusion. If outsiders were shocked, imagine those facing it directly. He muttered, impossible, a demon. Behind Lewin, a colossal lion demon appeared. Panic spread among those nearby, screams erupted chaotically. Run, everyone run, it's a demon, a demon. The overwhelming pressure made his legs go weak. His body trembled and collapsed as he scrambled backward. You said calmly, let's end this. I mean, 6 artifacts still aren't enough for you. Hearing that, his head buzzed. What? You didn't bother to explain. Your hand reached out gently, and the giant spirit behind you solemnly reached out as well. Its enormous finger slowly slipped into his necklace. The treasured necklace snapped into many pieces and fell. The atmosphere instantly seethed. Whispers erupted everywhere. What? Is he serious? Senior Jekyll actually used an artifact against a junior. Unable to bear the murmurs, his face twisted in rage. Bastard, how long do you think you can hold out? Garyhill won't sit idly by. You cut him off irritably. You say Garyhill won't leave me alone. First M, then the eldest son. Next is Zekel Garyhill. Who's that supposed to be? Could it be Sir Josh Garyhill? At the mention of his father's name, he immediately leapt forward like a moth to flame. What did you just say? You dog, how dare you mention that name? Lewin raised his hand. A sharp spark flared and shot straight, striking him squarely between the eyes. You snapped, you're too loud, just lie down and rest a bit. Suddenly the bear spirit appeared on your shoulder. Are you sure about this? It asked. About what? You replied. Was it really okay for the demon to be revealed like this in front of everyone? Only then did you realize thousands of curious eyes were fixed on you. It added, look at the headmaster's face, he's completely shocked. You replied calmly, I couldn't hide it forever, and it agreed. Indeed. Then your expression shifted as you drifted into thought. After all, Jekyll Garyhill had collapsed, and it seemed Mickle had fainted, frothing at the mouth from shock at seeing the demon. That meant the winner had been decided. Thinking that, you glanced at Gutter. Catching your look, he cleared his throat and declared distinctly, and therefore you win, when a loud shout suddenly cut him off. Wait. Everyone was surprised by the sound. People turned their heads toward its source. They saw hands approaching carrying 2 wooden swords. The match was not over. He stopped in front of Map and tossed one sword toward him. Your sword just broke, right? Then use this to pick up your sword. Maltiv, the atmosphere immediately sank. All eyes turned to you as if no one expected you to choose this action. And of course he immediately went mad. Veins stood out clearly at his temples. Are you really insane? You filthy peasant, how dare you? His voice snarled. But he suddenly froze when his gaze dropped. He noticed the sword neatly held in your hand. It was Peridot's sword, now wrapped in a fierce blue lightning. Peridot's holy sword, a knight of 4 stars or higher, meaning one who has mastered aura manipulation. By convention, 4-star knights have blue auras, while 5-star knights have red auras. From 6 stars onward, the aura gradually shifts to purple. Beyond that level, auras are no longer tied to specific colors and manifest according to each knight's traits. Apprentice knights average around 3 stars. The male students still couldn't believe the situation. Maltiv fell silent, speechless. Someone behind him whispered, impossible. Many eyes turned to Han with murmurs spreading. How could a weakling like Han do this? I haven't even mastered aura, meaning even among official knights many haven't reached 4 stars. Chang, sitting on Liyuan's shoulder, whispered, Liyuan, aren't you going to stop? After all, the match is over. Your eyes answered firmly, no, let's watch a little longer. Inwardly you thought, at last it's back, that look from Hans. Liyuan fixed his gaze on Hans's stern face and furrowed brows. Maltiv reached down, picked up the wooden sword on the ground and said, I won't accept this. He lunged at Hans, shouting, I will never accept this. Maltiv's sword rose and slammed down toward Hans's head. He snarled, you're nothing but a lowly commoner and now you dare claim you can use aura? Han braced himself and took the deadly blow with the wooden sword. He gritted his teeth and forced himself to withstand it, while Maltiv's voice rang in his ear. Impossible. He increased the force in his hand, pressing his face close to Han's with contempt. There's no way a weakling like you could be on my level. He increased the force in his hand again, pressing his face close to Han's with contempt. There's no way a weakling like you could be on my level. Han swept his sword in counterattack. Han laughed coldly, still clinging to that commoner logic. Maltiv, surprised that he was fighting back, blinked and asked, what? Han shouted, veins bulging in his neck. You're just a lucky kid born into a good family, selfish and vain. Veins stood out across Maltiv's face. He wore a bizarre smile. Are you crazy? Maltiv stomped hard, the ground ringing with the impact. He said in a low voice, all right then, hands. Maltiv channeled power into the weapon in his hand. A blue light enveloped the sword. He spoke like granting a mercy, if you want to die, I'll help you achieve it. He then took a running jump, bringing the sword down. Han shouted, die, you bastard. Seeing the situation turn perilous, Liyuan ran like the wind, yelling, Han, careful. Gutter also sprinted toward the arena, muttering curses as he ran. Maltiv bastard. Heidel hurried after him as well. With a boom, a great sound echoed from the center of the arena as the blue light spread outward like an ink drop in water. Liyuan's pupils contracted in astonishment. He froze, staring at the scene before him. Before the crowd, Han held his stance, sword poised in counterattack. Mamp's sword was flung out of his hand and he himself was thrown far away. Maltiv, unwilling, shouted in fury, you bastard. Han was unaffected by the insult. His entire demeanor radiated seriousness. Seeing Man-Tip lying motionless on the ground, the boys ran over and sat beside him, calling, Man-Tip, calm down. Damn, is he unconscious? Then there was a murmur, what just happened? So fast, Han beat Maltiv, and Han is still standing there like a statue. Before Liyuan had even reached him, he hurriedly asked Han, are you okay? Han turned and looked at him, then called to Liyuan. Liyuan froze, stunned, staring at him before letting out an O. You pointed at Han's hand and said, Han, look at your wooden sword. He looked down at his hand and asked in puzzlement, my sword. At that moment, a brilliant golden light radiated from the sword. Han murmured, an aura, it's red. Cut to another location, a voice echoed through the castle as expected. You're amazing, Liyuan. Tyrion, Ignit, and Liyuan walked and talked. He exclaimed, I had a hunch about Liyuan, but I didn't expect you to defeat an advanced senior graduate. You clenched your fist and asked, so you only had a hunch. Liyuan turned and said confidently, Professor, the headmaster was the one who summoned Jekyll Garyhill from the start. Didn't you foresee this outcome all along? Tyrion Ignit laughed. Oh my, so I've been found out. He glanced toward the portraits on the wall and said, I wanted to use this opportunity to teach Garyhill a lesson in humility, but instead it seems I've only deepened his hatred. Liyuan asked suspiciously, hatred? Tyrion Ignit explained, rumors of this duel have spread all the way to the capital. Because you defeated the eldest son of the Garyhill family, the nobility is speculating that this could spell the downfall of that house. He warned Liyuan that Josh Garyhill will certainly do everything to restore his family's honor. That means you could soon be in danger. Tyrion Ignit's voice grew grave. As headmaster, I cannot allow my student to be endangered. That's why we've come here. The two stood at the top of a staircase looking down. He indicated that the stairs led to the academy's basement. Then Tyrion Ignit recounted that a few days earlier Kingram had awakened from his long sleep. The first thing he said upon waking was, Lewin's grip tightened as he listened to Tyrion relay Kingram's words. I smell the presence of my kind. Diron Ignit adopted a mysterious air. Now we just need to go down. Kingram is waiting with a treat. Seeing no reaction from Lewin, he asked, why don't you ask about it? You asked suspiciously in reply, ask about what? Lewin half-jokingly, I suddenly appeared with a demon on my back. There's no magic like that in this world, aren't you even a little curious? Tyrion Ignit looked at you with trust. Whether you appeared with a demon on your back or carrying a goblin's head, the Lewin Ardle I know is someone I can trust. That's all I need. Lewin replied sincerely, thank you, sir. Tyrion Ignit gestured, now go down. Kingram has been awaiting you for some time. You are now standing before a large door. Lewin slowly opened the heavy door, which echoed loudly as it moved. After stepping inside, he walked deeper into the room. Moments later, a low voice rumbled, long time no see, little destroyer. Lewin smiled softly in response. Yes, it's been a while. Before him sat Kingram enthroned on a large chair. Lewin bowed and greeted Kingram. Kingram's voice rumbled, little destroyer, I still can't believe it. I can smell my clan from Thearn-san on you. I can even sense my father. After a moment of thought, he asked, if you can, could you tell me what happened? Lewin did not hesitate and nodded, all right, I'll tell you everything. Then the two stood facing each other and talked. I recounted to Kingram what happened at Thearn-san and how I forged a relic from Kun Kan's jaw. After hearing the whole story, Kingram laughed with delight. You wrestled with hundreds of goblins, you are truly reckless. Lewin added, not only that, I won every fight. He nodded, that's your style. My tribe must have had a very good time. Kingram covered his face, his voice thick with emotion. I thought I would be trapped in this relic forever and then vanish, but I never expected to hear news of my homeland again. Then he looked at Lewin gratefully. Little destroyer, thank you, my benefactor. You comfortably accepted the thanks in return. It is my honor. The system screen suddenly lit up before Lewin with a notification unlocking a relic. He wondered to himself, what is this? A sparkling screen displayed. The title Friend of the Goblins has been upgraded to Goblin Lord. Thanks to the Goblin Lord's passive effect, power increased by 1,000. Chang's power incarnation reached 5 stars. The human form can now be used thanks to a special skill. Companion power permanently increased by 500. Kingram said, you are the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human trusted by the goblin tribe of Thearn-san. This is my gift to you. Lewin was astonished, as if he could hardly believe his eyes. Power rose by 7,000 instantly, and Chang reached 5 stars. Chang put its hands on its hips and let out a long belch. What a feast. I reached 5 stars much faster than expected. Then it jumped down from Lewin's shoulder and cried out, I've been stuck in this useless child form for too long. Chang's body enlarged and began to glow. It frowned, clenching its fist, and asked, do you know how boring that was? A blinding golden light appeared. Lewin had to raise his hand to shield his face. He hesitantly asked, girl, what the hell is this? A long brown hair fluttered and a soft laugh sounded. Well, a girl appeared, but her voice was very familiar as she asked, isn't it wonderful, Lewin? She tossed her hair and said smugly, this is what I've longed for, the human form of Chang. A while later, Lewin returned to the top of the stairs. From the meeting with Kingram, I received 2 more gifts. The authority of a leader allows me to command the goblins as one, the lord who summons goblins. Next was the second gift, a special privilege to summon Kingram, who is bound to the academy for life, to my side one single time. Lewin recalled that before parting, he had told me to summon him only if I truly faced mortal danger. Laughter tinkled in Lewin's ear. He felt slightly annoyed. He thought, just ignore that. Chang leaped up in delight. Yes, becoming human is the best. Meanwhile, Tyrion Ignit asked suspiciously, Lewin, who is that young girl? You pondered. The moment Chang transformed, others could see her. Then Lewin himself had to ask to confirm. Ah, you're really a girl? Chang stiffened, annoyed, and replied, how many times have I told you? He muttered in a slightly lowered voice, I thought you were lying. Tyrion Ignit's voice rang out again. Only one person went down into the depths, yet 2 came out. Can someone explain this? Lewin closed his eyes and sighed. Ah, it's you. In the quiet space, he cleared his throat and spoke. So then. Tyrion Ignit stroked his long beard and probed, with my limited knowledge, I can only guess she's a spirit, right? Chang put hands on her hips and replied, close. To be precise, I'm an incarnation. Lewin was slightly confused, wondering if this explanation would really work. Chang looked around and continued, she and he share a symbiotic relationship, so we cannot be separated. You embarrassedly said, hey, are you just going to babble like that to the headmaster? Chang snorted coldly, I've lived many times longer than he has. Lewin was a bit at a loss, that could be true. But Tyrion Ignit's voice cut him off. Because you came here through Kingram, Lewin's noble incarnation, I'll arrange for you to stay at the academy. Chang, visibly intrigued, asked, oh, you have plans? He nodded slightly as confirmation, of course. Cut to another place, an astonished voice echoed from inside the academy, wait, what is this? Everyone stared at Chang, then hesitantly asked, So you mean Liuan, a male student shouted in surprise, you have a cousin like this, and she just enrolled today. Chang put her hands on her hips and laughed loudly, introducing herself. I'm Chang Ardle. Liuan, embarrassed, added, yeah, she's in our year. Jason, clutching his chest as his heart pounded, asked, a grade above us, you said she's younger than us. Liuan explained, she skipped a grade, she's a prodigy. He raised his voice and exclaimed, a prodigy. Jason politely extended his hand. Pleased to meet you, miss. Jason dropped to one knee and introduced himself. I'm Jason's son Damon, Liuan's close friend. Would you like a tour of the academy? If you haven't seen it yet, I can show you. Chang asked casually, who are you? Liuan didn't understand what was happening and wondered what he was doing. Jason offered, do you want to go to the dining hall? The baguettes there are great. Chang bluntly refused, I don't like bread, go away. He tried another angle, do you like the sea? It's wonderful. Suddenly someone approached and called out to Liuan. Seeing the newcomer, Liuan greeted Hans. That's right, today's the day you leave, isn't it? Hans smiled and replied, yes, I'm here to say goodbye. Liuan lamented, it's a shame we must part again. One day I'll visit Fuldren to see you. Hans answered, I look forward to it. You're always welcome. After a moment's hesitation, Hans asked, and Liuan, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to Ardle? Liuan replied heartily, Ardle, of course, come anytime you want. He said resolutely, no, I don't just want to visit, I want to become a knight of Ardle. Hearing this, you were stunned and asked again, are you serious? Hans nodded firmly. Yes, I want to do something meaningful like protecting Ardle, which you will lead, so give me the chance. Liuan smiled at him, of course, thank you, Hans. Suddenly someone interjected, are you two planning to keep this to yourselves? Jason leapt onto Liuan's back and shouted, I want to go to Ardle too. I'll help wash dishes and clean, but I'll stay with Miss Chang. You doused him with a cold response, I never said you were allowed. He flailed in shock, clutching his neck. Lu shouted angrily, hey, that's too much and I know you're joking. You were inwardly overjoyed, thinking, my friends moving to Ardel after graduation. This is a great idea. Cut to the capital of Duke Ladian, Radian. The man shouted in fury, it's over, everything has collapsed. Do you know how much I invested in this? Sir Venger, his squire, actually beat Maltiv. He grew angrier as he spoke. The same thing happened to the Garyhill house. Even Garyhill's eldest son was defeated by Liuan Ardle. The era of Garyhill is over. For generations, the Garyhill house has maintained its reputation as an arcane family. And Vendra's Jegan was hailed as the kingdom's strongest knight because they had noble backing. That continued. But what if that backing disappeared? He strained his neck and shouted, you may still be the strongest now, but when our children become the pillars of the nation, your descendants will have no chance. Another person added, the solution is obvious. We should change sides. Voices grew louder and more resolute. We must immediately switch allegiance to Ardle. Then someone hesitated, but your leader at Ardle doesn't take bribes. Another snorted mockingly. Oh please, who doesn't like money? Look at Garyhill. Suddenly someone stepped toward the crowd and spoke. Are you talking about me? Everyone gasped in surprise. Commissioner Josh Garyhill, he growled. You all are having a pleasant chat, so which side are you planning to join? The man forced a laugh and scrambled for an excuse. Ah, that was a slip of the tongue. I didn't know you were listening. Josh didn't give him any face and retorted. A slip of the tongue, if I weren't here, you'd be babbling about this all night. His voice dropped. Listen carefully, all of you. Since the Duchy of Ladian was founded, Garyhill has always held power. History never lies, so your worries will never come true. Someone awkwardly replied, yes, we'll remember that. Josh gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, Liuan Ardle. I plan to use him as a springboard to boost Jekyll and Mickle's reputation, but he completely crushed our honor. Veins bulged on Josh's face with anger, his eyes flashing killing intent. I'll kill him no matter what. Another important lesson in the second semester was a visit to the capital. In the ship's hold, conversation buzzed nonstop. We'll get into the Mage Tower, the Royal Mages, sounds great. Liuan watched everyone and thought to himself, a fantastic class to visit the Mage Tower and the palace directly, where we can observe and learn from the current mages. He felt a bit uneasy, but again, the purpose of the class was great when Chang suddenly asked, Josh Garyhill, does that mean we'll finally see him? Liuan did not deny it. Perhaps. You know very well that recently the head of the Garyhill family has been filled with resentment toward me. Coming to the capital means setting foot in enemy territory. There he can easily manipulate the royal mages, and in that situation there are countless opportunities for him to target me. Chang voiced her concern. Is Josh Garyhill strong? Liuan quickly replied. According to rumors, he's a level 7 mage like the headmaster. She exclaimed in surprise, level 7? If I were still in my old state, I could easily defeat him with one finger. He also pondered curiously. I'm not sure how strong Chang was back then, but a level 7 mage is not to be underestimated. Liuan looked toward Tyrion Ignit ahead. His system board only showed that information couldn't be viewed at this time. From that, Liuan understood one thing, the headmaster at that level, I cannot confirm any information through the player's eyes. Liuan told himself he could not let his guard down even a bit while in the capital. After a while, an announcement sounded. The next destination was Radian, the capital of the Radian Kingdom. Everyone cheered with excitement. We've arrived. They excitedly told one another, just as expected. The capital is truly different, so magnificent. Right, it's really the best. Lewin felt a bit of admiration. Yes, a capital is a capital, but he remained extremely wary inwardly. It's just a flashy shell, unworthy of such a small kingdom. Just then someone approached and greeted Tyrion Ignit, headmaster, long time no see. He asked suspiciously, "You've come here in person. What business do you have?" He recalled his name, Chairman Josh. Josh stepped forward and spoke, "Why am I here? Doesn't that seem a bit harsh? When the future seedlings of the kingdom come to visit the capital as the country's protectors, the least I can do is welcome them." Then he sinisterly emphasized, "But there's another reason." Josh stared straight at Lewin and said, "I want to see how those saplings have grown and confirm how he crushed our son." He glared threateningly, "So you are Lewin Ardle." You felt a bit uneasy under that gaze, like a snake coiling around your body. But something was off. The Josh Garyhill I knew was a level 7 mage. But the system board showed Josh Garyhill level 6 mage. Lewin read it in disbelief. The player's eyes indicated he was only level 6. How could he have deceived everyone? You suddenly jolted, realizing. Lewin looked at Josh's hands heavy with gold bracelets and rings, and inferred that those items were all relics. You curled a wry smile, thinking how the son and father were no different. Seeing you like that, he asked irritably, "What's so funny?" Lewin turned away and then replied, nothing at all. I'm leaving." Josh immediately grabbed his arm. "Where do you think you're going? I haven't finished asking." He glared and demanded, "I asked what you're laughing at." Deongnit quickly stepped in to mediate. "Chairman Josh, he's still just a student. Please stop." Chang was visibly angered at this madman. Josh snapped in command, "Be silent." The headmaster, he threatened him, "You may be the academy's headmaster, but once the students set foot in the capital, managing them is my responsibility." Tyrion Ignit immediately retorted, "If that authority is abused as a tool to threaten innocent students, I will never accept it. I will return the students to the academy at once." Hearing that, Josh only felt amused. "You're going to take them back, right? Our esteemed headmaster Tyrion is always like that." He sneered harshly. "Do you think I don't know? Your aim was to humiliate my son before the whole school by luring him out. Are you still upset that I was appointed guardian instead of you? The headmaster is petty and jealous." Dion Ignit flinched and shouted, "Josh Garyhill." A gust of magical wind instantly encircled everything around them. Those present cried out in fear, "What is this wind?" Josh still smiled thinly, goading, "Do you want to take this to the end? Fine, suit yourself." Lewin suddenly spoke up, "How interesting." The man was stunned and asked back, "What?" You then revealed why you were laughing. "I laughed because it's amusing. I've never seen anyone wear so many rings before." Lewin's next words shocked Josh. "Mikkel and Jael, my seniors, also liked accessories. Seems the rich are all the same." He inwardly wondered, what does this bastard mean? Josh quickly found an excuse. "No special reason, it's just that we happen to have many accessories. You act like you know everything." "Oh, I see, of course." He glanced at Tyrion Ignit and brusquely ordered, "Anyway, Headmaster Tyrion, step aside so I can lead the tour. From today, I will personally direct all the classes under my charge." He said that and fell silent, unreadable. Josh turned and declared, "I'm leaving now." The capital tour turned out to be nothing like a typical tour. Lewin recalled that Josh Garyhill, who had vowed to attend the entire itinerary, vanished without a trace as soon as we reached the palace. Instead, an old mage guided us. He nodded in admiration. Although the tour's content wasn't remarkable, the atmosphere wasn't bad. Everyone quite enjoyed the trip. Praise kept ringing out. "Is that really the Mage Tower? Amazing." Except for one thing, Chang asked Lewin, "Do you feel the same?" "Right?" You honestly confirmed. "Yes, I noticed immediately." Lewin knew they were blatantly watching him. Night gradually fell. Lewin sat by the window and carefully pointed out to Chang, "Look over there, Chang." When they looked down, they saw a few suspicious people hovering around it. The two began to discuss, "Isn't that the guy we met earlier?" "Yes, he's been there since we entered the resting area." "What?" "I felt something was off from the start. What is he planning?" Lewin pointed out that it was an illusion. Chang asked in surprise, "An illusion spell?" "You revealed a few things to him. I can sense magical energy around here. He's creating images using illusion magic." Lewin quickly added, "The scenery and passersby below are fake. Above them, he uses a magic barrier to separate this area from the real world." Chang complained angrily, "Damn it, I can't believe I didn't notice this spell. Even though I've become human again, I'm still far from my original power. You were contemplative. I anticipated this, but I didn't expect him to act so fast." Lewin suddenly noticed something. The man in the black cloak suddenly ran off. Chang exclaimed in alarm, "He's running away." You soberly denied it. "No, he's trying to lure me out. If we fought in a cramped space like the resting area, I'd have the advantage. But he knows I can't risk other students getting hurt, so I have no choice but to fight outside." Lewin recalled the system board showing Hazen Garyhill, a level 6 mage. He then guessed a level 6 mage is manageable, but the scale of this illusion magic couldn't be produced by just one level 6 mage. Lewin meticulously analyzed, "There are 2, maybe 3 enemies, perhaps more. If they are all level 6 mages, my chances of victory are slim." The face of Josh suddenly flashed in his mind. What if Josh Garhill himself also joined the fight? Lewin thought to himself, maybe I can use that. Chang, seeing him turn, asked curiously, you're leaving right now? Lewin nodded once, yes, I have to go down. He stepped forward and remarked, tonight will probably be a very long night. A few hours earlier, Josh had slammed his hand on the table in anger and shouted, is this all the people? He shouted in extreme displeasure, I personally convened this meeting. Are these all who showed up? Someone timidly reported, yes, it seems people intentionally avoided this meeting. Josh growled in annoyance. Lewin Ardle is finished as of today, yet they're still so afraid of Ardle they won't come. He angrily lashed out, normally this place would be packed, some would even stand for lack of seats, but today only 4 people showed up. Josh ground his teeth, cursing Lewin in his head. Damn it, that bastard ruined everything. Finally he sighed, fine, sooner or later they'll regret it. Has the matter I assigned you been handled? The other quickly replied, yes, the capital's night guard is now entirely ours, so whatever happens won't be a problem. Josh then turned to ask Vengras, what about the task I gave the captain? He replied calmly, last night we received confirmation that the assassins have arrived in Ardle. Vengras continued with the plan. After midnight, they will sneak into the manor and take Lewin Ardle's head. Josh exclaimed with glee, at least father and son wouldn't be alone in death. Since they'd die the same night, he added. Not only father and son, Lewin Ardle also had a young daughter. Vengras emphasized further that Bolvar Payton must disappear as well. He believed there should be only one sun in the sky. At that moment, Bolvar was strolling and thinking to himself. Everything felt eerily quiet. He pondered, the young master's recent victory over Garihill's eldest son had drawn many nobles' attention to Ardle. But the Garihill I know isn't someone who gives up easily. Bolvar recalled Lord Ardale's words, report anything suspicious immediately. He nodded in agreement. It seemed the Lord shared my concerns, be cautious. Bolvar suddenly saw a man carrying a wooden crate. He asked him with interest, finished for the day. The worker replied cheerfully, Lord Bolvar, yes, I just finished cleaning and was about to go home. Bolvar pressed on, may I ask, did anyone suspicious visit today? He thought for a moment, suspicious people? The worker quickly remembered, there were 5 merchants, but I never saw them selling anything, nor did I see them leave. Bolvar finally concluded that assassins often disguised themselves as merchants. Now they had disappeared completely after entering the territory. The worker blurted out, and they carried swords, you should be careful. Lord Bolvar, stay on guard. He suddenly ran swiftly in the opposite direction. Seeing that, the man felt slightly reassured. Perhaps there was no need to worry much. The manor was unnaturally silent. The assassins were searching inside, moving and whispering to each other. That Lord Ardle, could he have noticed something? He hasn't returned to the manor. You can feel the town's atmosphere. No one has noticed. He'll be back soon. We just wait for the right moment. He nodded in agreement. Yes, there's still time. One of the assassins suddenly collapsed to the ground. They saw the man before them and cried in horror, what the hell, it's Bolvar. He glared and shouted, how dare you? Do you know where you've stepped into? The assassins panicked and asked each other, wait, how did he know we were here? As expected from a 7-star knight, stealth tactics don't work on him. He drew his spear at once and said, but this actually works to our advantage. After all, we planned to kill him anyway. They shouted, charge all of you. They are assassins hired by Vengeras. The intruders hiding in Ardel are masters of at least 6 stars. Bolvar murmured calmly, very well. He, a 7-star knight, long ago laid down his spear to take up a fishing rod. So the people of the territory think his skills are no longer what they were. But that is a grave mistake. Bolvar raised his spear and shouted, all of you rush in at once. The spear's tip sliced gracefully through the assassins. In no time they were cut down by him, scattering through the air. The heavy body of an assassin flew straight into the wall. One terrified man wondered, 7 stars? He's 7 stars. He doesn't look like it. We've defeated dozens of 7-star knights of the Empire before. At that moment he heard B speak slowly. Do you know why I stopped training spear techniques? The assassin cried in horror, it can't be. He cursed inwardly, you bastard, don't tell me. The assassin didn't dare say it. He used to be 8 stars. Bolvar told him that no matter how much he honed his spear techniques, he'd reached the limits that mere technique could teach him. One reckless man leaped up, trying to strike him from behind. Die, you monster. A cold spear tip suddenly pierced his body. The assassin was left hanging in midair by Bolvar. The remaining man staggered back in fear until he hit the wall. This one is insane. He screamed in horror, Vengeras, that bastard, this is ridiculous. He dared lie about the target's strength. Even if they paid us 5 times the fee, we'd never take this job. The assassin stammered vile curses. Only then did Bolvar realize who was behind it all. Vengras turned out to be him. He grabbed him by the throat and said, go back and tell Vengeras Jegan this. Bolvar emphasized each word, never set foot in Ardle again. At that moment, where Lewin became utterly silent, he faced Haidan one-on-one. He exclaimed with amusement, so you came to me of your own accord. Hazen continued to taunt Lewin, but it seems you didn't come alone, an escort on the road to the underworld. How laughable. Lewin quickly retorted, don't worry, we don't intend to die here. Hearing that, he was quite surprised, no intention to die. Hazen sneered, if everything in life went according to human wishes, how nice that would be. But reality doesn't work that way. As he finished, countless black-robed mages advanced to surround him and the other. Liyun watched quietly. There were about 7 of them. They had gathered in decent numbers. He raised his hand and summoned red fire, then said, having lived far longer than you, let me give you some advice. Keeping yourself small is the best way to prolong your life. Haidan went on rambling, but he pointed at the mages and continued, now you have only one future left. They attacked as you shouted die, Liyun. Haidan laughed with perverse pleasure, accepting death silently, quite a sight to behold. This is the fate you brought on yourself, so don't begrudge it too much. But seeing the scene before him, he could no longer keep laughing. What the? Haidan cried out in horror. How are you still standing after that attack? You should have died. Liyun just curled the corner of his mouth in a faint smile. Yes, consider that there are such people in this world. He confidently asserted that there are those who can never die. Liyun knew well that within those incarnations, entities could not be destroyed or dissolved. The only way to completely subdue Chang is to kill me, the one who binds him. The system board suddenly displayed, unique skill, the will of the leader, until your last breath. Kun Kan, the first leader chosen by the Sky God, will always stand behind you. He raised his fist and declared loudly, but as I said, I don't intend to die here. A powerful storm-like punch was launched. Liyun thought confidently to himself, good. At this level I can win without exerting too much effort. He suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. Hai grabbed his legs tightly, then said in a clear voice, I didn't expect you to be so strong, you damned brat. But no matter how strong you are, he muttered, let's see if you can survive this. Liyun jumped in surprise, wondering what? Dark water sealing magic. There are those who practice forbidden dark arts magic despised by every true mage, the necromancers. Among them, the water seal is a technique created by the sorcerer Thai Nguyen Thai. Once it clamps on, it never lets go until it drains the life away. It is one of the most infamous dark spells to exist. Liyun was in such pain he broke out in a cold sweat. Dark magic, he couldn't believe these bastards would go this far. Hazen provoked, what a pity, Liyun, now that you've seen this magic with your own eyes, you must die. He continued to taunt him. After all, I had planned to kill you long ago. Hazen spoke smugly. Now your comrades and anyone who dares interfere are completely powerless. Things have become much simpler. Liyun shouted in anger, damn you, you scumbags. He sneered at him, but don't grieve too much. Your trip down to the river of gold won't be so lonely. Hearing that, Liyun froze and asked, what did you say? Haidan's next words horrified him. By now your father and sister are probably already dead. Liyun stammered, what? He kindly added, of course you didn't know. If you had, you wouldn't still be standing here. Then Haidan glared and questioned him, so why did you dare resist the commissioner? Did you really think you could win? He continued to scold, just for that little reputation and that brat. Before he finished, Haidan was grabbed by Liyun's hand on the face. He panicked and shouted, what? How can you use the water seal? Haidan's eyes bulged in agony. Moments later, Liyun crushed his head effortlessly. The remaining mages were filled with terror at the sight. Liyun coldly muttered, now it doesn't matter anymore. The system quickly appeared, unique skill, summon Kingram. Summon Kingram to the caster's position once. He ground out each word, you bastards have crossed a line you should never have crossed. A huge monster suddenly appeared, its roar booming. Don't hold so much hatred, you're bringing it on yourselves, he said. Liyun told himself, and in that fleeting moment, a single thought echoed in his mind, kill. He began to sink deeper into hatred, like the world destroyer Draka once did. He would annihilate them all. Kingram asked in a low voice, hey, little destroyer, why did you summon me? Liyun answered solemnly, I want them all slaughtered, no mercy for a single one. He took up his axe and charged, fine, so be it. The mages screamed in terror, someone help. Kingram backed him as he attacked them. Liyun raised his fist and surged toward the enemies. He could never forgive them. The mage was beaten until he could no longer resist. Therefore Liyun would kill them all. He raged inwardly, telling himself it didn't matter what his hands destroyed. Liyun lost all reason and massacred his opponents, whose magic killed mattered not to him. At that moment Trang rushed over and stopped him. Stop. It tried to rouse Liyun's reason. Stop, that's enough. The mage struggled to speak, so you were a madman all along. How are you any different from us? He shouted in anger, let me go, I will kill that bastard. Trang snapped back, why are you acting like this? Nothing is happening to Ardal. Trust that knight Bolvar, he's much stronger than you think. It continued to warn Liyun, come to your senses. If you let yourself get lost in that power, you'll end up like Draka. Don't you remember Draka's final days? Chang reminded him, do you think Draka was called the World Destroyer for nothing? He went mad from limitless power and ultimately destroyed the world. It grabbed Liyun's shoulder tightly and said, but you are not Draka, don't end up like him. He finally calmed down. Alright, sorry for making you worry, Chang said. Liyun stepped up to the surviving mage and interrogated, you, tell me everything you know, what's going on in Ardal? The man struggled to speak, you'll regret hearing this. The excited mage recounted, have you ever heard of Myong Dan? It's an elite assassin group composed only of Bilko's warriors of 6 stars and above. 5 of their assassins have come to Ardal. He laughed crazily. By now your father and sister are probably dead. Suddenly, a sharp spear pierced his chest. Josh clicked his tongue softly. I just came to the antechamber to see this mess. He angrily cursed the pathetic fools, who would have thought Garyhill's elites couldn't handle a worthless brat like this. Lewin cried out in astonishment, Josh Garyhill, you dare touch my family. A terrifying force suddenly slammed into him. Josh threatened in a low voice, you should have just bowed your head and learned quietly at the academy. Why provoke us? Lewin and Trang were pinned down and quickly realized what this was, dark magic. He angrily demanded, you're a dark mage too? If this gets out, at least you'll go to prison. Josh just sneered, then you dying here wouldn't matter. You're just a useless kid after all. Though unwilling, Lewin couldn't do anything. Damn it, he couldn't move at all. King Graham's summon time had ended. He had vanished. He heard the man say, now finish this, then summon countless spears from the magic circle. Josh launched a strike at Lewin and shouted, time to die, Lewin. Seeing this, he could only think in fear, no, I can't let things end hopelessly like this. A huge explosion occurred as expected, but it did nothing at all. He froze, staring at the person blocking him, the headmaster. Josh also exclaimed in shock, Tyrion X, why is the headmaster here? Tyrion Ignit angrily cut him off, Josh Garyhill. The terrifying power of the man filled him with dread. Impossible, the illusion field. This simulated world was created by Josh Garyhill's 6-star mages, ensuring no one outside could detect what happened inside. However, that only applies to ordinary people. A mage of Tyrion X9's caliber can quickly detect abnormal mana presence. Moreover, the fatal weakness of this magic is that if a higher level spell is cast by someone stronger than the illusion's creator, the illusion will be easily broken and destroyed. Thus, Josh's illusion field gradually shattered. He refused to be cowed and threatened Tyrion Ignit. Tyrion Ignit, are you going to destroy the entire capital just to take me down? Tyrion immediately denied it. No, the only one getting hurt here is you. Tyrion Ignit then revealed, I have erected a barrier to prevent any harm from coming to the capital. You not only dabble in that disgusting dark magic but also dare to harm my students. He lunged forward with overwhelming fury. For that crime, Tyrion Ignit unleashed a massive surge of mana toward Josh and shouted, I will carry out the punishment myself. He ground his teeth. Josh then yelled in fury, Tyrion Ignit.